Okay, everybody, welcome. Here we go again. Round 2 of the Motul MXGB British Motocross Championship here at Canada Heights. A fantastic venue. The sun has yet to poke its head out, but it's scheduled. My name's Jeff Perrett. I'm joined by Phil G. Phil, as always, Canada Heights. It's an institution in British motocross. We've been coming here a long time. I think it's in the 1940s, I think, was the first motocross race here.
Yeah, it's a jewel in the crown of British motocross, and it's great to get back here for a British Championship round. The weather yesterday was absolutely stunning. Today is perfect motocross weather. Dry but overcast. Absolutely excellent for everybody out on track, and nice for us here in the studio as well.
It is. It's nice for us at the minute. Obviously, riders-wise, we were just saying the track, like you highlighted, the overcast conditions, the track prep is on point. It's A1. It's absolutely fantastic. When the sun comes out, this track's just going to evolve throughout the day. It's going to get super gnarly, choppy, plenty to challenge the riders. New layout, new but old. We've kind of had this layout before. They've configured the track here at Canada Heights down the years in many varying ways. You can see this lovely bowl turn on your screen there. So, yeah, we're just in for a great day's racing.
Yeah, we are, and we're looking forward to bringing you all the live action here from Canada Heights.
As you can see there, the track is, as I said, in great condition. There you go. There's the schedule. This is what we're going to be doing throughout the day. So if you've got favourite riders in the 125 class, the MX2 or MX1, or if you just want to sit back and watch all the action, some of you I know like to dive out, come back in, get the kettle on, do all those kind of things. That's the schedule we've got today. So make a note of that. It's all over social media anyway as well. So if you go on to Facebook or Instagram, find Motul MXGB, you'll see all the information there. We are just almost ready to go with the first 125 race. That's going to be coming up. Of course, that's going to be an absolute ripper. It always is, Phil.
Yeah,
125s with a bunch of exuberant teenagers shredding out on track. Our next stars and stuff turning up. So really looking forward to that.
But yeah, the Dirt Store MXGB-TV presentation then. We're great to be here at the track live. And like I say, if you can't be here, be on MXGB-TV.
Absolutely. So we've got varying things coming up. We're going to bring you this. We've just brought the schedule up for you there. Let's just talk quickly about the format as well this year. We just had... you guys don't get to see it. It's the last chance qualifier, because what we've done now this year, we're taking more than 40 riders in a class if we get the entries.
Yes.
And we had more than 40 riders in the MX2 class. So basically that means to get to the magic 40 number, we are running a last chance qualifier.
We did. And, yeah, it was hard fought, as always.
Yeah, it was. Jonathan Roderick Evans made it through. Top 4 goes through. Kayla Mira got a second in that one. Ezra Blackwell. And then Grantas Leng Venus. That's a new name to me.
It's a new name to me. I would imagine that he's a local guy from down here that's... decided to have a go, which is the whole point of doing the qualification. But it is the RFX 125 class that is going to be our first on-track action.
Yeah, so we're looking forward, like we said, to that. We have got Ryan Wagger has been leading the way. He took a 1-1 scorecard from the first round at Hawkstone Park. Hayden Statt, he came in second with a third and a second. And then Freddie Gardner there came in third at Hawkstone with a second and a fourth. But we've also then got other riders turning up. We have got the return coming up in the 125 class well, basically he was going to start as the firm favourite, like Jamie Keith, really.
He's had a bit of a mare, hasn't he? He broke a collarbone early season, and then he broke a collarbone again, I think on the site lap in Spain.
Varying things. Actually, it was Hawkstone International where it first got him. He actually broke a vertebrae, damaged his back, was playing catch-up basically after that, then went to the EMX with his new ride with JK, broke a collarbone, and then recovered back from that, then went to, I think, Spain or thereafter, then broke the other collarbone. Yeah. So it's not been a good start for Jamie, but we know he's got the speed and potential, huge amount of speed and potential. So, yeah, we're looking forward to that.
We'll see what he can do for against Ryan Waggett. I will say he was a surprise winner for me in the first one, because maybe he's a little bit under the radar with the new, the fast kids coming up, and Ryan's a little bit older. But he certainly came out the traps and went 1-1. So that's like the RFX 125 Championship is already on fire as far as I'm concerned. And then obviously we've got our MX2, which again, first overall for Bobby Bruce, first race win for Billy Askew. So that's already starting to take shape as well. And obviously all of that is the thing that we're looking forward to see. Win round 1. If you win round 2, then you're setting yourself up for the season.
Totally. We said that, didn't we? We said at round 1 that you can't win the championship at round 1, but you can sure as hell make it difficult for you. So we're past round 1 now, obviously into round 2. This is where people, they got the first round jitters out of the way.
Yeah.
It's on now. Basically, it's time to get down to the sharp end, genuine of it. As you can see, a bit of track maintenance before we go racing with the main races. While the guys are doing the track crew, that's track and tidying that up. Here's a little edit. Just to show you the atmosphere yesterday. The sun was shining, a real good vibe. We're going to go to a very quick edit to show you what the vibe was like here yesterday. And then when we come back, we're not far off going racing with the 125 British Championship. Here we go, round 2 of the Motul MXGB British Championship. Look, I've got my sunnies on again, 2 rounds, 2 sunny days. Look at this, Canada Heights in all its pomp. This track has got so much history, so much heritage. The club, the City Cup Club, have done such an amazing job with making amendments. You can see them down there still working on the track. They've changed the layout. I've got to say, it's looking fabulous. Reminds me of the times I rode it, this old ducker. New section down the bottom there, you can all see. Plenty of water in the reservoir. Sun's going to be shining. We're expecting a bumper crowd. Make sure you're one of them. Get yourself here if you're in the vicinity. It's only 25 quid for an adult to get in. You won't get any more better entertainment for 25 quid. Trust me. See it all go down. It's going to be absolutely epic.
Hi, I'm Bobby Bruce. We're here at Canada Heights for the second round of the British Championship. I'm leading the MX2 Championship. Went 1-2 at the first round for the overall, so hopefully we can do the same again this weekend. I've had some really good results here, to be honest. Every time I've raced here, it's been good. It's only 20 minutes down the road for me, so it's nice. A lot of friends and family always come out to watch. So yeah, everyone come down this Sunday for a little spectate. It's going to be some good racing, some really fast boys here this weekend. Come have a little watch. Hello mate, how are you?
How are you, mate?
How are you? Who's this vlog for?
This is the British Championship. Hold up.
Yeah.
British Championship vlog, mate. Where are we?
Canada Heights.
Canada Heights. What an
The
introduction.
local, isn't it? Oh, what? This is the intro to the vlog.
So that we're actually putting out a video today, just to sort of rile up a little bit of hype around the...
Oh, hype the event
a bit of
up.
promo work. Yes, yeah. Canada Heights.
I've not got much hype for you, but I've just walked the track. Looks alright. That's it. Alright, see you in a bit.
Welcome back, everybody. Shout out from our sponsors. They're very important, of course, for Dirt Store TV. So thanks for the guys at Dirt Store, obviously, because without their investment, we wouldn't even be doing this live stream.
We would not indeed, yeah.
Here we go, then. This is the RFX 125 class as it stands, Phil, after the first round.
Yeah, Ryan Waggett then came out the gate absolutely blazing at Hawkston Park and took 2 race wins. I wouldn't say he won at a canter, but he was certainly the class of the field that day. Hayden Stack then 8 points down in second with Freddie Gardner. He had a good day and he took 3rd place on the podium, but that could have gone either way because I know him and Charlie Richmond were back and forth in the second moto. Drew Stock 5th, Lucas Moncrief 6th, Harry Lee 7th, Cameron Greenhalgh in 8th, Zane Stevens 9th, and Lewis Spratt your top 10. So lots of guys there had a decent day, and obviously we've got the return of Jamie Keith, so that's going to put a cat among the pigeons and see what he can do.
Yeah, and he top qualifying. Just want to point that out. First ride back. So Jamie Keith straight back at the top of the pile. MX2, this is going to be a good one. Bobby Bruce, obviously hometown track. He's done many, many laps around here, leading the championship for the Bike at Kawasaki team. Tommy Searle there, still going strong. He plays it down, but he'll want to win this thing. No doubt about it. He currently sits in second. His young teammate, young upstart, Billy Askew on the Triumph, Dirt Store Triumph there in 3rd. Ben Mustoe, I think, got off to a flyer. I think he looked fantastic.
He rode really well. Him and Coleman were good value for money at Hawkston, definitely.
Absolutely were. Charlie Heyman, this is the next for us oldies. This is the next sort of phase of youngsters coming through. Basically, Askew, Mustoe, Coleman, Heyman. They are there, coming through nicely. Then you've got Glenn McCormick there, looking good. Guillaume Dawson there it didn't quite go to plan, did it?
He went down a few times, and his teammate Maxi Werner, he was injured in the first moto, and of course his replacement there at the SS24 Gabriel team is going to be Oriol Oliver, who raced in Spain yesterday and then came here and qualified fastest this morning. So SS24, they're going to be looking to try and take some race wins after a pretty disastrous start for them to the season. And young James Barker then, he managed to bring himself home in 10th overall just behind Jake Nichols, again another one of the
Jake Nichols, brilliant. Like I said, if you knew what he did, I mean, the guy he runs a multinational company here, and then he still finds the time to be a professional motocross racer around it, so credit to him. Conrad Muse, on the True 7 Honda Racing Team, Bill Bass thing. I mean, the guy not Bill, Crendon, sorry. Looking good. Qualifying this morning, though, Phil, it was quite a tight thing. He didn't really...
him and Adam Sterry and Jamie Carpenter are all pretty tight at the top of the timesheets. Josh Gilbert was a little bit adrift, but we've got 4 guys there that are looking pretty decent for speed around this Canada Heights circuit. And obviously Conrad would like to add a bit more of a lead at the front of this Apico Factory Racing MX1 qualifying, but he took pole position. But he's again another maximum man. And he's going to be hoping to extend that lead from Adam Sterry. But talking to Adam's dad in the pits earlier on in the weekend, they've learnt a lot from the GP swing, and as a result of that, they're hoping to get a decent result out of this weekend.
Yeah, here we go into the Planet Moto first lap leader. Let me quickly explain, if you're new to this, what this is about. Great initiative by the guys at Planet Moto that run Spanish motocross holidays. What we do is like a little mini championship within it. Basically, it's the first rider over the finish line to complete the first full lap. And we score points on that. And then the end result, at the end of the year, the rider with the most points is then going to get a trip down to Spain, courtesy of the guys at Planet Moto, all catered for. They ferry your bike down there, accommodation, you go and ride all the best tracks in sort of northern Spain, particularly on the south coast there. And that's where we stand after Hawkstone Park. So Adam Sterry leading the way. He picked up 10 points for his efforts. So I think we give 5 points for the winner.
5 points for the winner. And Sterry
for the first rider over the line. And we do the top 5 in all classes. So that's where we're at. So Sterry was across the line.
Yeah, Sterry, Purdon, Josh Gilbert and Jamie Carpenter, they all scored decent points in MX1. MX2 was Bobby Bruce from Tommy Searle, Gian Doonson, I think. And then obviously our 125 winner leader is Ryan Waggett.
Yeah, and then following that, we've also got the Phoenix Tools fastest lap. So that's obviously self-explanatory. Thanks to Barry and everybody at Phoenix Tools for getting behind this. Another incentive for riders to go quick, as if there's not enough.
Yes.
A little bit of a cash incentive, all those kind of things. So this is where we're at with that. Ryan Waggett was the quickest 125 rider at Hawkstone Park. That was his quickest time of the day was 2:20, as you can see there, 7:3. You can see the difference in the CCs and the levels of rider here, because obviously shaving 5 seconds off it on a rougher track in MX2 was Bobby Bruce with a 2:15.918, and then look at Conrad, 2:13.242. I'd like to see, I should have done a bit more research, I don't mind admitting it, to see when they recorded those laps, because at Hawkstone, Conrad got a march on in the second part of both motos.
He did. I
wouldn't be surprised if he knocked out those laps.
Mid-race, mid to end of race, and he was running down Adam Sterry. But the Phoenix Tools Fastest Lap Award, then that will run throughout the season. And obviously, interesting to see that Waggett, 7 seconds a lap off Conrad Muse, doesn't seem like a massive amount of time to me.
We haven't got the graphic for you to bring up on the screen, but somewhere, Phil, have you got the paperwork here for the Manufacturers' Championship as well? I think we've got that somewhere here, just to give you up to speed, because we're also doing that. Yeah,
Fantic leading the 125, Gas leading the 125s at the minute with 40. I think we've got Kawasaki leading the MX2 with 47, and obviously Honda leading the Apico MX1 with 50 points. As we look at the crowd starting, it's getting a good crowd in. We're going to take a short break for some ads, and we will be back with first race of the day, which is the RFX 125 Championship.
Introducing the 2025 Kinetic Sim Racewear Collection, available in 4 colorways and youth sizes. The Kinetic Sim jersey is built in our standard fit, aimed at being the perfect level of comfort without constriction. Its multi-panel construction enhances durability, while the integrated mesh ventilation keeps you cool on those hot summer days. Kinetic jerseys are engineered to race at the highest levels, but comfortable enough to wear on an all-day ride. This jersey does it all, and is one of the most popular choices in the history of fly racing. The Kinetic Sim pant is a high-performance pant at an unbeatable price. Its ultra-durable 900D construction, coupled with multi-directional stretch panels. The BOA Fit system took this pant to a whole new level, adding top-tier functionality without impacting your wallet. Kinetic pants are that perfect blend of race-winning performance and everyday comfort. The Kinetic Sim gloves are a perfect go-between for those wanting knuckle and palm protection, but also needing premium grip and feel. The adjustable wrist closure offers a more secure fit, and silicone finger grippers create better control. The Fly MX 2025 Kinetic Collection is the most versatile gear set in the off-road landscape.
Perfect.
Start you want.
The most important lesson my dad taught me was on those days you don't really feel like going the extra mile. You just got to go out there and do the work. The go time for me is the last half of the race. I'm trying to hunt down first place. For a true championship fight, you never want to give up.
Welcome back, everybody. As you can see there, the RFX 125 riders are getting ready to go. I think that's Reggie Willett getting a pat on the back from Dad Dave. I think this might be his first ever British Championship race. Reggie, number 100. Just before we do this, remember, if you're following us on social media, please do. You can find us on Motul MXGB British Championship. You'll find us on Facebook and Instagram. The Prox Pit Pass. Now, remember, that's also on YouTube, but follow us on social media, because come midweek there'll be a full kind of like little video. They literally go all around the pits, the lads, talk to all the top riders, get some feedback on it, all that kind of stuff. So don't forget to watch that. That'll be scheduled in the middle of the week. Just keep following us on social media to get more insight other than the racing of what goes on here at a Motul MXGB. So, Phil, here's the riders going out for their sighting lap. Let's break down who did what in qualifying. We're going to go to a quick advert before we do that. Of course, keep everybody happy, particularly all our sponsors that make this whole thing happen.
Fly dope swaggy, that's how I roll. On another level, on another level, on another one above me. To the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so supreme. Feeling so supreme. On another level, on another one above me. Step into the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so supreme. On another level, on another level, on another one above me.
Okay, welcome back. As you can see, the RFX 125 riders, they are not racing just yet. Don't worry if you just walked in and switched on. You haven't missed any of the action. Here we go. This is the qualifiers. This is how they qualified in this morning's practice. Phil?
Yeah, Jamie Keith then. He took pole position from on the 184 from the number 30 of Charlie Richmond. Ryan Waggett fourth. Hayden Stapp fifth. Alfie Geddes Green sixth. Lucas Moncrief seventh. Drew Stock 8th, Harry Lee 9th, Zane Stevens 10th, and Lewis Spratt was in 10th. There is all the rest of the qualifiers. Got 28 riders out there on the grid. It was a frantic qualifying. They were first out on track this morning. Little bit damp, little bit wet, but the track, look at that, absolutely prime conditions here at Canada Heights today. This bank bowl turn. That's almost a vertical wall around the inside there, Jeff.
Yeah, the TV does not do it justice because we're right up above that. And Phil's absolutely on point. The track is primo. Little bit heavy going this morning, but any rider would take that knowing that it's going to be prime for the race conditions today. And that's exactly what we've got. So, I think Drew Stock, he qualified well, but I think he had a bit of an issue in qualifying. I think he might have nipped up one of his bikes. So it's a good job that he got the, that's what I heard anyway. It's a good job that he got his qualifying lap in. But this is going to be an absolute ripper. I should imagine a lot of eyes are going to be on Jamie Keefe. As I said, he started this championship. Well, he didn't start it. That's the point. He missed round one. But coming in the off-season, I think it's fair to say this is no injustice to any of the other riders. I think everybody's like, okay, all eyes on Jamie to win this thing. But it's going to make it exciting because he's not in it, and now he's got to play catch-up, Phil.
He's got to come from way back. He's got to win races. I think for what he's got, he's just got to go out there and win as many races as he can and let the points fall how they do. And like I say, for the rest of the riders, for the likes of Ryan Waggett, he's obviously defending his 50-point lead at the minute. He just needs to go out and do what he did at Hawkston, which is drop the hammer early on, and with a bit of luck, he'll pull another 2 decent starts and get himself out there at the front.
Yeah, I'm as always with the 125 class. Listen, we wax lyrical about it with good reason. If you're a fan of this sport, you know 125 racing. It just delivers on the smell, the sound, but always the action, because just 125 racing, by the very nature of the bikes, you've got to keep it on the pipe, you've got to keep it in those RPMs, keep the momentum rolling, and it just makes for great racing. When you then stick, like I said, a bunch of teenagers all in one race on 125s, with a point to prove.
With a point to prove, that's the thing. They're all looking at. You've got guys in this race they're out there. They're doing EMX 125 as well, and so they're at a level where they're looking at pushing on outside of the UK, and they're coming back to our races, and they need to be seen to be winning them. And obviously, there's 3 or 4 guys in this one who think, I've got a chance of winning this every time I go to the gate. What we don't know is who they're going to be. But what I will say is, watching out there this morning in practice, you can see the guys. I mean, they've had a real like mega schedule for the last 4 or 5 weeks. You can see the guys who are sharp.
Yeah.
And so I'm expecting big things from Hayden Statt. Even though the results that come in here haven't, in the EMX stuff haven't been brilliant, here at the RFX 125 Championship, he looks like he's on point today.
You saying that, of course, the EMX that's a tough nut to crack. The 125s is a super competitive class at EMX, and the fact that we've got more British riders now doing the EMX 125, to good effect. I'll tell you right now, it's no mean feat just to even qualify. Like, it's hard to qualify just to get into the EMX races, and we've had Drew Stock doing that. We've had Hayden Statt, Charlie Richmond, all these guys who have a stab at it, and they're qualifying, they're getting into the race, and they're scoring points. They're only going to get better and better. So right now, British Motocross, regards of a next little talent pool coming through, I think we're in a good place, because we had a bit of hiatus with like some real depth of talent for a bit amount of time, but now we've got a bunch of good 125 riders doing it. The EMX 65 and 85 results of late showed that we've got some good young riders coming through as well. Like we said, the buzz from Hawkstone Phil, like a new era, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, this RFX 125 Championship.
It feels like it.
We're looking there at Fabian Junior Morrison. He scored decent points for, I think was his debut 125 Championship race.
There's Justin Congdon there speaking to his son Archie. Justin and his dad Phil run the track down at Landrake Motor Park.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm sure Archie's done several laps around. Of course, we're going to Landrake later on in the series.
Looking forward to that. It's a great track. Always looked after well down there.
Yeah, Phil and Justin do a great job down at Landrake. So get yourself down there to just over the border in Cornwall, just over the river there, not too far from Plymouth. It's always a great one to go to. That's later on in the year, of course. You can see all the schedule and keep up to speed on our social media. And, of course, go on the website if you need more information about the series. There's Lucas Moncrief pulling to the line. Of course, I've got a vested interest in Lucas. He rides for my own team there, so hopefully he had a good qualifying. A young rider, first year 125 rider, and he's performing well for us right now. So, but like I said, a real depth of talent. There's Waggett, number 55, series leader, just getting everything prepped for his gate.
Well, you look at where Waggett's gone on the gate, and I can't see anybody faster than him on the outside of him. So that means to me that Richmond, Keith and Charlie Richmond are down the inside beyond that Motul.
Unfortunately, our camera angle. So Lewis Spratt is not the inside gate. I just want to stress that.
Yeah.
can't quite, because it's kind of like a tapered start coming into this first corner. So we haven't been able to pick up the inside gates, but trust me, when they come off the gate and funnel into this first corner, you'll be seeing them.
Yeah, so here we are then, going along the gate as they start to stack up. And it's always difficult to know where to go here. It's so condition oriented as well. It's a dry day, they've watered the start straight, and obviously it's an uphill start for these 125s as well. So that is going to be, that's going to be the killer for sucking the power out of these little bikes. There's the AT of Zane Stevens. There's Waggett on the 55.
There's Keith. He was just out of our view behind that Motul banner.
Right.
So he's not gone right inside.
No, he's not. So they're about 4 or 5 guys across.
But look at that. So Keith, Stat, and Richmond all together.
Yeah, there's Alfie Geddes screen. There's the 418 of Drew Stock. So the 259 of
a lot of Yamahas out there. It looks like the Blue Crew Super Finale at the minute.
So, so it's looking that like our fancied runners are halfway across the gate as we wait for the 15-second board to go up.
You'll know, even if we hold this camera angle, because you'll see them lock in, clunk it into the gear. Here we go. The board must be up. We're looking straight across the start gate.
Away they go.
Flyer from, looks like Keith made good reaction times, and Richmond. They're all right there, but it looks like Charlie Richmond and Waggett. Oh, Lucas Moncrief tucks the front end.
He took the front end and his handlebars went in the back of Jamie Keith's wheel there, so that held Keith up. As we look at...
Did he? I think he might have rode into the back of, or a slight collision there, but it's Waggett right where he wants to be. Championship leader.
He's going to lead him down into this loop. Now, this is quite soft in the bottom of here, Jeff, already quite rutted out. So it's Waggett then from Richmond that looks like that's another Yamaha. Is that Stock there in third as they go up the hill?
Yeah, that's Drew Stock, definitely. Drew's grown up quick. He's quite a size now.
And these guys have a sweet spot for a 125. They need to be filling out a little bit from a big wheel 85, but they don't suddenly want to be turning into a muscle-bound guy that's going to struggle on a 125 and a 250. But Waggett through the woods then for the first time, round through the K-Tech loop in the woods. And they will jump down the hill here. This is a nice double down the hill.
Lovely jump that is, Phil.
Yeah.
It's a real popper. It's just a nice feel in that one. Now, maybe in the last race, maybe not so much. But they've done great work the track here, Phil. Basically this Liat loop in the middle. Yeah. Brilliant stuff.
Richmond then already starting to try and put some pressure on Waggett at the front as they come over the tabletop for the first time. And they're up and round this lovely bank Motul turn. They'll come through the RFX waves here. There's a lot of time to be made here. There's Stock coming through. He's there in...
There's Keith.
Yeah, Keith there.
The red boots.
He's there. Waggett was railing around the outside there this morning, Jeff. Absolutely on fire, but he's gone for the inside line. And then this is the leap up. There's a big table here, which he's got to get over.
That is huge for a 125.
He overjumped it. Oh, and that's going to cost him.
Yeah, it definitely has. The K-Tech timing tower. Obviously, that is how they qualified. That will change as they cross the finish line now. By the way, if you're going to...
Richmond down the inside of Waggett.
Yeah, he's got it done. But the Planet Moto First Lap leader was actually Ryan Waggett, I think.
It was. So Richmond takes the lead as they go past the signal area for the first time at the completion of the first lap.
This is going to be a brilliant race, and they're at it already, Phil. Look at this. Get it on. By the way, we just want to apologise if you are picking up bike sounds through our mics. It's because me and Phil are virtually in the race. Yeah, we are so close to the side of the track. This is going to be brilliant, Phil.
So Waggett going down the outside there. Oh, he's gone down. He's buried the front. Waggett's down. So that hands second to Stock. It was Keith that was across the line in fourth, so he'll inherit third. But that's a really soft. It's been ripped really, really deep in there. So Richmond's suddenly been let off the hook. They come through the woods then into this K-Tech loop just out of our sight in the trees, and he'll pop down over this really nice downhill tabletop.
Okay, so this moto is 20 minutes plus 2 laps. There's a lot of time still on the clock. We are barely into it, but this is looking good for Charlie Richmond there on that S. Briggs Yamaha. The S. Briggs guys doing such a great job getting behind a lot of young riders, and I really like that. You know, they could have they support a lot of pro riders as well, but they are putting a lot of investment into, like Charlie Zane Stevens, for example, and a few more riders that we don't see at this championship, but at the youth championship.
So there's Keith, and he's starting to close down on Drew Stock. Didn't quite see that was a thing, but I think that's the 142.
Of course, any rider that's had injuries, you just got to, you can't go too gung-ho too early.
No, Christopher Spratt there, he will have inherited that 4th position, and he qualified outside, he was qualified in 14th, so he'll be well pleased with that. Showing the gap between stock.
Oh, that was beautiful by Hayden Stout. I'll tell you what, you've got to huck that 125 up over that.
But he's not got a good start, and he's absolutely got to get his finger out, because he's a long way adrift.
Hayden's in 4th there. I'm amazed how much he's grown.
Yes.
He looks like he's grown about another foot since Hawkstone.
Definitely. And as a result of that, all of a sudden he's just got a little bit more mastery over the bike. I wouldn't say he looked like a pea on a drum at Hawkstone, but you could tell there was a few places in the soft sand out the back where he was just lacking a little bit of physical size. But in 6 weeks, he looks like he's grown about a foot. You are quite correct.
I say that because I can always, obviously, commentate him on the 85 class, where he was this little kid that used to rocket out of the gate, and now look at him. They grow so quick, don't they?
So let's see, where did Waggett come across the line? Waggett came across the line in 6th, so he's not out of this one yet. And he's obviously got a little bit of work to do. But the 2:18 for Waggett, so that cost him 10 seconds to make their way through the trees then. And our campsite in the background there. There's a lot of people here this weekend at Canada Heights for the round 2 of this British Championship.
Right, we are basically a quarter of the way, we're excluding the 2 laps you get at the end. We've had 5 minutes into this, so we've got just under 15 minutes to go. Plenty of racing left in the tank. I'm going to be intrigued to see Jamie Keith's strategy in this one. Does he just come back in and go, I'll just settle for it, or is he going to roll the dice and try and win it? I'm sure he will, given the chance, but he's got a bit of work to do. He's 5 seconds, nearly 5 seconds behind Drew Stock, and then alternatively another 6 seconds back, so nearly 10 seconds behind Richmond.
So there's Waggett recovering then, nicely bouncing through there. And then it's the 142 of Chris Brindley. But Waggett then, he's back up to 5th.
Yeah, Brindley having a really nice ride actually. Don't too much about Chris, and he's having a solid ride there in 5th. That's Waggett, Spratt, Fabian Junior Morrison, and then Cameron Greenlight there running out the top 10th. I think. Harry Lee currently in 10th.
So it's like 4 and 5 second gaps at the front. Richmond away by 5 from Keith, who's got 4 seconds over Stock, who's got 4 seconds over Stat. With Waggett there just coming up the hill now in 5th. So those guys, we'll see if Waggett's got a fast lap in him.
Quick update, Lucas Moncrief, who you saw crash in the first corner, he is on the charge. He's got himself now up to 16th. So, but of course, the higher you get, the harder it gets when you start getting up equal measured riders. So,
not an easy track to pass on, Jeff, this Canada Heights circuit. And as we watch Stat then using all of the road, so to speak, and let's not forget this is one of the few tracks in the country that's still lined with chestnut fencing.
Yeah.
So there is absolutely no room for error as Richmond then still out the front.
Got to say though, I think the new old layout, because we've had this layout before a long time ago, is probably the more favoured layout. Personally, in my personal opinion, regards of opening the track up with a few more lines. It's I think that middle section, particularly the Liat loop, there's going to be as the track churns up, there's going to be some overtaking done on that section, Phil.
Just a note there as they came through the RFX waves there that Keith then went triple, double into that, which is the fast way through, whereas our race leader Charlie Richmond, he went double, single. So a little bit of time to be had there as they come round to complete another lap. Let's see what the gap is at the top this time as Richmond comes across the line.
Well, he's getting a lick on now because he's obviously disposed, Jamie Keith he's disposed of Drew Stock, and he's now got a clear run on Richmond, and as you can see, he's getting that gap down. So it looks like Jamie Keith is starting to, maybe a little bit of nerves, first ride back after injury, regards of the British scene at least.
How much riding has he done? Has he had the chance to get himself, shake out the arm pump and do all of that? He's not had a lot of gate drops.
Well, he's definitely getting up to speed because the monitor's just gone purple here, indicating he set the quickest lap of the race so far. So there you go. And you can visually see the gap coming down as the JK Yamaha rider, winner of last year's Blue Crew Masterclass, which means that's how he secured the ride with JK. Full support to go and do EMX 125.
Well, that gap is visually coming down now. It was 3.8 across the line. They pulled 9 seconds on Drew Stock. So he's suddenly falling back into the clutches of Hayden Statt. So Stock is the man that is just losing a little bit of time. But then it's still Brindley there in 6th and Fabian Junior Morrison 7. That's a great one for him. Harry Lee in 8th, Spratt in 9th, and Cameron Greenhalgh rounding out your top 10 with Elfie Geddes in 11th, St Stevens in 12th. The 167, Jack Evans there in 13th.
Yeah, then it's James Edgerton and then Lucas Moncrief, as we said, up into the top 15 after unfortunately laying it down after making a good start as well. It's even more annoying, but the good thing is at least he never got run over.
No, but he was really lucky though, because as he lost the front, he dropped the bars on the back of Keith's rear wheel, and that held the 184 up literally just for a couple of seconds. But he was really lucky that didn't get dragged in, because he would have been almost certainly out of the race if that had happened.
So we're just waiting for them to come back round, pick them up. As you can see there, there we go. That's number 16. Was it 16? Anyway, I missed that. But just trying to pick up the leaders. I can see there's Reggie Willett, number 100. As I said, I believe this is his first ever. Obviously, his dad was a top-level, particularly two-stroke rider. Two-stroke British 125.
He was a proper quick guy back in the day.
Yeah. So we're trying to find Richmond on the screens. There's number 422. That is Joe Granger. So watching Joe currently on screen. Just trying to find the leaders, because there they are coming into lap traffic. This circuit winds its way up and down through the trees. It's easy to lose sight of the leaders. Just behind the rider you got on screen is the race leader. We come into view. There he is. Charlie Richmond getting held up a little bit there.
So he's got to fight his way.
Yamaha.
Yeah, he's got to fight his way through this lap traffic, and they're into it pretty quickly. It was 2 seconds across the line with Keith, and as they come through this turn, Jeff will get a really good visual. There he is.
Oh, it's coming down.
It's coming down. See what they look.
Yeah,
Keith triples in.
That's a huge gain there, Phil. Tripling in like that. Look at it. You can see the difference by tripling in there.
Yeah, Richmond goes in, not quite to the tyre inside, and Keith goes right to the inside, and they're going to come up these steps now. He's got to get this inch perfect to get up the second step and not give up any time to Jamie Keith as they come round to complete another lap.
Oh, great first race shaping up. Listen, Hawkstone, the 125 class, absolutely delivered. Set the tone for the rest of the day, the whole championship, and it's happening again. Just brilliant racing in this RFX 125 class. We are at 12 minutes and 23 gone on the clock, which means we got 7:30 to go, plus 2 laps.
So I think Jamie Keith now will be looking for a spot. Be interesting to see whether he tries to make a move down the outside here. No, well, they've got lap traffic, so that's going to cause a problem, but he's right on the back of our race leader. Oh, and he didn't get out of that turn very well at all, Richmond, so he's got to fight his way through in the woods. Oh, he blasts up the inside. Like I say, he's the first man on the scene.
Yeah, and it's always an issue. Difficult for leaders out there when they come in. Just goes to show the pace, actually, that the top riders are. If we're like at the 7 or 8 minute mark, 13, and they're heavily into lap traffic already. Be interesting to see how Keith plays this. Everybody's got different tactics. Maybe he's feeling the momentum. I know what I would do. I would sit there for a bit. I wouldn't try and making a move on him yet. I'd just try and force Richmond into a bit of a mistake, make him feel the heat for a little while. Jamie, at this point, under that crash helmet, clearly knows he's got the speed to make the move. Here we go. That triple in. Watch the difference.
Is he going to get him up on the run up the hill?
It's the momentum coming out. Look, probably 2 or 3 bikes gained there.
Oh, no, Keith decides. There's 2 different inside lines there. Keith's going to go around the outside. Richmond looks across and shuts the door on him.
Now what?
This is it. Keith's going to have him up there. No, neither of them get the table.
Well, smart riding from the pair of them because they had a lap rider in front. You didn't want to be jumping that. That could have ended badly.
So patience from Keith there, and I think that had that have been the last lap, there'd have been a full send from both of them. But still, with the time that we've got left on the clock, I think Keith is just, like you said, Jeff, biding his time.
Yeah, so it's the S. Briggs Yamaha rider against the JK Yamaha rider currently. Look at Jamie Keith carrying all that momentum. Believe written on the board.
Yeah, but look, fair play to Charlie Richmond. He's holding him off.
If you're Charlie at this point, you can't roll over. You've got to fight tooth and nail. And let it be known that you're not going to give up this spot easy. Like, quite rightly, like, block him, come across on him. You got to do what you got to do to try and take the momentum out of Jamie's sails, because he's caught him up, and that can get you out of the rhythm. Your breathing goes. He's got to try and now break him back the other way, and he's doing a good job of it at the minute.
Well, let's looking at the timings. Jamie Keith, then, these guys have absolutely checked out from the rest of the field. They've got 22 seconds on the 418 of Drew Stott, with Waggett in 4th, just at 5 seconds adrift. And then it's Hayden Stat. I expected maybe a little bit more out of Hayden, but like I say, first year on a 125 him, let's not forget. So he's definitely a man to watch for later in the season. But these 2 boys are absolutely checked out at the front.
Again, this is the ace up his sleeve. Look at that, all that momentum into that. That's nearly a second gain, isn't it, every time? And he's right back on him now. So he's got that ace up his sleeve. He knows that. I wonder if Charlie knows that he's actually gaining on him there.
Yeah, I mean, Charlie's making no attempt to do that. He gets a much nicer run out of there this time, no slower traffic. So he'll get up the step, over that Fox tabletop and up the Bell step. It's just a nice, you get the first bit right, the second bit, you get that for free. Like we saw the previous lap, both of them struggling to get over it, down into this Prox loop. And Keith, like I say, I think he's just sitting there. We don't know how much riding Jamie's been doing with those, obviously, double collarbone injury and a back injury. It's going to show, though, in the last 5. We know where he's at. We will know where he's at, and I don't think anybody would be surprised to see him just dropping off the pace a little bit through fitness, because upper body injuries, it's so difficult to keep your fitness level to where it needs to be. Oh, he's trying to slide down the inside. Oh, that was optimistic, I would suggest there. Maybe you just got a little bit cross-rutted on the way down the hill. Actually turned out better than I thought, though. I thought he was going to lose a bunch of time there, but maybe he's just trying to develop a new line for himself there, which is actually, sometimes that's, you got to get creative and start creating your own lines to try and make passes, and I think that's what he was looking at there. Didn't really work. Maybe it will do a bit later on. Yeah, through the K-Tech loop, then there in the woods. And Charlie Richmond, he's taken all the pressure that Jamie Keith can throw at him so far. Half a second across the line last time, but really the time thing doesn't matter now. The gap's visual. And again, as they start to find their way into the back markers, the time difference of the speed of the riders will make them more difficult to pass. This is just a fantastic, intriguing first RFX 125 race. If nothing more than that, okay, look, they're not banging bars as such yet, but there's hardly anything in it. Keith trying to run, forcing it. That was a pass that he knew he had to make. He committed to it and didn't back out of it. And our new race leader then is the 184 JK Yamaha of Jamie Keith, with Richmond then on the S. Briggs Yamaha. Has he got... Oh, that was a bit of a kick there for our race leader. I saw that earlier on in practice field. There's a couple of ruts there that have got a very nasty kick. Let's see if Richmond can do anything back. This will tell us what set pace Jamie Keith has. If Richmond can come back at him now, I think that we will definitely have a proper race until the end But if he starts to gap him out over this next 6 or 7 corners, then I think Jamie's going to be in the box seat for the win.
I'll be intrigued to see, once he sees Keith do the triple in on the rollers, whether he steps up to the plate and goes, okay, I need to do the same. So let's see if that happens. If not on this lap, once he sees him do it, he might have to realise that he's got to do that to stick with Jamie. It's holing out there, Phil. There's some kickers going up that hill, but like we said, this is Motocross. It's that's what you got to deal with. It's one of the most demanding sports in the world.
And obviously we've got an overcast day here at Canada Heights today, so the sun not breaking through like it did yesterday, so going into the shadows not as much of a problem. But I think Richmond's he's keeping him honest there. He's not dropping off a massive amount, 4 or 5 bike lengths, so he's still in with a shout as they come down into this left-hander and into the layout loop. And so this is the bit where we're expecting that Keith, is he going to give up his secret that he's tripling in? And will Richmond see it? Look over the shoulder then from race leader Jamie Keith on the JK Yamaha. This is where he made the pass on the previous lap. And yeah, the gap now out to Richmond, then out to about a second and a half, but Keith not getting over the Fox table.
Time has elapsed, so it should be the 2-lap board when he comes round. This time around, we might not get to see it. There it is. Al is on the scene, on the case. Alan Crook there doing a great job.
So Richmond still close enough to be close, and as we saw there, Keith did not get over that Fox tabletop in the middle of the corner, and it brought Richmond right back onto the back wheel of the 184.
Yeah, this is not done. It's fair play to Charlie. We couldn't quite see if he did the triple in, but even if he didn't, that little mistake from Jamie, he hasn't lost the toe. This is still on. Jamie is, Keith, your race leader 184 on the JK Yamaha, has to execute here. He can't afford to make a mistake because Charlie Richmond is right there. They have checked out. They are literally, well, you can see the gap, 26 seconds ahead. Look at it. This is the move. Talk it through, Phil.
Yeah, just Keith sets himself up on the inside, and as Richmond drops it in, Jamie's just ridden him straight out of the rut there. It was, I think that tells me that was the only place he thought he was going to pass him.
Tell you what, that was a courageous move because he didn't have a lot to work with there, and I've got to say, actually that was quite good heads-up riding as well from Richmond, because that actually could have ended pretty bad for both of them. So
he could have closed him out, couldn't he? And it would have made life very difficult for both of them as they went into that turn. And it'll always be a what if. I think that if he had lent it in on him, I think Keith would have come off second best.
Yes.
But there's always that inbuilt avoid the collision, and this is where being a pro at the level that the 450 guys are, they make these decisions.
Okay, we followed James. I was just going to see if we could stick with Charlie to see if he's sure.
He's too tight up against the fence on those RFX waves up the hill.
But certainly, even if he's not doing it now, he'll have that conversation between motos.
One of his mates will be sending him a message between races after watching us, Jeff, and saying, you need to triple in. I know I would be.
Yeah, much cleaner that time from Jamie Keith, and what a difference it made. Right, there's going to be 1 lap to go. I'm going to head down to the winner's circle where I got a bit of a jaunt to get on down there this time. So we're going to talk to hopefully the top 3, if not certainly the winner. Phil's going to bring you in with this one. And let's see if Jamie Keith can hold it all the way to the flag.
Yeah, Jamie looks over his shoulder then, and he will still see the number 30 of Richmond. Not far enough back. He's look, you can on the pit board, and he's certainly close enough to make it happen. Stock a distant 3rd, and it's Waggett 4th, Stat 5th. But this is the battle at the front, and there's lots of traffic. 5 or 6 riders as Jamie Keith then drops down. Oh, he stalled it. Keith's got... they both made a mess of it. Keith got cross-rutted and almost in sympathy. The number 30, Charlie Richmond, did exactly the same. This is why you don't follow. It's so easy. If Richmond hadn't have had to jump out the rut there, it looked like Keith had made a complete nonsense of it. But lots of traffic then as they come through. Keith will be shouting at the top of his lungs for these guys to get out through the K-Tech loop in the woods then. Here's a race leader. Richmond's had to go round the outside, and he's lost some more time as they come down the hill. Blue flag's being waved then, so the leaders then go into the tabletop. Over the tabletop, they'll come into shot here. They look over at the race. Here they come then. Oh, they're right next to it. Oh, Richmond had a good look down the inside there. And here they come up the hill then. Last quarter of a lap. And Richmond tried to run it in really hard on Jamie Keith there. That was a fantastic attempt to try and see if you could snatch the win. Here they come then. Final time, run to the line. They're in the traffic, but it is going to be Keith that comes across the line and takes victory from Charlie Richmond. That was 1.8 seconds. In fact, it wasn't. It was 0.9 as they came across the line. So our first RFX 125 race then in the books. It's going to be a long time then before we see Drew Stock come across the line in third. And that looks like that was Stock there, just with Waggett right on his tail. 0.7 for those, and then it should be Hayden Stat next across the line. A long gap then back to Stat. Then it's going to be the 1:42. A great result. There's Stat coming across the line now. No, it should be the 1:42 of Chris Brindley with the 17 of Harry Lee in 7th. We're still waiting for those guys to come, but Jamie Keith, he made the pass with about 3 to go, but Richmond came back at him down the bottom end of the circuit, tried to put a move in around that hairpin on the run into the RFX waves, and so it should be Lee, Greenhalgh, Fabian Junior Morris and Lucas Moncrief coming across the line next, and I think they're all in a great big gaggle. I'm sure you'll agree, that was a brilliant start to our day's racing here at round 2 of the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship. And if our MX2 guys have got anything in the books to add to that. There's Moncrief, I think, come across the line. So we're going to take a short ad break, and we'll be back, and we will be hopefully down with Jeff in the winner's enclosure. Okay, so we're welcome back. That's the conclusion of our first RFX 125 race, and Jeff is down in the winner's enclosure with our race winner, Jamie Keith.
Indeed, yeah, Jamie, congratulations. Obviously, we know, we told the story in commentary. You missed the first round through injury. It's a championship you want to win. You've just got to roll the dice and try and catch up, and you've got off to a great start, effectively, here at round 2.
Yeah, I need to try and win every single race, really, to get the championship, because I was gutted last year that I lost it at the last round. But yeah, I just got to take each weekend as they come. Yeah, it was tough out there as well. Charlie's put in the work over winter, and it's showing. Yeah, so all that time I've had off the bike, I can feel it towards the end of that race. So, but yeah, I couldn't be happier. First What more can you want?
It was a pass that needed to happen. I mean, you ran it in there. You went for it.
Yeah, again, I was sat behind him and I was getting roosted, and I got a rock to the finger, and I was like, I've had enough of this. I've had enough. So I seen I had a better line through the whoops, and I was tripling in. He was only doubling, so I thought I'm going to have to do it. So scrubbed the jump after it, and I just held it wide into the corner. Sorry, Charlie.
No, he's cool with it. Well, congratulations, mate. Good luck. Hopefully you do the same in Necron from your point of view. If you want to roll out, we'll keep this rolling. Charlie Richmond, come on in. Let's get him over here. We keep it rolling like this. It makes it more real this way. Come on, Charlie, stop dwelling. Like an old mother's meeting over there. They're all chatting and breaking the race down. It's actually good. Like, he's just apologised to Charlie, but Charlie will know that's straight up fair racing. As he pushes the bike in after a hard graft, Charlie, bring it on in. I'll come around this side for you this time, mate. Can't be bothered in the front of the bike. Hard-fought moto, that one. But you knew he was there the whole time. I mean, you rode it defensive as much as you could. It looked like you weren't expecting that pass there, though. He came in quite hot.
No, yeah, I weren't expecting it. I didn't realise they were tripling the rollers, but the minute he went past me, I tripled in, but it just weren't good enough. I just need more.
We did say that on commentary. We we were hoping that once you saw him doing that, you'd realise that's where you were losing time.
The minute he went past, I did it. I just need that a little bit more, just more.
But it's also, like good regard to championship, you're kind of pushing each other along, and the EMXs has been going relatively good for your first year 125s doing it. Are you pleased with where you're at this point?
I mean, yeah, it's not bad. I've only done one round, but I'm going to Erne next weekend, then to Germany, so see how we get on.
Well done on that first moto. I'm sure we'll be speaking to you, hopefully, after the second moto. There's Charlie, move on out on his S. Briggs machine. We're bringing another Yamaha rider, actually, as it goes. We're bringing Drew Stock. Keep rolling them in. Drew, get yourself on the bike. Again, a season so far. It's very early in the season, but it's starting to come good. It's the second year on the 125 on the Yamaha. Okay, appreciate you got a bit of time to catch those two up, but third's still a third. Are you happy with that, or you feel a little bit disappointed that they got away?
No, I'm definitely happy with that. Yeah, I'm happy with the third, considering how I qualified, but unfortunately had a bike go, and then I unable to finish the qualifying session.
Yeah, I did hear that. But, again, it's all about putting two consistent scores together. It's a long old championship. So, what's the track like out there? It looks already quite surprised how dry it is. We haven't had much rain, but it looks in relatively good condition.
Yeah, it's soft in the downhill bits. It's hard to decide whether you want a sand tyre or a hard pack tyre when you go into the woods when it's quite hard, but yeah.
Well, look, go and get yourself scrubbed up. Bike's not too dirty. Hopefully, we'll see you back in the winner's circle for the next one. Anybody you quickly want to thank? Because I know you've got a lot of good people behind you.
Yeah, thanks to Lifeline Ancillaries, Bob at Goggle Tech for the goggles, Goswell, he helps out.
Good stuff, mate. Good that they're supporting you. There you go. Drew Stock, go and get ready for Moto 2. I'll walk round the front of you. Okay, they're going to get themselves sorted out. Like I said, you can see here, this is all the fabulous people that support us doing what we do. Motul, obviously, title sponsor. Dirt Store TV getting behind what we do with the live stream. We're going to go to a few adverts now, because without these people, we wouldn't be doing this. So when you see these adverts, get behind them, support the brand. We'll be right back after the adverts with the first MX2 Moto. We'll see you then.
I'm still a kid, but I'm tougher than you think.
Let me fail, let me fall, and learn to get back up.
Let me find my own line, let me go full throttle.
Never tell me what I can't do.
And let me win.
Never hold me back.
Let me try.
Let me try.
Never underestimate me. It's the ride of my life.
So welcome back then to Canada Heights for round 2 of this Motul British Motocross Championship. Jeff just managing to get his way back from...
Wow, I've got to say, I was chauffeur driven.
Chauffeur driven, excellent.
I felt like the new Pope coming up the start line. I sat in the back of the mule, I was like giving it all the... Well, yeah, need a white gown, you know, doing it right. So yeah, they're getting well looked after here, because we have to run down, or I don't anymore. Loved that first 125 race. That was so good. It was interesting to hear Charlie say that he didn't know what's happening. But now we're moving on to this brilliant MX2 class. It's going to be good. This is going to be good. Bobby Bruce leading the championship. But the thing is, can he hold on? You know, like early doors. But now with Oriel turning up, you know,
it's going to be interesting. Hey, look at us in our lovely FXR.
Yes. Yeah.
All fully geared up.
We are, yeah, we're sat in the booth. Luckily for right now, you're going to get the violins out, sorry, but like the sun is playing ball, but when the sun comes out, it's like being in a Tupperware box in here.
It's
hopefully we won't,
it's nicely warm.
Yeah.
It's, as it is at the minute, it's absolutely perfect for us, and it is perfect racing conditions. And we're going to go and do another quick ad, and then we'll be back with the holding area for MX2 Race 1.
Fly dope swaggy, that's how I roll. On another level, on another level, on another one above me. Never to the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so supreme. Feeling so supreme. On another level, on another one above me. Never to the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so supreme. On another level, on another level. One above me.
So here we are then, and this is down in the holding area for the first of our MX2 action on track. And of course we've got 2 championships in play here, Jeff. We've got our main MX2 championship, but also the Jude Morris Foundation Under 21 championship as well.
Yes, which is a cool initiative, obviously, to bring the Under-21 Championship back. Just give that little bit of impetus to those riders that have maybe come into the MX2 class, won't necessarily be fighting for the victory. Gives them that kind of championship to race for. But of course, you've got the likes of Billy Askew that's going to be eligible for that championship, along with riders like Charlie Heyman, Ben Musto, Ollie Comer, all those riders we mentioned earlier. So, like we said, we'll guide you through who's in the Under-21 Championship. In fact, you've got the results there, Phil, after round one.
I'm reliably informed that Bobby Bruce is still Under-21 as well, so was the overall winner.
Maybe he didn't register for it.
Well, we don't know. I did hear that whisper in the paddock yesterday that he is an Under-21 rider, so we'll say, if he is, he is. And then obviously he took victory in the main championship race anyway, so he's not going to not be leading that. He took victory from Tommy Searle with Billy Askew. That was your main podium for the main class, and then the Under-21s will have been Bobby Bruce, Billy Askew and Charlie Heyman. So really only Tommy Searle, Ben Musto and Ollie Comer getting in the way of a clean sweep through there for the older guys, for the younger guys. But be interesting to see how it goes today for this one. Tommy Searle in there looking ready to go as always.
I'm sure most of you watching this will be acutely aware, but if you're new to our wonderful sport, if you're wondering why there's a red number plate there on Bobby Bruce's bike, number 79, that indicates the championship leader if you're new to our game. So that obviously might change throughout the year, and somebody else might be rocking the red plate. As long as you've got it at the last race, after the last race of the final championship round, you can turn it into gold.
Yeah, so we've got our riders starting to come to the line. Two groups of qualification, and it was the Group 2 fastest time that will come to the line first, and that is Oriol Oliver on the SS24 Gabriel KTM.
Who was racing yesterday in Spain, the Spanish Championship. So, he is a new addition. There he is, number 51, obviously signed up to the Gabriel SS24 team, SS being Sean Simpson, 24 being his race number. Obviously, Sean, former British champion, GP winner, doing great things now with KTM, with their basically sort of youth, developing riders coming through that system. So it's great to have Oriol racing signed up for the rest of the championship.
Yes,
Fantastic.
he's signed up. There's the 60 of Brad Anderson.
Look at that bike.
I saw Steve Clitheroe in the paddock, and I thought, well, Ando's going to be with him on something.
250 Yamaha
Callum Mitchell on the Triumph there. The 45 of Jake Nichols on the Crendon Honda. And the 456 of Ollie Comer coming to the line then also on the Chambers KTM. Callum Mitchell on the Triumph. Liam Garland there on the SRS KTM. He's in there as well. So from our LCQ, I'll just go through. We have the 4 riders through from the LCQ were Jonathan Roderick Evans, Caleb Meara making his second British Championship start. He came through. Ezra Blackwell and Grantus Leving Venus. So they were your 4 that came through to give us a full grid of MX2. And they're going to be battling out for overall honours. There's the 163 of Ben Musto.
Just before we gate drop this one, remember, if you're liking what you're seeing, we want to keep developing British Motocross, and particularly the live stream. Obviously, that comes with a level of investment. The more of you that like what we're doing, the more chance we got of doing that. So remember to click that like and subscribe button, so we can show our potential advertisers and our current ones what we're doing. Let's grow this thing. Do your bit for British Motocross. Simple as that.
Indeed, yeah. And these our next step up, the MX2 from our RFX 125 Championship, Jude Morris Racing Foundation Under-21 Championship as well. And as we look down at the gate, the guys have all been there brushing their grates to make sure that they get the leap. And it looks like the 79-hour championship leader on the Dixon Kawasaki, Bobby Bruce, has gone down the inside, Jeff.
I really wish technology moves at such a rate. I want somebody to generate an app where you can feel the tension in your own body, because right now you've got the screen, but you can't quite feel what's going on down there. It's just an amazing buzz at this point.
It is. And we're looking like we're getting ready to go. We look then from the side of the gate. Here we go then. 15-second board is up. Away they go. Let's see who's going to take
Callum Mitchell
shot
on the gate, stranded on the gate.
Looks like Doomson gone over. It's going to be Tommy Searle that takes the whole shot. Fowler in the middle. Jake Nichols
down. Clark down. Stephen Clark making a return to British Motocross. Tyler Hooley down. Gavin Stevenson on the outside. Oh, carnage in the first corner.
But Tommy Searle then it is that's taking the whole shot then on the Dirt Store Triumph. The people bringing you this live stream. It's Doonson there in second, Bobby Bruce third. Looks like, and then it's Glenn McCormick with Musto. As the rest of the field stream through, this is where it all gets a little bit fractious. Yellow flag down the bottom, look like there's a few tipped off. But Tommy Searle then, the veteran, he's the one that managed to get himself out in front.
Let's not forget as well, as much as this is Bobby Bruce's home track, as it were, it's also Tommy Searle's. He now lives in the Midlands, of course, but bred in Kent and the surrounding area, Royal Tunbridge Wells.
Yes, he is.
Many a youth race around Canada Heights, so he knows his way around here, no doubt.
So Searle then down into the layout loop for the first time. With Doonson there in second, a good start for him for the first time in this championship. He's been fighting his way from the back pretty much for the 2 races that we've had so far. But is Tommy going to be the man that takes our Planet Moto first lap leader award? There's Doonson, Bobby Bruce there in third. And then it's McCormick.
Good start from McCormick. Yeah.
Another one of the Chambers KTM guys.
And Tommy opting to keep the momentum on that, so that just goes to show. Long way round, but you definitely carry the speed up the hill and down the hill by slingshotting the big bowl turn.
Does he think he's got something for the youngsters today? Still supremely fit, Tommy Searle. He's still taking this seriously, although he's openly admits he doesn't want the grief that comes with having to stay fit for a 450, but he is going to take our Planet Moto first lap leader award for this first of our MX2 races. Doonson, Bruce.
Listen, Tommy has been around the block. He knows how to play the game. He plays it down a little bit like it could be his last year race and all that. Don't be fooled by that. He wants to go out on a high and he wants to win this championship.
So can we see on the live timing, where was Auriel Oliveira across the line on that first lap, Jeff?
If you're hearing some bangs and thuds, that's where our little TV booth here is getting peppered with the dirt and stones flying off the side of the track. So that's not me and Phil keeling over and fainting or anything like that. That's just the noise of the bikes go by.
So Doonson then on the SS24 KTM, he's there in second, but it'd be interesting to know, where is Auriel Oliveira? Was he one of the riders that got tangled up off the start?
He was crossed the line in 6th on the opening lap.
So he's in with a shout then?
Yeah, not too bad.
He will never have seen this Canada Heights circuit before, so obviously there is that, and he will have had limited practice this morning. And let's not forget, Jeff, he actually went out and he was won a race in Spain yesterday, so he flew in late last night and arrived at the circuit. And he's never seen the place, so we will see what the replacement rider for Maxi Werner on the SS24 team, Gabriel team, can do. But Tommy then through the RFX waves triples in, as does Doonson. Bobby Bruce then not letting these 2 guys get away at the front either.
No, Tommy's, and I can see the tactic here of Searle, because he knows maybe towards the end of the moto, with his age and all that, is still supremely fit, like you said, but age is a factor. And he knows that towards the end of the race, these guys might be laying on some heat. So he's trying to sprint, get away now to give him something to play with towards the end of this race. A brilliant opening 2 laps of race broadly. Local rider on a fantastic two-stroke.
A lot of two-strokes out there in this one. A lot of two-strokes out there.
He's currently in 7th.
But also this will be a good confidence boost then, not only for Gian Doonson, but also for Bobby Bruce, simply because these guys have had such a difficult time through the early part of the season. But looking then at the K-Tech tower, it's Searle from Doonson, from Bobby Bruce, with Musto, McCormick. Askew then in 6th, he was the man who took a race win. So the second of the Dirt Store Triumphs, he's there in 6th. Broadly 7th, Ando, Brad Anderson, the super veteran, he's there in 8th with Ollie Colmer.
Look at Ando, it's unbelievable, isn't it? We've still got some of those, vet riders out there.
Coming, has he just made a pass?
No,
he's still coming under pressure from Ollie Colmer.
He made a mistake and Colmer ran into the back of him. That wasn't a deliberate brake check by Brad, if people are wondering that. Colmer dives up the inside. But we've also got, who else out there? Ned Bradshaw is another rider out there.
He's currently just outside the top 20 on the also on the 250 Yamaha. But Searle then out the front at the moment. There's Broadley, and that pass on Anderson is as he starts to drop back. He's going to be falling into the clutches then of the 456, of the 48 of Adam Collins.
Just want to give a name check as well. In 10th there, I think was, where is it? Yeah, Adam Collins. Good to see Adam back riding. He's actually gone away to become an airline pilot.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah. Oh, Rafe.
A big moment there from Broadley.
Yeah, so you might end up, Adam might end up flying your transatlantic. He's certainly stepping back into motocross with good effect in the top 10.
Broadley getting that 250 Fantic over the belt step up. This is Colmer, and again, he's had some decent rides on the run up to this second round of the Motul ACU British Championship on that Chambers KTM. But Searle then leads currently by 1.3 seconds from Doonson, with Bobby Bruce there in third. Musto still there in fourth. Askew has now passed Glenn McCormack, so McCormack dropped a couple of places as we pick up the rattle for the lead down the hill. There's Bobby Bruce then going outside to the dry line, Jeff.
Yeah, and getting more momentum as he comes in. That's the better, more favourable line right now. Just keeping an eye on Ian Dewson has just set the quickest lap of the race, that last lap around.
He's visibly closer to Tommy Searle as they get into the trees, and all of a sudden it's down to 3 or 4 bike lengths as they come back.
Also keeping an eye there on Billy Askew. Not the quickest lap of the race, but I'm just seeing if he can make any inroads into the top 3. First, he's got to get past Musto, and that's no mean feat.
Musto is riding very well at the minute, Jeff, so that's going to be a bit of an ask for him just to blow by him. But this is Doonson showing the form that we expected of him at Hawkstone. He's got a start, and he's there, and he's in touch with our race leader on the Dirt Store Triumph, Tommy Searle. We've still got Bobby Bruce there on the DRT Kawasaki, there or thereabouts, and then, like you said, it's about 4 or 5 second gap back to Ben Musto on the AC United Gas.
Regards to the Jude Morris Under-21 Championship, that would be Musto currently picking up the most points for that.
Assuming that Bobby Bruce is not...
yeah, we're still not sure about that.
We'll get the lowdown on that. But Doonson then looking very much at home. And like I say, after the long swing that they've had of mudders, these guys who've been travelling there doing the EMX series, it'll be nice to have a nice track to ride on. And we'll have to say the Sid Cup Club then absolutely knocked it out of the park. No dust here. It was boiling hot yesterday, Jeff.
Yeah, it really was.
But today, cloud cover helping keep the moisture in the track. And these two just starting to gap Bobby Bruce a little bit.
Yeah, Bobby there in third on the bike at Kawasaki. He's going to have to try and hold on to the coattails a little bit here. He doesn't want that gap to open up a bit more over the next 2 laps, because it'll be hard to get it back.
There's Musto then, so the 163, and he looks like he's got Billy Askew for company as they come down the hill. They're not that far adrift, you know. A good few laps then from either of these guys. Could see them on the back of our battle for first, second and third. But Musto, he's a dogged little rider, he really does.
Yeah, does a bit of a terra firma can there, doesn't he? Like, nearly got off the side of it, just about kept it in check, and Billy Askew would have seen that, so he's going to start really applying pressure. Yeah. This could actually shape up to be a 5-way battle. I don't think they're, like you said, they're not too far behind.
Has Doonson got what it takes? I think he needs to try and put a quick pass on Tommy Searle, but he can't put a quick pass on a guy that he can't get to. And all the while that we just had it confirmed that Bobby is definitely in the under-21, so thank you for that. So here they go, tripling in. That was a nicer run for Doonson through there. And like I say, Bobby Bruce on the DRT Kawasaki, he's close enough. Tommy just hangs a little bit on that inside line. We saw...
Changed his line, though.
Yeah, he did,
he was railing at early doors.
Going wide. Is he going to get a run at him? Oh, they whip across each other there.
Tom got a long look behind him as if to say, yeah, I know you're there, pal. I've been in this position before. Give me your best shot.
So is Doonson going to try and run it down the inside into this propped turn, or big kick there from the back of the SS4 Gabriel KTM? But he's going to rail around the outside. Oh, Tommy showed him the outside of the track there.
Yeah, as I said, all that experience, you know. Oh, he's going to force the issue down there. Not quite. As we all know, anybody who follows British motocross, Tommy never quite could get that world title clinch, but 4 times runner-up.
But
he knows how to ride.
But you look at the guys
racecraft.
that he finished second to, and every one of those guys was a generational talent. As was Tommy for our era.
us, yeah.
For us, he was the guy,
Yeah.
and he's still getting. He's holding sway. Doomson's dropped off about 10 bike lengths, so he's not right under pressure. Bobby Bruce still there in third.
This is the thing. I can't believe at this point Tommy knows this track so well. He knows this competition so well. I can't. Already we've seen him swap from going outside lines to inside, and that's just racecraft. He knows. Look, if you're going to go by me, you have to go the long way around me. But it always puts you in that position. If they start to come round the outside of you, at least you can ride out there and block past them. You can't do that if you leave the door wide open.
No, just watching as they came into the layout loop there, Doonson's hugging the inside in the right-hander at the bottom, whereas Tommy's just taking the outside line. And I'm thinking if Doonson can be on him down that hill, that's a pass opportunity. Because they are looking few and far between at the minute as they come back up the hill into this Apico bolt turn at the top of the hill. And again, Tommy just hanging a little bit as Doonson keeps a nice smooth line. And that's what he's pulling a few bike lengths back there every time, but Tommy's just able to stretch it out.
Well, all these people that have come out and spectated today, thanks to them, I know they can't hear us at the minute, but they might go back and watch it. They're getting their money's worth already. We're only the second moto in. £25 to come in and spectate a British Championship round. You're getting your money's worth.
Yeah, it's a good crowd though. We're rolling in from 8 o'clock this morning, Jeff, and seeing some fantastic racing. And to see the local man at the front, the local veteran nonetheless. We were all expecting that, hoping that it would be Bobby Bruce. Well, I just want the bloke in second to pass the bloke at the front. We just want to see good racing. But for the crowd here to have two local favourites at the front of the circuit, as we see yellow flags waving at the top of the hill there, we'll try and catch who that may be. But ACU then, he's managed to find his way past Ben Musto then, Jeff, while we've been watching the on-screen action. And then Palmer up to 6th, McCormick down to 6th, Ando still 8th, Broadley 9th, and Charlie Heyman up to 10th.
I went a bit Frankie Howard on those people that are old enough to remember him, but it did look like Bobby Bruce is starting to just maybe, starting to get a bit of a flow here and close back the gap. For a little while I thought he was going to get dropped, but it doesn't look like it now. It looks like he's found a bit. Yeah, he's definitely getting closer.
It's coming, isn't it? So this is where Tommy's just running wide. You see going down the inside there? I don't think it's a pass, but if he can get level with him down the hill, it's an opportunity.
Okay, so, yeah, red flag. If you're wondering why Tommy's just parked it up, we have a red flag incident on track. There we are. We're not going to speculate. We don't know the rider. We don't know where it is on track. So bear with us. It could be a case that we maybe go to some commercials very quickly while we sort this out. Let's have a look. Time elapsed 13:05 when the red flag come out.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
That is borderline halfway, and that's just over halfway.
We'll have to see what our clerk of the course and our race director decide for this one. But if we can, we'll take a break. We'll go and see some ads, and we will come back and let you know exactly what the score is as soon as we know.
I'm still a kid, but I'm tougher than you think.
Let me fail, let me fall, and learn to get back up.
Let me find my own line. Let me go full throttle.
Never tell me what I can't do.
And let me win.
Never hold me back.
Let me try.
Let me try.
Never underestimate me. It's the ride of my life.
Okay, welcome back then to Canada Heights here for round 2 of the Motul British ACU Motocross Championship. When you were with us earlier on, you saw that we had a red flag incident there on out on track, and that has been declared a race result. So we will throw down to Jeff in the winner's circle, who hopefully will have a very happy Tommy Searle.
On here, debriefing with team manager Danny Mechanic. Tommy, a result you wanted, maybe not the way you wanted to win it. Obviously, nobody likes to see a red flag incident. But you fended off the challenge. The wily old dog, we saw you swap up your line, start taking all the insides. You were acutely aware that he was behind you, weren't you?
Yeah, no, I was enjoying it. I really was. It's obviously my local race, so to get a whole shot and be leading, I was waving first lap and that. I don't know how many more times I'm going to be out there leading a race at Canada Heights. So I was making the most of it, but with how the track is, you have to be very smooth. And also I felt a little bit of arm pump coming early on, so I was like, just calm it all down, and they reeled me in a bit, but I felt like I had it under control. Obviously they're got that little bit more dog in them, I suppose, so it would have been a tough race, but it ended quite early for an unfortunate incident, so I wish everyone well there, but to get a win is always nice.
Yeah, good stuff. We saw you, it seemed to us like, with all your age, all your experience, we're like, okay, you're getting the hammer down early. It looked like you want to try and at least give you a little bit of a gap to work with. Because like you say, no spring chicken anymore, and you know these guys come strong at the end of the race.
Yeah, no, I did get quite a good gap. But then I almost eased off because I felt a little bit of arm pump. So then I slowed up and I tried to just switch my lines and make it more, roll my corners a little bit more to make it a little bit less intense. So that was my goal. Obviously, it got cut short, but to get the win, like I said, good day.
Well, good luck with the second moto. You're in the driving seat now. So there's Tommy taking the first moto win. Can we just move out of the way? Thank you. Let's get in Guillaume Doosan here. Guillaume, you obviously, no worries, man, on the SS24 Gabriel machine. You pushed hard down. I mean, nobody wants a race to come to a conclusion like that with a red flag. It was shaping up to be a great race. It didn't happen for you, but you got to be happy with the fact that you were applying pressure to Tommy there.
Yeah, first of all, I hope the rider or the marshal, I don't know what it is okay. No, I was riding really good, actually. I think if the moto would finish completely, I could have won it, but no, I had a good speed. I was behind Tommy on moto, and it's just so hard to pass. But I knew some places where we could pass, and then the red flag came. So no, I was feeling really good, and I don't know if we get a restart or not, but I'll be ready for the second moto. Of course, one thing that we've highlighted in commentary, this is your first year doing the full British Championship. You're going to a lot of these tracks for the first time, so you've never seen it. It's a tough track, Canada Heights, in many ways. It's like the top half is kind of hard. It's a bit softer down the bottom. And like you say, do you thrive on having to learn the tracks and be a little bit at a disadvantage? Do you use that as momentum? No, I've been here to this track actually in 2021. I rode the British Championship, and yeah, they changed it, of course. But no, straight away when I hit the track this morning, I felt really, really good, and yeah, I took pole position in my group, just a few tenths behind my teammate, unfortunately. No, but no, in the moto was riding good again, and just yeah, as you say, I haven't been to most of the tracks, so it will be a new adventure for me, let's say. So no, I try to learn as much as possible and be ready for the upcoming years. I've got to say, on behalf of British fans, it's great to have you racing the British Championship. It really is. You're a wonderful addition to it. So good luck, second moto. Hope it all goes well for a bit. Obviously, you're still on for the overall. You now know you've got to go out there and win that next one. Yeah, thank you very much. No worries. Okay, so Guillaume's going to move out. Let's get in. Bobby, come on in. Having a debrief with team manager Steve Dixon. Bike's already gone back. Obviously, nobody likes to see a race finish that way, but it was just like, it looked to us in commentary, they got away a little bit, but then you were starting to find your rhythm. You were just starting to close back on them. So probably a degree of frustration that red flag come out more for you than the other two riders ahead of you, I should imagine.
Yeah, it was really annoying, to be honest. I started, my mentality now for races, I want to build into it, right? I don't want to go out really fast and end up crashing and stuff like that has happened. But yeah, I was building nicely into that one then, and unfortunately it was red flag, but what can you do? I take third. Yeah, hopefully we can get it done in the next one. Yeah, of course, and it's a long road, right? Like you said, you've seen it before in youth racing or whatever. We're only at round 2 of a championship, home track, so you and I both know if you can just keep nailing those podiums, you're always going to have a chance. Yeah, 100%. If you can be on the box every weekend, you're going to be there or thereabouts. You can lose it at the second round, but you definitely can't win it. So, yeah, just keep chugging on. I felt pretty good then. Track's really good, to be honest. It's starting to carve up nice now, so should be a good race. Having a little debrief there with management. Can you talk what that was about? Are you just talking about the bike or just what went down? Yeah, just how I feel, how the bike was, and what you said is we started building into that race then, and you said pretty much the same as what you did. So, yeah, it was good. All right, well, look, go and get yourself ready. Good luck in the second moto. So there we have it. That's the first MX2 race recorded in the bag. It didn't quite go the distance, but obviously the ACU ruling is if we get past halfway, it is deemed as a result. I think we were about a minute, 40 seconds past halfway. So that result stands. We're going to be coming back out now with the Apico MX1 class. We're going to go to some adverts, a quick commercial break. I think we're still on schedule to start the next race at the scheduled time, so me and Phil might have to be doing a bit of filler until that gate drop. But until then, maybe go put the kettle on. Remember to keep liking and subscribing if you haven't done that. That's going to help us grow this thing. And we'll be back shortly with the Apico MX1 class. Don't go too far away.
Everything I try to make it look like it's going 200 miles an hour. That's my whole goal here. I'm Troy Lee, and this is our new signature goggle collection. We've been doing collection probably for about 15 years with Oakley, doing a couple goggles every year, a couple pairs of glasses every year. My love is my motocross team, and so first off, we probably have more red in line, but then I always like to throw something weird in. You gotta freak them out a little bit, American flag, stars and stripes always work good, so we add a little bit of metal flake to the oval here and add a little bit of chrome to it. Really, I'm always more excited about the next one I'm working on. It's like I can't wait to get to work and start sketching some new ideas. My name's Troy Lee. I'm the owner of Troy Lee Designs, and super proud to be working with Oakley. They make the most beautiful product on the planet.
child. Bam-a-lam, the damn thing gone wild. Bam-a-lam, she said a word not of mine. Bam-a-lam, the damn thing gone blind. Bam-a-lam, I said, oh, Black Betty. Bam-a-lam, whoa, Black Betty. Bam-a-lam, whoa, Black Betty. Bam-a-lam.
At Ride, you're in control. Create something unique or choose from our wide range of base designs. Stand out with eye-popping colours and bring your kit to life with personalised details and logos. With our advanced materials and proven durability, our kits are built to perform. Head to our website and start designing today. Look good, feel good, ride good.
So welcome back then to Canada Heights for round 2 of the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship. And as you were with us earlier on, you'll see that we had a race stoppage and it was declared a result. Everything all sorted out now, which is good to hear. And we've, like I say, been officially declared a race result, and it was a win, of course, for the man that was leading at the time, the number 100 of Tommy Searle on the Dirt Store Triumph. He held off Gian Doonson for the win. Doonson taking second on the SS24 Gabriel KTM. And then third, it was the DRT Kawasaki of Bobby Bruce. Jeff got them guys down on the winner's circle and had an interview with them. Fourth place then was the second of the Dirt Store Triumph, Billy Askew, and then a good fifth place for the 163 AC United Gas of Ben Musto. Then sixth was the Chambers KTM of Glenn McCormack. I'm going to wait for the timing screen just to flick back, and we will run through the rest of our point scorers. So seventh was the Chambers KTM of Ollie Colmer. 72, Rafe Broadley on the Fantic was 8th. Ninth place was number 60, Brad Anderson. And 10th, the 423 Husqvarna. Here we are with Charlie Heyman. That's just pinged on and off, and then we will get the last of our point scorers come through. And then it was 11th for Adam Collins, 12th for Lennox Dickinson, 13th Josh Vale, 14th Callum Mitchell, 15th Freddie Bartlett. And our Phoenix Tools fastest lap of the race was the Dirt Store Triumph, not of Tommy Searle, but Billy Askew. He did a 1:57.4. So that was his best time of the race and the best time of the race overall. So he will take the Phoenix Tools fastest lap award, with Tommy Searle taking the Planet Moto first lap leader. So that's a sweep for those guys with the awards. As we wait for Jeff to find his way back up, hopefully he's not in the queue for the chicken. As you can see, plenty of places to get stuff to eat here at Canada Heights. And absolutely perfect weather conditions. Big crowd all the way around this circuit, and a lot of work gone in by the Sid Cup Club to get this ready. There's the results then. So Searle, Doonson, Bobby Bruce, Askew, Musto, McCormack, Colmer, Broadley, Anderson and Heyman. That is your top 10. And then it's Collins, Dickinson, Vale, Callum Mitchell, Freddie Bartlett, Gary Ashley, good result for him, Oriol Oliver, 17th. So he must have gone down. Liam Garland in 18th, Jake Nichols recovering from a first turn crash in 19th, and James Barker in 20th. And I have got the official results now on paper, so thanks to Nick from Time and Score, and he's just dropped that in.
DNFs then for George Hopkins. And the fastest lap was for the 4:41 Billy Askew on the Dirt Store Triumph. And he will be looking at doing a repeat of that in the next race. Hopefully he can get away with our riders at the front. And it's a shame that we just didn't get that race to run another 7 minutes. We heard that Dunson thought that he'd got it covered, and Tommy was a little bit starting to get arm pumpy. And Bobby Bruce also saying that he was very much in the mix and looking forward to pushing on at the end of the race. But looking down on the circuit here, absolutely perfect conditions and pretty much no dust anywhere. And we're looking forward to a good first race for our Pico Fracture Racing MX1 class. They'll be coming to the line hopefully on schedule in about 15 minutes time. And as the conditions here say, absolutely perfect for racing. It's cloudy and overcast. We're not melting in the back of the comms booth here at the moment. So we're going to cut to a few ads, and we will be back shortly with the build up to a Pico Fracture Racing MX1.
Everything I try to make it look like it's going 200 miles an hour. That's my whole goal here. I'm Troy Lee, and this is our new signature goggle collection. We've been doing collection probably for about 15 years with Oakley, doing a couple goggles every year, a couple pairs of glasses every year. My love is my motocross team, and so first off, we probably have more red in line, but then I always like to throw something weird in. You gotta freak them out a little bit, you know? American flag, stars and stripes always work good, so we add a little bit of metal flake to the oval here and add a little bit of chrome to it. Really, I'm always more excited about the next one I'm working on. It's like I can't wait to get to work and start sketching some new ideas. My name's Troy Lee. I'm the owner of Troy Lee Designs, and super proud to be working with Oakley. They make the most beautiful product on the planet.
Create something unique or choose from our wide range of base designs. Stand out with eye-popping colours and bring your kit to life with personalised details and logos. With our advanced materials and proven durability, our kits are built to perform. Head to our website and start designing today. Look good, feel good, ride good.
Right, so welcome back to Canada Heights, and here we are then in the holding area with our Apico Factory Racing MX1 class. The 711 of James Cottrell. Panning through. So you had some good interviews down there with the MX2 guys, but this is there's the 33 of Ben Edwards. He comes a long way, one of the Scottish guys. Comes an awful long way down here.
Cool, done he ever. Yeah, fair play to all the Scottish and Irish riders, by the way.
Yeah, there's the 162 of Stewie Edmonds, Matthew Mio in there as well.
For their total commitment to come over to the British Championship. As we all know, things are seemingly getting more and more expensive.
Yeah.
In just everyday life, I mean, not just in our sport. So, yeah, credit to all those guys that make the effort to travel out to the British Championship rounds. But as I said, Phil, I think there's a genuine buzz about the series.
Yeah, certainly spending time walking around yesterday, talking to all the teams. Everybody pleased to be here. We had a good chat with Stephen Sword, who was just there in shot a minute ago, about the future of the sport and the fact, the way that the championship has been rejigged this year with our 125, 250 and Open Championships. The 134 of Liam Knight there. There's the 180. That's the Triumph. The London Triumph of Josh Spinks, man that we didn't see at the first round.
No.
But he's on the Triumph London entry, and good to see them up here supporting their local British Championship round by getting Josh Spinks in on the action. Qualifying then, just have a look and see where Spinksy was. He qualified in 15th, there's the 162 of Stewie Edmonds. He was 19th in qualification. 31 riders then in this MX1 class. 190 of Luke Benstead, man from out there in the Eastern Centre. I think he'll be looking forward to, I think he's Blackpool's his home race.
And there's James Cottrell. It's good to see James still racing, doing his thing as well. And there's that MX kit there, looking sharp.
Charlie Putnam there on the C Sport Homes Husqvarna. He's there in 23rd, just in front of the 401 of Jack Beniston, man from my neck of the woods in Leicestershire. So Kawasaki rider, then he's just outside the top 20. But our qualification, it was Conrad Muse from Adam Sterry with Jamie Carpenter in third. And pretty tight at the top, Jeff. 0.7 to Sterry and only 0.8 back to Jamie Carpenter.
Yeah, and actually, Conrad, he had to respond at the end of the session. If you look, you don't get to see it on the sheets, but most people in the top 5 posted their quickest lap on their first attempt at it. On lap 1, Conrad set his quickest lap towards the end of the session on lap 5.
Yeah, so all of those guys having to work really, really hard. And like I say, Conrad Muse not wanting to have to go back out and have another go at it. But here we are then. Everybody poised and ready to go. We'll take a quick ad break and then we will be back with the opening of our Apico Factory Racing MX1 race.
Just want to highlight, by the way, because we had that red flag incident, that doesn't change the schedule for the day, if you're wondering.
Still changing the same.
It stays the same. Start times, scheduled start times remain the same. So, we're not far off of this one getting underway, the first of the Apico MX1 races.
Everything I try to make it look like it's going 200 miles an hour. That's my whole goal there. I'm Troy Lee, and this is our new signature goggle collection. We've been doing collection probably for about 15 years with Oakley, doing a couple goggles every year, a couple pairs of glasses every year. My love is my motocross team, and so first off, we probably have more red in line, but then I always like to throw something weird in. You gotta freak them out a little bit, American flag. Stars and stripes always work good, so we add a little bit of metal flake to the oval here and add a little bit of chrome to it. Really, I'm always more excited about the next one I'm working on. It's like I can't wait to get to work and start sketching some new ideas. My name's Troy Lee. I'm the owner of Troy Lee Designs, and super proud to be working with Oakley. They make the most beautiful product on the planet.
Create something unique or choose from our wide range of base designs. Stand out with eye-popping colours and bring your kit to life with personalised details and logos. With our advanced materials and proven durability, our kits are built to perform. Head to our website and start designing today. Look good, feel good, ride good.
Welcome back. There is Tristan Perlin getting ready to go. We are very close to sending these riders out for their sighting lap. Maybe right in just slightly behind schedule. We'd love to give you more information on what went down in that previous race and the reason for the red flag. But as of yet, we don't have that information. So bear with us. Don't really know what happened. Anyway, look at this. A live drone shot.
There's the paddock there on the right-hand side with all of the tomatoes in there. I don't know. We've got a massive car park back here behind the trees, and I had my camper in the middle. Look. But a good crowd in here at Canada Heights, all tucked in amongst the trees, trying to stay out. So it's not such a blazing hot day as we had yesterday. There's the Chambers KTM Adam Sterry with the mechanic Greg Hansen there in the background, and there is our pole sitter, the 426 Crandon Honda, True 7 Honda of Conrad Muse. Man looking pensive. Again, he's pressuring himself to win. Adam Sterry, man that's had some good GP results this year. Good point scores, Jeff.
Yeah, I'm just excited that Adam's back racing in the UK. Obviously, we lost him for a little while there. Not that he wasn't racing. He was racing the German ADAC series and whatever.
He did come back and do a few.
Yeah, wildcard. But it's just nice to have him back as a permanent resident, as it were, racing the
Joel Rizzi
Motul
on the Dirt Store Tri-Three. He had a good fourth. He's fourth in qualifying. That's a good showing from Joel Rizzi. He was just a little bit behind Jamie Carpenter. So both of the Crandon True 7 Hondas in the top three, and then Gilbert. Good sixth place for Jason Meara as well, Jeff, the man on the Honda. He's done well, and then obviously the 41 of Purdon, 23 Dirt Store. The Bike It Dixon, Kawasaki of Taylor Hamill.
Nice to see Taylor as well. Obviously Taylor, a little bit behind the 8 ball. He did the Arena Cross Tour, really enjoyed it. Was really getting up to speed actually in that, and then just another sort of I wouldn't say something or nothing incident, but obviously because he ended up getting quite badly injured. But I spoke to him a couple of weeks ago. I met him at practice track. I saw him there, and he was saying, he was really gutted twofold. A, that he got injured, but he's like, I was really enjoying the Arena Cross, really getting into it, like loving the atmosphere of it and all that kind of stuff. So messed up, his pre-season for motocross a little bit, but he's coming on strong now. Very likeable lad, Taylor Hamill.
Yeah, and also I remember seeing him make his GP debut, I think, at Matterley, and you could tell he rode with kind of a finesse he felt like he knew what he got to do, and he rode really, really well. So good to see him. He's there in 8th. Martin Barr, a man who is again a veteran of this championship. He's there in 9th, and the 212 of John Adamson. Then on the Lexa Honda, he is there in 10th. Adamson then been picking up points at GPs. And acquitting himself very, very well. And then 11th place, the 27 of Christopher Mills. Brad Todd on the DK Off-Road Bike Sport Newcastle Honda. He's there in 12th. The Chambers KTM of Thornhill in 13th. Carlton Husband 14th. Josh Binks 15th. And there they are on screen, right on cue.
So Jamie Carpenter, maybe starting out life on his new ride, Crandon True 7 Honda, acquitting himself well.
Yeah, he came here and rode a South Eastern Centre meeting a few weeks ago, and as a result of that, he's kind of got the measure of the track. There were some changes. They did feel that the track was a little bit quick, and the addition of the Liat Loop in the centre of the circuit that we can see down there by the pond slowed it down. They did go all the way down the outside of there as Muse is getting himself warmed up as we wait for the site lap to...
That's a good segue, that is, warming up, because that's one thing we highlighted in the Michelin Youth Academy last night. We, for those of you who don't know, we're coming to these races, and Justin Morris, myself, and Yanis from Olympus Pro, along with the ACU and Michelin, put together a little academy for the 125 riders, giving them a bit of advice, do track walks, and we were talking about the importance of warm-up yesterday. So Conrad going through the motions there, getting his body race ready.
Yeah, that's very important. And we will get these guys underway on the site lap for the first of our Apico Factory Racing MX1 races. Shout out to K-Tech, our official timing partner, who sponsored the timing tower down the side of our screens for you all to keep up with with all of the action. And don't forget to like and subscribe on our YouTube feed. And the more likes and subscriptions we get, the better it is for us to keep doing this for you in the future.
Just a little bit of info about the track. Obviously, the Sidcup Club have been doing wonderful things up here for so many years. They've actually, through all the activities of club racing, purchased the venue. They own all the equipment. They've paid for all the buildings you can see in the shot there under the pylon to the right. Canada Heights, it's called Canada Heights because during the First World War, this was the major base for the Canadian troops. That's why.
I did know that.
That's why.
I did know that.
They were all based up here on this mound. Just obviously the M25 wasn't there, but it overlooks the M25. So this, and just round the corner, big stately home that was the actual nerve centre for the Canadian Command. Cool. So there you go. That's why it's called Canada Heights.
Bit of history for the the previous use of this land. We're just going to take a quick ad break, and we will be back with our first Apico MX1 race of the day.
Fly dope swaggy, that's how I roll. On another level, on another level, on another one above me. Step to the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so supreme. Feeling so supreme. On another level, on another one above me. Step to the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so supreme. On another level, on another level, on another one above me.
Welcome back. Here we go then. This is the riders just cruising around on their sighting lap. Final checks, as it were, for them. Final mental preparation. They will obviously make a note of what they see because the track has changed since they were out for their qualifying. You can see right there on cue. A couple of riders just slowing up, taking a view. Entry, exit, all those things. This is where you ride round. You want to get your body warmed up, but you limbered up, but you also take a good look and you make that mental note. It's like, right, I'm going to execute. That's where I'm going to go. Remember to do this, to do that. As Ben Edwards riding the wall there.
One of the things that didn't used to get that many races in my level that you get a sight lap, but on the odd occasion that you did, my thing was always to, where can I go on the track that nobody else is going to be on the opening lap? Same on track walk. If this bit of the track's busy on the first lap, where am I going that isn't? And the smart riders are the ones that can turn a 30th place start into like 10 to 15 at the end of the first lap by not queuing around the insides of the hairpins, taking the high, wide and handsome lines where nobody else is. And that's certainly something. There's a few places on this Canada Heights circuit, Jeff, where that is certainly the case, that you could make some places up in the first, certainly first few corners of the opening lap.
Yeah, regardless of track regulations, it's obviously it's there under the ACU rulebook. It's wide in all the necessary places, and as it is. But in some cases, just because it's a wide track doesn't mean necessarily it rides wide. No, if you know what I mean? So sometimes, and obviously it's got passing places and stuff like that. But there's a few places at Canada Heights where it kind of funnels in, and you do. I don't know, you've got to be patient sometimes. You're just like, I want to get through there, and you want to ram it in, but you just got to take your time with it. And, smart rider, I'm a big believer of, you can say about the track as much as you want. If you're a good rider, you always find a way to pass.
You do indeed. But the thing that we've got to see here today is if this man that we're looking at there, Adam Sterry on the Chambers KTM, if he can get a decent start and get it across the front of the 426 there of Conrad Muse, that's certainly going to give him the advantage. We saw at Hawkstone that Conrad was a little bit buried in the pack.
Now, I've probably got this wrong, no doubt I have. I've never really noticed Conrad wearing wrist braces before. Listen, somebody's going to pull me up going, what are you talking about? He wears them all the time. I don't recall him seeing those.
That's not something I can recall either, but I would also say the same as you. It might be something that's always happened and he's just had red ones and we never noticed.
Yeah, maybe. But, yeah. I'm sure somebody will write in on a postcard, on the good old-fashioned way.
But these two guys, then, at the moment, these are the class of our MX1 field here in the UK. And Jamie Carpenter, again, he was close. He was close to backing up his teammate in second place.
Well, in the Planet Moto First Lap Leader Award, Sterry's kind of leading the way in that whole mini championship because he crossed the line first in both races, not for the victory on the first lap, last time out at Hawkstone. So he got his starts wired there, and of course Conrad at Hawkstone didn't. He was buried just inside the top 10 on the opening lap and had to fight his way through to get it done. So Sterry, with the track conditions like they are, if he can nail a couple of starts.
Well, this is the thing, because I don't think that Conrad will be able to come through at rate here like he did at Hawkston.
Exactly.
And vice versa. If Adam Sterry doesn't get the start and he's buried in 10th, I don't see him suddenly getting through to second in 2 or 3 laps like you would have expected him to do at Hawkston. So the start here, it's quite a short start straight into that tight left-hand hairpin at the top of the hill. It's loose. Obviously, where the riders turn across the top of that, I haven't seen them. Obviously, they don't get a chance to do track grooming to turn 1 while the racing's on. So I think that's going to be quite loose. And we have seen crashes there in both the 125 race and our MX2 race as well, Jeff.
Yeah, the final talks there with his mechanic, Rob Bosley there, just a little shake of the hands. The relationship between a rider and mechanic is always important, but certainly at this high-end racing, they put their faith in those guys for nothing to go wrong with that bike. And I'd hate to be a mechanic. The pressure of knowing that you're responsible, it's a tough enough sport as it is. Like, I'd have kittens as a mechanic thinking, did I do this? Did I do that? Oh my God.
I had that very conversation with Greg Hansen yesterday, and he's like, I'm more nervous doing this than I was when I'm a rider.
Yeah.
And he's like, he says, I know that I've done everything right, but you just like,
you question it.
Not. You question yourself. And this is the difference between a seasoned mechanic who doesn't stress about that. Obviously, I know Greg's been around the sport a long time, but I don't recall him being a spanner man for a top rider for the whole season. And obviously that Chambers KTM team that Tim runs down there, it's a tight-knit crew. And obviously Greg rode for them in the past, and he's kind of part of the Chambers family. So it's a good fit for him. And you'd have to say that with all the races that we've seen Adam do so far this season, he's got himself to the finish. The bike's always looked spot on. There's Joel Rizzi. He's a man who he needs to get a good result today to kickstart his season, and qualifying in 4th place there, he's just going to nip on the inside of Adam Sterry.
Having a good chat with his dad, Tino, this morning, though, and looking at the bigger picture, the long goal, the fact he's still young, he stepped up to the MX1 bike, it's a new bike, so he's doing a lot of development work, a lot going on behind the scenes. He's got a good future ahead of him in this MX1 class, and this
Definitely.
year, for Triumph and for him, it's like, pick up the results where you can, learn from the experience, and I got no doubt when we go into 2026, we'll see a lot of improvement regards of the bike, where Joel's at, getting his head around this whole MX1 class. So
Conrad Mew's a long way across the gate. He's seeded the inside there to a lot of riders. So he's confident he's going to get out the gate. I mean, Ben Edwards coming to the gate in 20th. He's going to start inside of him.
Got to say, hopefully we get to see him, Phil, but I just want you to give us some insight if we don't. There's a rider coming to the line, qualified 29th, rider number 12, Ben Putnam. Explain more.
Oh, he's out there on a 1989 500 KTM. He will come to the line very shortly. There he is.
Look at that.
He has got a modern front end in it, so it has got cone valves on it, but it's got nice suspension in it. And he did tell me the name of the guy that had loaned him the bike.
We might get to see it here, because obviously as we're panning across the start line, there it is. Look at that weapon of choice. Look at the exhaust on it.
Big curly pipe on that one.
But, fantastic.
So here we go then, our Apico Factory Racing MX1 Race 1 on the line. You're looking at a bike that is literally almost 35 years old on this end.
You have tuned into the right channel. You're not watching.
This is the bike that was ridden by Mervyn Anstey at the Vets Nations at Farley. But here we go then. Ready for gate drop. Away they go.
Oh, the KTM went backwards, I think.
Let's have a look. Is it Conrad that's going to make the start? No, it's not.
Gilbert.
It's Gilbert, the 326 of Josh Gilbert. Rizzi's made a good jump, as has Sterry, as they disappear down the...
John Adamson right at the back, other than Putnam, who was still on the line.
So it is Gilbert then that took the whole shot. And did we see where Conrad Mears was? Was he tucked in there in second?
Yeah. And then his teammate... No, it's Sterry.
It's Sterry second, Sterry third. And then it's Rizzi. The 27 of Chris Mills is in there as well.
The other Putnam...
Charlie Putnam.
So he's had a great start.
He's there just behind the Phoenix Tugs Fantic of the number 6 of Carlton Husband, who's there in 6th or 7th as they go into the woods for the first time. So that was a nice start from Gilbert. He bossed the inside line and just moved Conrad aside.
When I spoke to Conrad in the winner's circle after round 1 at Hawkstone, as pleased as he was with his performance, he was really annoyed with his starts. And he said, I've got to improve them. They were terrible. He's certainly done that.
As Gilbert then doubles into the layout loop there. It's a nice tabletop with a step down on the other side, and he absolutely nails that across the tabletop. Down the bottom end into the Motul turn at the bottom of the track, and then they'll come up through the RFX waves, and it will be triple, double, double up the hill.
Oh, Conrad not even doing that, just kind of like going as far as he can on the second one and just squashing it out. Okay, let's see if this outside slingshot. Oh my God, that was immaculate. That is heads up smart riding, because he didn't ride the full berm. He knew he had the momentum to undercut. And I bet Josh was thinking he's going to come out to my left here. Brilliant move.
Well, that's pro level overtaking. He didn't even have to force the issue there. He just rode past Gilbert. And to be fair to Josh, Josh did nothing wrong. He had to come to the inside and take that line. But this is the beauty of, this is where my ruts are not lights thing come in. The whole of the rest of the track opened up to Conrad Muse to go where he likes, and that's exactly what he did. Sterry still there in close attention with third. Mills across the line in fourth now from Rizzi, Husband, Putnam, Hamill, Jamie Carpenter ninth, and Josh Speaks there on the Triumph London bike there. He's there in 10th place.
Okay, for those of you who can remember back to round one at Hawkstone, the qualifying times there wasn't much in it, but when it comes to racing, Conrad had serious speed on the rest of the field. If that's going to repeat itself here, the others need to really hang on to his coattails here, because the second part of the motos at Hawkstone, he was another level.
I think Hawkstone is one of those tracks where if you're on it, it's easier to gap somebody, but there's not a lot of time to be had in any specific place here at Canada Heights as they go around the K-Tech loop here. So you're eking out tenths here and tenths there, whereas at Hawkstone you get one bit absolutely perfect and it's 2 seconds a lap. And I just don't think there's anywhere on this circuit where that level of gap is going to be pulled out. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before.
We're going to find out.
0.7 across the line last time. So Sterry there in third on the Chambers KTM. Pulls the tear off.
One rider, although he's not leading the race and he's just been overtaken, the rider in second, Josh Gilbert, is probably just happy at this point that it's not a mudder. He's been racing MXGPs, and let's be honest, they've had a bad run with the weather. He's probably happy to be riding around. He's not riding around in mud.
Yeah, and Mills is still a really good fourth position for Chris Mills on the 27 Honda. He's doing really well. Where did he qualify, Chris Mills? Chris Mills qualified 11th. So here's the pass then, Jeff. Just talk us through it.
Well, he makes the decision there. Like, he straight away knows, I'm not going to follow. But at this point, right there, that's when he's gone, right, the undercut. And it's beautiful. That's what it is. Then just obviously got the direct line, pinches him off into the corner. Superb stuff.
And 1.9 then the gap. So he's pulled 1.2 on that lap on Josh Gilbert, which again he's not checking out at the rate that we saw him at Hawkstone. I'll say if you get some background noise from us, we are right next to the track here as Gilbert throws it into that inside line. Sterry doing everything that he can to try and find a way for past that 326, that Lexa MX Honda of Gilbert. And we did see his teammate John Adamson was right at the back. We'll try and pick him up on live timing as soon as we can. Sterry holding the tight line there just to try and eke a few bike lengths back. And Conrad already jumping down the hill. There he goes.
Charlie Putnam on the SC Sports Home Husqvarna still hanging tough after that good start there in 8th. Carpenter in 9th, and then Spinks, who, like you just said, has been riding particularly well of late in varying other championships. He's been doing good stuff.
Yeah, Jason Meara, he's there in 12th. Martin Barr 13th, James Cottrell 14th, Matthew Mio in 15th, Dan Thornhill 16th, Stewie Edmonds 16th,
so
Benstead in Beniston 18th, Liam Knight 19th, and Louis Kessel rounding out your point scorers with Ben Edwards on the back of him.
Purden is not where he would like to be on the second of the SC Sports own machines, but particularly he'd be frustrated with that being outside the top 10 at this point.
I will make the point that Tristan Purden went to AWOL in the second race at round 1, and the reason for that is he had a very, very early crash wall lying well up. He went down, I think, between turns 4 and 5 out of shot of our camera, and we just didn't see it. But watching it when I got home, 1 minute he was there off the start, and next minute he was gone. So he was definitely on form at Hawkstone, and as you say, he would expect to be not outside the top 10 at this point.
Well, Conrad Muse is starting to wind up the wick. He has just set the quickest lap of the race last time around with a time of 1:55.030, taking a second and a half out of all of his competition that last lap around, which is why you no longer see him in the same view as screenshot as the Gilbert and Sterry there in second and third. Yeah, there he goes through the foreground. Top three is starting to check out. So we've seen Mills. There's Chris Mills in that pink kit on the Yamaha coming through here.
So this is a battle, Mills and Rizzy. It looked like Husband was a lot closer last time by, but he's obviously had a bit of a moment. So this is Mills and Rizzy. This is the battle for 4th and 5th.
Nice to see Chris again. Another rider that has been spent a good chunk of his career not racing in the UK, racing in Holland and Belgium. But he's come back to compete in the British Championship this year and doing good things. And Rizzy, as we said, good future ahead of him as well, particularly for him in Triumph, British rider on a British brand. Always cool to see.
Yeah, and obviously Rizzy, not really a lot of benefit to having a 3-rider 250 team and putting him on the 450 early doors and getting some race mileage on that, as they've done with the riders in other countries. As we look at the battle just behind these guys between Carlton Husband and Taylor Hamill for 6th and 7th.
Yeah, he looks. Like I say, Chris looks good. He looks good in many different ways to me. Like, you know, obviously he was always quite tall as a youth rider, but he looks a little bit more. I don't know, just a little bit more elegant now as he's got a bit older, maybe, and smoothed out his riding style and whatever. And he's looking very good there in 4th.
Yeah, Sterry's put the pass on Gilbert there as we went to have a look at Mills and Rizzy. As always, it's just started to look like it was stretching out a bit at the front, but you can see the gap then, and it looks to me like Josh Gilbert made a mistake, because all of a sudden Sterry's lost time to the race leader, but he's still managed to put a pass on Josh Gilbert. So Sterry now up to 2nd, but he's 8 seconds adrift of our race leader, Jeff.
Yeah, just like that. That seemingly happened very quickly, didn't it? And he seemed a little while ago that they had Conrad. They were hanging on to his coattails, but just like that, the gap's gone out to nearly 8 seconds. And Conrad, as we know, he'll have no intent of slowing down. He will race the stopwatch. Rob, his mechanic, will be on the board, giving him his times. He will race hard. He will want to stretch out that lead and have total dominance of this Motul Pico MX1 British Championship title race.
So 7.8 seconds almost was the gap over the line last time. Don't think that Sterry was being held up particularly by Josh Gilbert, but I guess we will find out. And although he's gapped the man on the Lexa Honda quite considerably in that, I think the pass happened just behind us, behind the comms box, and so I heard as they went past over the line, they did just... Sterry flicked into 2nd place as they went across the line, so I think the pass was made in this bit of the track on the previous lap. There is the man on the Chambers KTM. And the gap is still going out, Jeff, so he's another 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, he's absolutely flying. Just reading the lap times here. Yeah, Conrad is just on a constant march as he starts to check out. Quite a good battle shaping up between Taylor Hamill and Jamie Carpenter. There's not much between those guys and Carlton Husband.
Yeah, Tristan Burden also up tonight, Jeff, so he's a man on the move.
Maybe we can get our director to maybe pick up that little battle between Hamill, Carpenter, Husband and Purdon. It's all starting to tighten up between those guys. Because either way you look at this, the kind of top three are spaced out a little bit now, settled down. It's going to take a behemoth effort here from Adam Sterry to bridge back that nearly 10-second lead that Conrad's opening up. Obviously, plenty of racing to go. There's still 14 minutes plus 2 laps to go, but it's not. There's work to be done. Put it that way. The leader is making a statement here, Conrad Muse, and I think the tighter racing certainly is in the mid-pack of the top 10 right now. We're that's where we're seeing some closer race action. So we're trying pick up that group for you guys.
Yeah, Sterry then just popping through those whoops, that wave section, the RFX waves, right up the far side of the track into the Apico bowl turn. And again, kind of using the same line there that Conrad Muse used to take the lead. And again, the fact that this track was ripped really deep and watered heavily, but not ruts anywhere. It's absolutely perfect. The whole track opened up for these guys. Some nice berms. There's a nice berm down the bottom end here. Just got to miss that earth bank on the way down. And,
they've done a good job, you know. Like, let's be honest, I even heard on the news the other day that we're maybe heading for an official drought and stuff like that. It's been a dry old spell for us in the UK, obviously in May, and this track was bone rock hard coming in. So the guys have done a good job, Sig Cup Club, and getting it race ready. You can see that time's coming in for Hamill, Carlton Husband, Jamie Carpenter, all those guys. As we said, it's quite tight between sort of 5th through to like 9th place. Just looking at again the times coming in, who's doing what.
This is the battle then. This is Mills. So that's Mills gets a bit sorry. That's Mills and Rizzy, and if we hold that shot there, we should see there's the Kawasaki in the background. So that's now Hamill.
Yeah.
Closing in, so I think Hamill's managed to find his way past Jamie Carpenter.
Well, they have Hamill and Carpenter. They've taken about a second and a half out of the two riders ahead of them, which are these two on screen, Mills and Rizzy. So here they come.
Yeah. So there's the 23 of Hamill, and here's the 184.
Those two
of Carpenter, and then Purdon.
Yeah,
in the battle with Husband. So there's a 6-rider freight train there as they come down. As the Kawasaki of Taylor Hamill there closing in on the battle with Rizzy, Carpenter in the background. So Hamill's the man on the move, Jeff.
Yes, lap time suggests it. He's looking good, silky smooth. This little battle here is going to go the distance, I think, between these lot. And if going on the pace that certainly Hamill and the rider behind him, who of course is Carpenter, I'm going to suggest that in a couple of laps they're going to be right in the mix here with Rizzy.
I think that Carpenter's doing everything that he can to try and hang on to the back of the DRT Kawasaki Hamill, but here he is.
He's there already, isn't he? Look at that.
Rizzy. I think Carpenter's not struggling to stay with these guys, but he hasn't definitely got the pace of the number 23 Kawasaki rider as they come over to over the table, over the jump there to start another lap. And here is Hamill. Like I say, if we look down into that bottom turn, there's Rizzy in the distance, and just in front of him is the 27 of Chris Mills, a man still holding a really, really good 4th place.
Yeah, let's stick with this because this is going to tighten up. There's going to be catching him as one thing, overtaking as another, but Taylor Hamill, number 23 on the bike kit, Dixon Kawasaki here, DRT, is going to be having a shot at these two in front of him, I think, within the next couple of laps. He's virtually already within striking distance. Another few hundred
Mills,
yards.
and here comes Purdon in the background. So there they go. Mills in 4th, Rizzy 5th, Hamill 6th up the hill. That's cutting up really bad at the bottom of that jump there. Some steps going up there. But the Viking Kawasaki man just starting to think about needing a place to pass. I think Joel Rizzy, the 912, because in a few corners' time, he's going to be close enough for Rizzy to hear him.
You say about that, it was cutting up that hill, Phil. Honestly, they're really starting to feel that through their lower back.
Yes.
The G-forces as you go into that. No matter how good your suspension is, you feel it. Here we go. I reckon he'll be trying to dive up the inside within the next lap. He's right there. He's got all the momentum. Taylor, he needs to try and make a move as quickly as he can. I know that sounds obvious, but when you're carrying all that momentum and then you suddenly get held up, you kind of lose your rhythm.
Are we going to see a Conrad Muse-esque manoeuvre at the top of this hill in the Apico bowl turn? So Rizzy then kind of goes mid-track and cedes the inside line to the Kawasaki, but no pass there. Let's not forget, then looking on our K-Tech tower, then Muse off the front of this race to the tune of 15 seconds in front of Adam Sterry, and Sterry 7 seconds in front of the 326 Lexa Honda of Josh Gilbert. But this is the battle for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. As Mills rails it round the outside of the Prox turn, Jeffy, look, he's solid. Oh, outside, inside moves. Is he going to make it? Cut back, here we go. Oh, the inside, a great pass from Hamill.
Great pass, I got to say. Also good track design there. The way that whole section works, like, sweeping corners, you can go inside to outside, carry the momentum. And that's exactly what Taylor Hamill did. He had all that speed from the bottom of the corner, slingshot it, made the move. And actually, he would have seen, well, that's a great spot for him.
This is the only place on the track where there's what I would consider ruts. Everywhere else, a nice open track. As Carpenter now looking to put the pressure on Rizzi and find that Brendan True 7 Honda up the way of the Dirt Store Triumph.
I think he's going to follow Taylor through. He's right alongside Rizzi there. If we just hold this shot, it might even be Carpenter coming out behind Hamill. It is.
He rode round the outside of him there, Jeff, so nice line choice from the Honda man, and he moves up another place then. That will put him in 6th place, but here's Mills 4th, Hamill 5th, Carpenter now up to 6th, and Rizzi back to 7th, but a good showing from Joel Rizzi on that, not saying new to this championship 450 Triumph.
Yeah, Mills is going to feel the heat here. Now, Taylor knows he's got that... he's lost a bit of time there, though. Here it is again. This is just, look at that, feet up for as long as he could. Gets the power on so early. Makes the decision there not to follow him. Coming out knowing he'd already made the move in his head at that point. It's like, right, I can then be on the other side, do the undercut. Caught him napping. Brilliant move.
Rizzi could do nothing to defend that.
No, not at all.
He's ridden the line he has to ride as the guy in front, and that's given Hamill all the rest of the track to do what he wants with, and they're making their way over that Fox table and up that Bell step, and it's really a beautiful part of the circuit. And Hamill now starting to close in on the 4th place man on the Honda, Chris Mills, who's again been good road from him. He's running the wide line all the way round here.
So Taylor's changed his line there, look.
Yeah, but he hasn't got to worry about passing somebody there. He's just going to go and try to go the shortest way that he can, and he's now setting about trying to find a way past the number 27 off Chris Mills and put himself into what I think would be going to be a career best 450 result for him, without a doubt.
Well, yeah, what I would say, as great as watching this racing is, having turned many laps around here at Canada Heights myself, I can tell you one thing: the roost hurts. And right now, Taylor Hamill will not want to sit behind anybody for too long, because honestly, particularly up and around that start straight area, he's really going for it, Phil. I think he's going to do it here.
Oh, that was close.
Yeah, you don't want to be sat behind too long. There's that whole starter area, there's little pebbles.
He's up the inside of him, straight through. Mills then just seeded the inside line, whether he just didn't know how close Hamill was or wasn't comfortable running that inside line. But the Kawasaki man up to 4th place now, Jeff.
Yeah, I think the reality is that's probably as high as he's going to get unless something happens to the top 3, because look at the gaps here. Gilbert in 3rd has got 17, nearly 18 seconds now on Hamill, so the top 3 are just so spread out. Conrad still turning times. His last lap time was a 1:57.67 compared with Adam Sterry's 1:59. So on average he's taken 2 seconds a lap out of Sterry. That's why the gap's gone up to 22.3 seconds.
So Mills has not given this up, and I think that maybe having somebody to chase might keep him in front of Jamie Carpenter, the man on the Crendon True 7 Honda there in 6th position, the 184. Purdon has now found his way past Rizzi as well, and Carlton Husband is closing in. Jason Meara on the number 10, he's managed to find his way past the 180 Triumph London bike of George Spinks. Martin Bart there in 12th, and here's a replay of the pass. He's just squared him off, Jeff, gone wide and then cut underneath again. Mills has got to cover the inside on the way in, which gives him the inside on the way out. And that's just great track prep and good track design, making what is, on the face of it, quite a narrow part of the track somewhere where you've got an advantage if you're sat behind somebody the same speed. But Mills is hanging on, he's not giving this up.
No, he's not, and of course you got to, that's the thing, you got to dig deep. It's a critical part of the race. We are basically at the 20-minute mark. This is a 25 plus 2 lap moto. As fit as these lads are, and they're programmed to do it, and they train and they do laps, obviously sometimes even longer than their race time. Racing is different. This is where they start to feel the burn a little bit. More so, I'd say, with mental concentration. It's around this time of the race where you can get a little bit complacent. you know, your brain just starts to switch off a little bit. Mental fatigue, but Purdon is making a push here.
Purdon's a man on the move now. I think that the speeds that he's doing, Jeff, he's got a chance to maybe get to Chris Mills if you can find a way past Jamie Carpenter.
It's been a tough couple of laps there for Joel Rizzi. He was fighting for that 4th place, holding it down, and then in the space of a couple of laps, he's gone from 4th down to 8th.
But I think anything in the top 10 for Joel Rizzi at this stage of his 450 career and the development of the bike, they've got to be happy with that. And I think we said earlier on, there's certainly no pressure from the team to have expectation of results. They just want miles and hours on the bike and it being used in a racing environment. As we look at the SC Sport Home Husqvarna of Tristan Purdon, this man from South Africa, now racing here full time on that team, and he's making good time.
He is. If you go back very quickly to the learning year, I just want to highlight how it's a learning year for the whole setup there. It's a learning year for Triumph with a new bike, and it's a learning year for Joel, first-time rider in the class. So,
and also, obviously, the team have changed as well.
Yeah, everything.
So it's a completely new setup for all of them. And when I heard that he was going to be riding a 450, I'm like, is that a good thing? But with Tommy not wanting to be on a 450, which I'm totally on board with, great to see him out there, and Billy Askew having to ride a 250, it just made more sense for John. And I think now he's past the point where he's too big for a 250 anyway. He's a big lad, and so the team are getting good value for money out of him. But he's dropping off the back of this. But here's Purdon, then he's starting to close in on Carpenter as Carpenter makes a mistake, just gets the front end sucked into that softer sand. He has a look over his shoulder and he'll see the 41. Is that suddenly going to put pressure on him?
Jamie,
through there.
You know, going on what I said literally a few seconds ago, you get to that point in the race where you just can mentally start to lose a bit of momentum, both, you know, physically and with your mind, and it just looks like Jamie's at that stage. Just a couple of little small mistakes we've seen in the last half a lap, and Purdon is the one showing all the right moves at the minute, and I think we're going to see a move put on here by Purdon.
He's right there, Jeff. Props to Chris Mills. He's just keeping these guys at arm's length at the moment. As we talk, we have a bit of a switch back there. Purdon's going to go wide. Is he going to get tight? Send it down the inside into the Motul. Bowl turn at the bottom here. Here he goes, the number 41, then rides him up the wall. Nice, clean pass. No response there from Carpenter. Nothing he could do. A look over the shoulder from Purdon, and he's now got a chance to try and close down on the number 27 of Chris Mills.
Jamie knew that was coming there. No doubt about it. I think he might be suffering a little bit, like maybe with a bit of arm pump or something like that. He seems to be making quite a few little mistakes. He just needs to regroup, try and take a deep breath, maybe even try and follow some of Purdon's lines. Rider number 41 there on the SC Sports Home Husqvarna, who's now got Mills in his sights.
Yes, Mills. I think Mills has done enough here. You know, I know Purdon's got a bit of a wriggle on, but even a 5th place. Even a 5th place for Purdon. 5th place for Mills. That's a fantastic result. And even if Purdon does find his way by, he's shown great speed. There's Carpenter. He's just not close enough. And they have dropped off now, the 9-12 of Joel Rizzi. But I think he's got a comfortable gap over Jason Meara and Carlton Husband. Meara on the move as well. He's overtaken Husband in the middle of this race.
Well, just like Hawkstone at round 1, Conrad Muse ended up winning both races by some cases over 30 seconds. He's at it again because next lap around he's going to get the 2-lap to go board and the lead at the top, as you can see on Arcade Tech timing column.
There he is, Conrad Muse across the line then. Don't forget, if you're enjoying this coverage that we're bringing you here from round 2 of the Motul MXGB British Championship, like and subscribe to MXGB-TV on YouTube. It helps us to continue bringing you this free of charge service, what you will agree, from Dirt Store, who have sponsored this live stream as we look at Conrad Muse and the Crendon True 7 Honda making his way through the centre of the circuit with 2 to go. He's absolutely gapped the rest of the field, and when he's on it, he's certainly on it. And I think Adam Sterry will have given chase for a few laps and realised that he's got nothing to offer the man on the Honda, and he will take his points for second. I think it's fairly obvious who our Phoenix Tools fastest lap is going to be. The 4:26 of Conrad Muse. Inch perfect there, right up the bank. Oh, nice line there, cuts across. And this is where the skill comes in. Just picking your way through this track as it starts to deteriorate through the day. And as good as the prep has been, it's going to start to dig out. There's going to be big holes. These RFX waves have certainly held up well. And this is where Hughes took the lead with a lovely pass. James Cottrell then giving him all the room that he needs to come round up over this Fox tabletop. He'll land inch perfect off there. Pop up this bell step up and then he'll come over the top of the tunnel. One of the features of this circuit. Last lap board then. And Muse absolutely the class of the field. Feet up all the way around there. Riding that wide line. So Mills, so Hamill and Purdon have found their way past Chris Mills. So obviously we follow Conrad Muse on his final circuit. So Hamill, Purdon, Hamill now 4th, Purdon 5th, Mills 6th, Carpenter 7th. It does look like Mills has got enough of a gap over Carpenter to that not to be an issue. They come round to put a lap on the 91 of Charlie Putnam. He's still in the points. He's there in 18th, so that's a decent ride from him. He had a good start, ran inside the top 10 for a few laps. Gilbert that led across the line for our Planet Moto first lap leader. Correct me if I'm wrong. It seems such a long time ago. This 25+2 race. But Conrad Muse, when he's in this kind of form, he can take it to anybody. We saw him narrowly lose out in the championship to Jeffrey Erlings last year, and Jeffrey graciously said that he knew that he was going to get a race every time he came to the UK, simply because Conrad Muse, one of the top riders, and has speed at home that he's just not always able to show at GP level. But we will be seeing the Bullet, I believe, for a few rounds of this championship a little bit later on in the season, and that will be a great addition to the roster here. But the final corner then for the 4:26 of Conrad Muse, he takes an easy victory. He'll be very, very pleased with that. And then it is going to be Charlie Putnam coming across the line. He is going to come across the line in 18th. Should be the 811 of Adam Sterry that will be next, but he'll be wondering what he can do to try and find something in his locker for Conrad Muse. He needs a decent start, and be interesting to see if Muse misses the gate in the second one, whether he can put on the same type of dominant performance. Sterry comes across the line in second then, but he will have rolled out of it, no doubt, on the last couple of laps. He had a decent gap over Josh Gilbert, the 3:26 on the Lexa MX Honda, a man from up there in North Wales. That's the Cornishman. And then it will be a really, really good ride then, hopefully, for the 23 of Taylor Hamill, who's going to come across the line in 4th place on the number 23. And there comes Hamill across the line. There's Purdon. And then Carpenter, Mills. Oh, battles all down the fields. About 15 riders came across the line there. So so it was Mills, Meara and Joel Rizzi and Carlton Husband in 10th. We're going to take a quick ad break, and then hopefully we'll be back with Jeff, who will be down with our Victor Conrad Muse down in Winner's Circle.
This is Dirt Store, your online one-stop shop for off-road essentials. All the latest products from the top motorsports brands. bike parts, protection and accessories. Whether it's an upgrade for you or your bike, Dirt Store has it all.
Right, here we are down in the winner's circle with the Apico MX1 opening moto winner, Conrad Muse. Conrad, when we spoke to you at Hawkstone after the 2 motos, pleased with your performance, really annoyed with your starts. That was a big improvement.
Yeah, definitely. That's something we've been working on lately is my starts. Bit on my behalf, a little bit inconsistent, you know, and a bit of lack of preparation in the week. We spend so much time training our body and doing motos and riding, and sometimes you forget about the most important part of the race, you know. So we've really knuckled down on them the last few weeks, and I'm happy to see it's paid off.
You look really happy just then, because when you got to the winner's circle before we went live, bit of a hug with your mechanic Rob, which also might lead to the explanation with these wrists. You know, you don't make a big scene about it, but you've obviously been struggling a little bit between rounds 1 and 2. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, it's been that one meant a lot to me, that win. It's been a tough few weeks for me. I've rode the bike once in 4 weeks, and that was to race the Scottish Championship, because I was leading that, so I had to. I've not rode in the week once, and it's been a tough few weeks, you know. I injured my left wrist, and I've just not been able to ride, and even today it's sore, but that's why that one meant so much to me, you know. I managed to execute the start and make my life a bit easier, and I rode a good race. I rode a really good race, and if anything, I think that this could help me today, because it makes me look for lines, and usually I just bomb through the bumps and just hit them and whatever, but today I'm having to look through lines, and I think that was what helped me get the pass on that one as well.
Because the track is actually more hard-packed than it looks on TV, isn't it? It's actually quite hard underneath.
Yeah, definitely. Usually around here I'd probably run a hard pack tyre, but purely because of the start I've got a sand tyre on, you know. But like you said, it's hard pack, it's rutty. The guys have done a fantastic job with the hot weather we've had. And it's nice to see so many spectators here for a British Championship. So shout out to Paul and the whole crew, and thanks everyone for coming out to watch.
Go and get yourself ready. Hope to see you back up here in after the second race. Conrad's going to move out. We've got like a bit of a conveyor belt. Rob's going to come and grab his bike. We're then going to move in. Adam's going to roll in the order that they finished. He's going to push his bike. He's going to start it up. He's just done a 25-minute moto plus 2. We give him that.
500
exactly. Adam, give us a rundown of how it went for you. Obviously, Conrad got away by the time you got through the second, but you pushed all the way to the end. But like you say, you got to go with him from the start if you're going to have a chance on this one.
Yeah, definitely. I didn't have the best of starts. I ended up about 4th, I think, coming out the first turn, but able to get to 3rd in the second corner. I was following Josh, and how he saved his almost crash, I don't know. So that obviously gave me 2nd, but by that time Conrad was already gone, and it's a few parts of the track where if you pushed it too hard, I feel like it could bite you, so I just tried to ride my own race from there, not to worry about trying to bridge that gap, because like you said, it was already a bit too far, and we'll make a few changes, I think, that can improve the bike for the second moto, hopefully get out the start a bit better, and hopefully battle with Conrad.
All 3 of you guys have all been around the block long enough to know we're only at round 2. It's a long-winded championship. But looking at the way it's been after 2 rounds, like it seems like you and Conrad and Josh coming into that factor there have got a little bit extra over the rest of the field. Is that an advantage or disadvantage? Does that put extra pressure on? Because you've still got to execute a start, haven't you, and get through. You don't want to be having bad starts. And of course, you're currently leading the Planet Moto because you were first lap leader at Hawkstone twice. So you got
a prize for that?
There is a prize for that. Yeah, so stick with it. So you want to try and execute a better start next time around?
Yeah, exactly. Going back to what you said with the three of us being a bit ahead, when you're going for a championship, I don't know if it is an advantage or a disadvantage, because around here it's maybe not so. You could capitalise on that, because I think it is so hard to pass. So if you did make a really bad start, it would be more difficult to get to the front. But I feel like most of the rounds, bad start, average start, I feel like it'll be 1, 2, 3 between us three anyway. So in that way, it's a disadvantage, but it is what it is, and the best man in the end will win the championship. So,
well, looking forward in the second moto. Go back, make the changes to your bike. They are Chambers KTM coming in second in that one in Adam Sterry. Let's bring in Josh Gilbert. Come on in, Josh. Reluctantly, there was a guy trying to ask for Josh's autograph there, and I just had to drag him away to get him in. I should imagine you're just happy, not with the third, but the fact that it's not a mudder, because you've been doing MXGPs, and let's be honest, they've had a bad turn of weather. Nice to ride around without getting covered in mud.
Yes, I don't know what it is with the GPs, but every weekend it just seems to get to the Friday or the Saturday, and even just before our qualifying race, and then the heavens open and the rain just comes down. So yeah, it's definitely nice to just ride in the drive for a change. Got a clear head start sort of there when I got the whole shot. So I was like, I've finally got a good start, but just the arm pump crept in, and you know what it's like when the arm pump happens. It's a long moto.
We spoke yesterday, remind me, was it Hurlins that said about your reaction times at GPs? I mean, you nailed it, that one.
Yeah, after Trentino, he come up to me and said about my reactions, and yeah, I've always got quite good reactions, and yeah, that one was like to perfect. Yeah. I as soon as the gate dropped and I was over it, I thought, I've nailed this one. Yeah. This one's perfect. You know the feeling when you get like it all just right. So yeah, hopefully get another good start like that in the second one and not get arm pump. So
nearly led the whole lap. He got you like a couple of corners to go. Is a nice move. So what are you expecting from the second one? And Adam told us that. Did you have a big moment? Because we didn't see it. If you did,
yeah. Did you not see that one?
We didn't get that
one. Wow. The arm pump was already coming in. It was only like the second lap. It was actually when Adam passed me, because I nearly ended up in the chestnut fencing. But the where the tabletop the big tabletop in the middle, then the step up, there's a hole in the bottom of that little single, and I just come in, and because I got arm pump and just not really holding on properly, I hit it, and the front just went from beneath me, and I shot to the left. And how I missed the chestnut fence, and it was all just a bit like just hold on and hope. And I took out the the tape and the post with me, but yeah, after that, and then Adam passed me. I sort of tried to hold on to Adam, but the track's very sort of like fast, and then a really tight corner, so it's a lot on the front, and I just couldn't shake the arm pump. It was quite a long moto.
It's a nightmare. That's the perfect advert for anybody wanting to take up motocross. It's a brutal sport, but we love it, don't we? That's the point.
When it's good, it's good, and when it goes bad, it's very bad.
Well, look, good luck in the next one, mate. Hopefully you will, cure those arm pump problems, and you can give it a good run in the second one. There you go, Josh Gilbert coming in third on his Lexa Honda. Move out of the way then. Josh is going to get ready. They're going to go electric start. Don't go too far. I think we're going to go to a few adverts very quickly. Then we're coming back with the second and final moto for the RFX 125 class. That'll be another ripper. As always, don't go too far away. We'll be back with more action at the Motul MXGP British Championship Motocross right after this quick ad break.
how I roll. On another level, on another level, on another one above me. Never to the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so supreme. Feeling so supreme. On another level, on another one above me. Never to the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so supreme. On another level, on another level, on another one above me.
Introducing the 2025 Kinetic Sim Racewear Collection, available in 4 colorways and youth sizes. The Kinetic Sim jersey is built in our standard fit, aimed at being the perfect level of comfort without constriction. Its multi-panel construction enhances durability, while the integrated mesh ventilation keeps you cool on those hot summer days. Kinetic jerseys are engineered to race at the highest levels, but comfortable enough to wear on an all-day ride. This jersey does it all and is one of the most popular choices in the history of fly racing. The Kinetic Sim pant is a high-performance pant at an unbeatable price. Its ultra-durable 900D construction, coupled with multi-directional stretch panels. The BOA Fit system took this pant to a whole new level, adding top-tier functionality without impacting your wallet. Kinetic pants are that perfect blend of race-winning performance and everyday comfort. The Kinetic Sim gloves are a perfect go-between for those wanting knuckle and palm protection, but also needing premium grip and feel. The adjustable wrist closure offers a more secure fit, and silicone finger grippers create better control. The Fly MX 2025 Kinetic Collection is the most versatile gear set in the off-road landscape.
Okay, so welcome back, and here we are then for Moto 2 of the RFX 125 Championship. And for those of you that were with us this morning, Jeff, that was a fantastic first 125 race. Charlie Richmond and Jamie Keith putting on a fantastic battle for the win. And here we are on the gate for race 2 already. Flies by. Here we go. 15-second board is up.
Yep. Jamie Keith had a good run. Here we go.
Where they go, let's see who's going to get the jump this time. Waggett looks like he's got a good drop. Is it Keith up the inside? Hayden Statt's got buried. It's Waggett that's going to lead him out of turn 1. Didn't see who was in there in second, Jeff. Chester Hyde there, he was in mid-pack. That was a bit of a messy start for some of our normal front runners, and whoever it is that got away at the front, they've already gapped it. It's Waggett, and I think it's Keith there in behind him.
Yeah, it was Jamie Keith made a good reaction time, but Waggett with another flyer. Championship leader, of course, number 55.
He tipped off in this turn.
Statt early fourth.
Yeah, who's that on the 167? That is that's Jack Evans. So a good
Jack's made a flyer.
Well, the rest of the field streaming through. Drew Stock there. He's buried in mid-pack.
Somebody going the wrong way. That's Fabian Morris.
Junior Morrison. He had a decent run in the first one. He finished 9th, so he's got to...
Alfie Geddes Green there, number 111.
Yeah, he's down. So that first 2 are broken away a little bit already as they go round the K-Tech loop into the trees, and we wait for them to drop down.
Statt looks like he made a move there. Has gone into third already. I think he's made a move on Evans.
Now, where is the number 30 of Richmond?
Yeah,
is that him there in third, Jeff? I think
could have been, yeah. Or was that Hayden Statt? Let's see.
There's 2 Yamaha, so it could be either or.
Statt is in the red kit, so that I think that is Charlie there in third. Obviously, what you're looking at is the results from the first race on the timing column.
Yeah, they've not gone across the line yet. As Keith triples in, and he doesn't make as nice a job of that as Ryan Waggett did.
No.
But this is where he put the pass on for the win, or for the lead in the first one. And Waggett takes it nice and tight to the inside. It does look like it's Richmond there in third, Jeff.
Yes, it is. Yeah, then it's Statt behind him, so that's your top 4. Obviously, this K-Tech time and totem pole will change when they come over the line. We'll all get the current running order then. We'll have a good idea of who's doing what. There you go. Waggett leading, Keith second, Richmond for third. Then it's Hayden Statt.
Yeah, so Waggett will take the Planet Moto first lap leader award. So looks like that was the 5:48 of Hayden Statt then taking third position from Richmond, and he did. So that was a nice move. Got it done early in that turn. So is the 5:48 going to have anything for these guys? Oh, a big mistake for Jamie Keith. He lit the rear up there, Jeff. I'm not sure. Yeah, he stayed on it. It looked like the bike turned right into the fence a little bit. But here's Stat, here's Richmond. Well, Evans still there in 5th, Spratt there in 6th on the 2-2-1. Then it's Lucas Moncrief.
For those of you not following the series, Hayden Statt obviously is making a good ride here, but it's number 55, your championship leader. Remember, rider 184 in 2nd, about to make a move.
It's a pass. Oh, it's tight.
Oh, they're banging bars. He's going to take it to the wall.
He's ridden wide.
What great racing. Hayden Statt looks so up for it in 3rd in this one.
So the first 4 have checked out as it stands at the moment. So here we go then. Keith, Waggett, and Hayden Statt. Now you feel that Statt has got to find his way past Ryan Waggett if he wants to go with Jamie Keith, Jeff.
Absolutely. Jamie, as you heard, if you watched the first moto, missed the first round of the championship. All he wants to do is not have the pressure. He really wants to win this championship. To give himself a fighting chance, he's virtually just got to roll the dice and go for race wins all the way to the end of the year.
Nothing to lose. There's no settling. Every pass he makes is going to move him closer to whoever the man is at the sharp end of the championship. And at that minute, it is Ryan Waggett. And here we see he does gets himself up the inside on the exit of the corner. Waggett out to cover the inside on the way in. And Keith showed him the outside of the track there, didn't he?
I think Ryan tried to get back on that line, didn't he? But Jamie was in that spot he wanted to go, and he just had to yield in the end. He had nowhere to go.
So they come past to start another lap, and Statt then still looking like he's going to try and find a way down the inside. Look in the background. No, he's not run wide up the berm. Richmond then just starting to tail off a little bit as they come across the end of the start straight. A great view there, showing you the layout of this Canada Heights circuit.
We'd just like to highlight, we've got the drone up. We'd love to give you more drone shots, but unfortunately at Canada Heights there's a lot of power grid cables going around, National Grid. So we can't do quite as much stuff with the drone here. Hopefully in future rounds we'll have more of that.
Well, Waggett getting hung up, and did Statt manage to make the pass there? Let's see as they go up the step. No, not quite. But Hayden Statt definitely got a turn of speed that we did not see in the first leg, Jeff.
Yeah, he has come out swinging. He's absolutely determined. Maybe, you know, just disappointed maybe with his first race. He's all fired up. He's angry.
Waggett not making the same mistake twice and send Statt around the long way. Richmond still in. Oh, does he get down the inside? Not quite.
I can safely say by his body English that Hayden Statt is giving it his all. His feet have come off the pegs a few times. He's riding that a little bit loose. I wouldn't say he's on the complete ragged edge, but he's certainly giving it a really hard push to try and, well, get past Waggett, because at the minute, obviously, he's going to see Jamie Keith ride off into the sunset if he doesn't make a move quick here.
But again, it's about not panicking. It's a long championship. Statt triples in. Oh, that was nice. Drew Stott, when he was our podium in the first race, he's down in 7th. Moncrief 8th. Edgerton 9th, and 10th is Harry Lee. So those guys, again, having a decent run.
Remember to follow some of these British riders next week. They're going to be at Ernay, I think, doing the GP in France at EMX 125, and then they're off to Tunchentel after that. I know that Hayden Statt will be doing it, Jamie Keith will be doing it, Charlie Richmond, Lucas Moncrief, Drew Stott, all these lads are going to be going over and doing the next 2 EMX 125.
And there is your top 4 in shot, Jeff. Our race lead across the end of the start straight, and Statt is doing everything that he can to try and put a pass on Ryan Waggett as they go down past pit lane. It really is a pressure cooker situation for Ryan Waggett. He was 4th in the first one. Let's not forget that's his first moto of the year that he hasn't won, certainly in this championship. Statt comes down the outside. It's a lot drier there, but it's a longer way round. Is he going to get up the inside of Waggett? No, he's not. And then Waggett takes the... Now, Waggett, I think he's a couple of 3 years older than these guys. I think he's 18, so he's still a youngster, but he's a mature rider, got a lot more racecraft about him on this size of bike. And Statt can't really make too many mistakes, because Richmond is going to be all over the back of him. And the man who took 2nd in the first race.
That whole wooded section, Phil, is naughty. I was just watching Hayden Statt. I think he hit every bump there was around that entire section, and he didn't shut off once.
We saw a cheeky line from Conrad Muse here where he cut from the outside to the inside to miss all the bumps. But Statt not firing it round the outside this time. He did that on a few previous laps. didn't pay any kind of benefit to him. So chops back to the inside line, and maybe just not wanting to give track position to Richmond, because obviously the instant he goes offline, that allows Charlie Richmond to follow the 55 of Ryan Waggett on the Rudgy Racing KTM.
This is a great three-way battle. Meanwhile, Jamie Keefe is getting away. I also want to give an honourable shout-out to Jack Evans, who's actually made a good start and he's holding it down. So good on him. The potential's always been there with Jack. Just needed maybe get a good start to prove it. And
yeah, he's 11th in Moto 1, Jeff, so that's a decent effort.
So he's still there in 5th, and then Drew Stock behind him is 6th. Then it's Lewis Spratt, Lucas Moncrief, who obviously is looking for a good bounce back in the second moto after crashing on the first corner of the opening moto. He's in 8th, Harry Lee 9th, and then Edgerton there in 10th.
Moncrief came back to 10th in that first one, Jeff, so that was a good recovery after almost getting tangled up with our race leader Jamie Keefe right in the first turn. But Waggett just keeping the pressure on, not giving Stat any kind of chance to make or move. This time Stat then taking a slightly different line down into the bottom of that turn there, and they come up over that and where they're landing, that's virtually a flat land, and they slam into the ground. Some nice jumps here, but these flat landings at Canada Heights are the ones that take it out of you.
Well, credit to Hayden Stat. He is he's mixing up his lines. He's not following. He's like back to that section. He's changed his line completely from the lap before. So he is basically just trying everything he can to find that little bit that is going to get him in a position to make a move on Waggett. And of course, you can't overtake anybody if you're following.
Oh, and here we go. Exactly that. Never follow. So all of a sudden, Hayden Stat's found himself caught up in Ryan Waggett's crash.
Oh, it's so caught up in the wheels there. They're going to lose a bunch of time.
This is why you don't follow. So Hayden Stat gets caught up in somebody else's crash. And again, look, it's easier to say that sat here like we are.
Yeah, I know.
But the thing was, he was running that outside line quite successfully, and he just didn't want to cede track position to Charlie Richmond behind him, which is, yeah, you've got to be on board with that.
That's the thing, wasn't he? He was caught in a rock and a hard place, really.
He really had to think about it, and he was too close. If he'd have been half a bike further out,
he'd have missed that.
He could have popped out the rut, and he'd have been there in second place. But as it is now, all of a sudden, Charlie Richmond back to second.
Well, mate, hopefully, mate, look at Jamie Keefe looking behind him, mate, and they think, well, where have they all gone?
Yes.
Because he had a 4-second lead, it's now suddenly become an 8. Nearly, so Jamie's probably wondering what went on back there, but he was starting to check out anyway. Maybe we can get a replay of that. I'm sure Simon, our director, will be looking at that, show you that again. But, yeah, you're absolutely right, Phil. If he had just been literally another half a wheel behind, he would have had the reaction time to pop out of the rut and miss him. But he was
just unlucky. And I think Waggett started to make that mistake quite early and couldn't quite keep his balance. And that's twice now in 2 races that the number 55 Rudgy Racing KTM rider has just had what you would have to say is just a tip-off. Not really a crash, just found himself on the ground.
This is where people talk about Jamie Keefe, and he's kind of in his element right now. He did this so much last year where he got a lead, and then it honestly looks like he's out on a sighting lap. Like there, going through that section, didn't look like he was on the pipe at all. He was just caressing the bike over it, not smashing in all the bumps. And honestly, looking like that coming down there, it looked like he wasn't even really trying. Like he was just free rolling around it. When Jamie gets a lead and he has that cushion between him and others, it is a pleasure to watch. His style and fluidity on the bike is really, really good.
And I mean, it might sound a ridiculous thing to say, but I've always said that the easiest races you ever have are the ones that you win, because that's where everything just feels right, the bike works, you're at one with the track, your rhythm's good, and you're just kind of going, well, where's everybody going? I'm just pulling away, and I'm just feel like I'm having an easy time of it. Shout out to Drew Stock, he's up to 4th. Here we go, here's the replay, and just there, Waggett. In fact, I think that Hayden Stat ran into the back of the number 55 there, and I think that might be what helped him to the ground. We just got the replay there, Jeff, and I think that I think that Stat just gave him a little bit of a nudge.
Right.
And so, no, look, racing incident, definitely, but I just think Waggett checked up and Stat just came in a little bit hot, and that nudged the bike out from under the 55, and they both ended up in a big heap on the floor. But Richmond then out in third, so they're a long way ahead. Waggett fourth, Drew Scott now up to fifth, up to fourth, sorry, Evans fifth, Spratt sixth, Moncrief seventh, Lee eighth, Brindley ninth, and Hayden Stat dropped to 10th.
Yeah, so a costly mistake. I think I just was looking elsewhere there when the replay come up, but yeah, it sounds like he came in a bit hot, and that's what instigated it. So,
but that's what these tight turns do, and you arrive just half a bike length too quick, and the guy in front of you, if he's not gone by the time you get there, there's nothing that you can do. But Richmond then 5 seconds the gap then to Jamie Keith ahead of him, and 15 seconds now back to Ryan Waggett, who managed to, through more luck than judgment, managed to get away very, very quickly, and only lost one position to Charlie Richmond, which will that will hand Richmond second overall if it stays as it is. And as we look out the K-Tech Tower and see the rest of the riders there, Zane Stevens down in 19th. And the last of our point scorers at the moment is the 144 Rob Sweeney. But track still absolutely perfect.
Yeah,
we've been helped by the fact there's not particularly strong sun today, but zero dust to speak of. That's where Richmond lost the lead in race one.
Yeah, we have. Look at that little bit of cloud cover has really helped us out there. I mean, you know, it's always lovely to stand in the sunshine, whether you're watching motocross or whatever you're doing. But actually, from a rider's point of view and track maintenance point of view, we have got perfect motocross conditions.
I don't care about them from a commentator's point of view. It's perfect as well. We're nicely chilled out in the comms trailer, and enjoying bringing you this excellent coverage. If you like what you see, please go to the MXGB-TV YouTube, like and subscribe. And like I say, that will help us keep bringing you this coverage throughout the rest of the season. As we starting to get into the back markers now. There's Richmond, the number 30. And try and see if there's any battles further down the field, Jeff, that we can go and have a look at. This battle at the front then. Waggett's got 12 seconds over Stock, but the battle with Spratt and Evans, that's just been a position, and Moncrief up there in 7th as well.
Yeah, looking at that, just waiting for the times to refresh here. I would say that's a very good battle, yeah. So there's not much at all between Jack Evans and Lucas Moncrief, and not far behind is Harry Lee. So those riders in 6th, 7th are starting to move down the leaderboard now. Jack Evans gone down to 6th. So maybe we can get eyes on that battle between number 167 and Moncrief 531, because Harry Lee's not far behind. And I should imagine Hayden Stat with the red mist down, because he'd be fuming under that lid, especially if he made the mistake and instigated it. He'd be angry.
Yeah, it's 6.5 a dozen, Jeff, for those guys. It's difficult to say.
Yeah, I didn't see the replay,
So there's Waggett on the 55, so he's currently in 3rd, but he's 20 seconds adrift of our race leader now. And this is the corner. He nearly made a mistake again, and that, I think that he just kind of came to a stop and just got a bit of a nudge from behind. But he's got 12 seconds on Stock, and then it's Spratt on the number 21, Evans on the 167, and Moncrief on the 531.
That battle is definitely shaping up. Jack Evans, Lucas Moncrief, I'm looking at the time
they
here.
Should be coming into the
167, 531.
That's a lap rider. So this is Stock. So that's the 418 of Drew Stock. Is the next rider. These riders are all a lap down. And then
that's Lewis Spratt. He's
Spratt,
51.
So the 21. He's having a decent ride as well. And he's moved through the field. He's overtaken Evans.
Yeah, another rider that makes the effort, crosses the Irish Sea every time, comes over from Northern Ireland and races with us. So big deal. Did very well, of course, in the Arena Cross as well, along with Harry Lee and those guys. So doing a bit of indoors as well. It's the battle behind these. Lewis Spratt is the one we want to try and pick up.
He's ridden through the group with Evans and Moncrief in it. And look on the K-Tech Tower as he threads his way through the lappers.
He did, didn't he? Yeah, that's eye of a needle type stuff there. If we hold this, we should see, going across the finish line, there's the battle So it's the two riders, not the ones that have just been back there. Will it just realising traffic's coming? But that's Spratt in fifth.
He's, like I say, that's a good ride through the field for him. And he's definitely managed to break free of the battle of Evans and Moncrief and Lee. Hayden Stapp not really made much from that 10th place. He's only made up one position. And there's the guy, there's the 167. So that's the battle there, the 17.
Yeah. That's
in
really
front of
close.
This rider, yeah, as they come down the hill.
This is a great battle. So
Here
there
we
you go. Look, you got that. There's Moncrief with the red crash helmet.
Evans in front of him there on the 167.
And number 17, Harry Lee, is joining the party as well.
Yeah, Lee had a decent. He had a 7th in the first one. So 2 top 10s for the number 17 on the, which I think is on the 125 Fantic. Yes, indeed it is. So Lee then. Yeah, he's closing in on these guys.
He's on the 723 Fantic, along with Rafe Broadley in the MX2. Those guys doing a good job. This is a good performance from Evans. He's comfortably inside the top 10. Like I say, I think he finished 11th in the opening moto, did you say?
Evans was 11th in the opening moto, so that'll get him into the top 10 overall. At the moment, I think our podium will be Keith, Richmond and Waggett. Bearing in mind that... I
thought he stalled it there. I'll tell you what, that is really tight down there, trying to get into that corner. There must be a little bit of a braking bump coming in. It kind of hangs them up. And actually, you don't want to lean in too much because you'll clip the fence.
Yes.
Look how tight this is. We said it was shaping it up, and we weren't wrong. This is a three-way battle here for 6th, 7th and 8th.
So as it stands at the moment, we've got...
well, look how close it is. Lucas Moncrief is going to be picked off here by... Oh,
that back marker, no, he just tried to stay out of the way.
He did. That was Freddie Willett. This is, I think, like Freddie and Reggie, Dave Willett's sons. Yeah. I think this could be their first ever British Championship race. So
it's great to see him out. It's valuable experience. But the battle for the podium at the moment, 3rd place on the podium, looks like it's going to go to Ryan Waggett, because although Waggett was 4th in race 1. Behind stock, they will tie on points, and it will be Waggett that will take it on the better last race.
This is too good to take your eyes off, because I think Harry Lee just run it down. He did. He run it down the inside of Lucas Moncrief. Lucas on the free flow Madison Crescent Yamaha, looking behind him now, just thinking, right, is there anybody else coming up next?
Oh, the mistake there from the 167.
It looks like he might get him back here then. Meanwhile, Jack's just focusing forward, has no idea what's the shenanigans that's going on behind him.
How long we got left in this one, Jeff?
We have 3 laps to go. The time is elapsed. So next lap around, Jamie Keith is going to get the 2 lap to go board. Next lap around.
He's 5 seconds to the good on Charlie Richmond as we look at the pass. Nicely executed. Oh, so a big kicker for the Fantic rider, but he does manage to find his way past. So Evans will now drop back behind Harry Lee. So it's been a good lap for the number 17. And he's going to back up his 7th place in race 1. With a 6th in race 2.
Wow, 2 laps to go. Jamie Keith is already on the JK Racing Yamaha, the Italian AMX 125 team, which he basically rides for after winning the Blue Crew Masterclass. He's over the line, and the 2 lap board is now out.
So Keith then, I won't say he's absolutely checked out this one. 5 seconds is the lead at the moment, but he's certainly bossed this race. Richmond was gifted 2nd place by that tumble between Ryan Waggett and Hayden Stapp. About 5 laps in, or 4 laps in. Our race leader, again on that JK Yamaha, that ride that he won through the Blue Crew system at the end of last year, and he's not really made a great start to his season with injuries. Just been very, very unfortunate. But maybe the pressure of having to perform and win a championship has been taken off him a little bit, and all he can do now is just to go out, win races as best he can. But here he comes, the number 30 in the background. Now you see Richmond just in the background in the layout loop there on the S. Briggs Yamaha. What a good day at the office for him, and that will net him 2nd overall. And hadn't come off the bars there for our race leader. And he'll make his way around the Alpico bowl turn for the penultimate time. It was 5.2 across the line last time. Oh, nice bit of a wheelie. Doesn't get over there though. Now he's just got to regroup to get up that bell step up. And again, a lovely part of the track this. Nice and flowing. So last lap then for Keith. .8 seconds, so it's not over. Richmond is starting to close in. If this is just managing the gap, then fair enough. But there's Richmond on the 30. He stuck a wheel in on the final lap, right down at the bottom in that Motul bowl turn. I just think that Richmond is too far back this time to do anything about it. And that's the 80 of Zane Stevens that's just gone a lap down. Yellow flag there in the layout loop. Not sure who that is. Let's have a look and see where Haydenstadt has managed to find his way up to 7th now. So he's got past Evans and Moncrief, but still not yet to find a way past Harry Lee on the number 17. Spratt in an excellent 5th, which backed up with the 14th. Will probably give him a top 10 overall for the weekend, which I'm sure he'll be glad to take back to Ireland with him. So let's have a look. Has Keith taken his eye off the ball? So there they are, that's your top 2. Here's Keith then, managing the gap. Richmond coming down, I just think it's too much. But if Keith makes even the slightest bobble or gets the wrong side of a back marker, Richmond is going to be there. Again, just nicely over the tabletop, not rushing it. Let's see how close Richmond is. It's not close enough. They make their way through the RFX waves and then into this Apico bowl turn, and there's a lot of lap traffic here for our race leader to deal with, but I think he's going to be okay, and he's going to take victory in the second of our RFX 125 races. Again, doesn't get over the tabletop. Is Richmond give this the big send? Is this going to be enough? It's going to be close. But there's Keith across the line. Richmond then bogged down behind those back markers in the last couple of corners, and he'll come across the line. 1.8 adrift then of our race winner and overall victor for the day in our RFX 125 championship. A return to the track then in the UK for Jamie Keith with 2 wins on that JK Racing Yamaha, and then it is going to be a fairly long gap back to Waggett and Stock. Now if there's any change in position here, then that will mean that Stock will find himself on to the podium. But I think Waggett had pretty much got it covered. Just trying to follow the live timing off the side of the screen here in comms. Still waiting for our third place riders to come across the line. There's Waggett, so that's 3rd for Waggett, and that should put him on the podium overall in 3rd, and I think that it will be enough for him to retain his championship lead. Yes, Stock a long way adrift, so Waggett just rode that 3rd place in. To be fair to Drew Stock, he came from a long way outside the top 10 on the opening couple of laps, and there is the 418. And then the rest of the top 10 all coming through. There's Lee coming across the line. So Stat got Lee on the final uphill section. So it's Spratt going to be 5th, Haydenstadt 6th, Harry Lee 7th, Jack Evans 8th, Lucas Moncrief across the line in 9th, and 10th place should be Christopher Brindley. So that's your top 10. We'll go for a quick ad break, and then we will join Jeff down in the winner's circle.
This is Dirt Store, your online one-stop shop for off-road essentials. All the latest products from the top motorsports brands. Gear, bike parts, protection and accessories. Whether it's an upgrade for you or your bike, Dirt Store has it all.
Okay, here we are down here with the winner's circle of the RFX 125, second moto victory, and of course with it the overall, a 1-1, which is exactly what Jamie Keefe is looking for as he tries to make catch up after missing round one. Jamie, talk us through your day. Basically, you've been off the bike for a while with your injuries. I guess you're starting to feel the effects of that towards the end of that one.
Yeah, definitely. There's being fit and then there's being bike fit, and I don't think I'm quite bike fit as where I was before I did both my collarbones. But yeah, first in qualifying and then 1-1 in both the races is exactly what I need in today and for the rest of the championship.
Got to ask, how are the collarbones? I mean, breaking one is obviously a pain in the backside. Breaking two is even harder. But do you feel the effects of that, or is it just they're okay, but just the general fatigue?
Yeah, my collarbones feel exactly how they were, to be fair. Like, I don't feel any pain anymore. I did maybe once or twice when I got back on the bike, but they're absolutely fine now. It's more just like me and like my breathing and just bike fit, really.
2 good starts again obviously makes a big difference. And of course, you want to get into the lead early. Just that race management makes that life a little bit easier, particularly when you're coming back from injury.
Yeah, definitely. When you're in front, you can control the race a bit more, because when you're in second or third, you're playing catch-up constantly. You ride out your limits sometimes. But I made the pass early, got in front of Wagger, and I put a few good laps in, created a gap, and then I could control the race from there, really, and ride at my own pace.
Well, it's good to have him back. Obviously, good luck at the MX 125. You definitely made a statement. You're back in it. Obviously, still loads of points to be gained after missing the first round. But carry on like that, and as we get towards round 7 and 8, it's going to be, you're going to be in the mix. Well done on today. Good luck at the next 2 EMXs. There you are. There's your winner of the RFX 125 here at Cannon Heights Round 2. Jamie Keefe running the Blues Tyres hat. Let's bring in Charlie Richmond. Come on in, Charlie. Push over. Sorry to make you push your bike, mate. You're young, you're fit enough, you've got it all. Charlie, that was kind of a repeat, really, of the first one. You just you couldn't quite... It just got away at the start there. You were buried back a bit in third. Had to work hard in that one, didn't you? Or at least that's the way it looked.
Yeah, I didn't have the best of start. I got grip and then I wheelied, but it is what it is. I was fighting hard. I just want to win. I just want to win. Love that attitude.
Tell us about a bit of that team, because I know, like Spence and all the teams at Briggs there, they're getting behind, like I said, youth riders in particular, and we love that. What's the vibe like in the pits? I mean, with the team, they seem to be so supportive of you. It looks like a real nice fit for you.
Yeah, honestly, there's no pressure, and that's what I like. And they couldn't give me any more than what I've got. It's just I'm really happy to be supported by them.
Well done today. I know it's not what you're looking for. You want to win every time, but that sets you up nicely for these upcoming EMXs. Good luck in the next 2. Obviously, you're off to France and Germany, so good luck with that. Anybody very quickly you want to thank, very quickly? I
want to thank S. Briggs, Airport Autos, and everyone else who's behind me, Track Industries, Mobius, Rhino Power, RFX, everyone else who's behind me.
Good stuff, Charlie. Well done. Good stuff. Obviously, you can see the disappointment. We like the passion in that. He wants to win. Move on out. We're bringing Hayden Statt into the mix. Come on in, Hayden. With this rather leery Raji racing machine, you got virtually every colour under the sun on this bike. Another good start for you today. I haven't worked out the championship points yet. I guess you're still in. You should still be leading it, I would have thought. But obviously, I know you wanted more today. But talk us through your day.
Yeah, well, I went out in qualifying, did all right, and then I went out in the first race, got the whole shot, and then I still had my sand settings in instead of my hard pack one. So then I got kicked about a little bit. And I ended up crashing, and then I come back through. I had good times all through, fastest lap at the end of the race, I think. So I was still pushing.
Tell us very quickly, we haven't got too long to talk, the incident on the tight hairpin down there at the bottom. We had a sort of replay of what happened. Was it a case that you got nudged from the behind, or did you lose the front end?
No, I ended up hitting neutral coming in the corner, and then as I was going to put it back in gear, I got hit and then crashed. So we got jammed together.
But, all said and done, it's a long championship. You're in the driving seat, long way to go. Very quickly, people you need to thank.
Yeah, Blues tyres, G-Force suspension, Rip and Roll goggles, Dirt Store, AS3, Motor Coach 38, everyone that helps me out.
This is where you need your dad or mechanic with the pit board listing them all in it, because there's a lot to take on after you just had a race. Listen, good luck with the rest of the series. We think he's still in the championship league, pretty certainly is. We'll see you at the next round. All the best, mate. There you go. There's Hayden Statt. He's coming 3rd overall today. Well done. Sorry, not Hayden Statt. Sorry, man. Yeah, Ryan Wagger. Sorry, it's been a long day for me as well, Yeah, sorry about that. We're going to go now to some adverts. We're going to be back now with the MX2 class. What a right clanger I dropped there. Sorry, mate. There you go.
Thank you.
I'm still a kid, but I'm tougher than you think.
Let me fail, let me fall, and learn to get back up.
Let me find my own line. Let me go full throttle. Never tell me what I can't do.
And let me win.
Never hold me back.
Let me try. Let me try.
Never underestimate me. It's the ride of my life.
So here we are then back on circuit, and our MX2 riders come to the line. Our first race winner then, Tommy Searle. We had a shortened race in this one, and there is Bobby Bruce, who finished third. Ian Doonson, he was the man that came home in second. Just a shout out to one of our sponsors, Dirty.com, who have provided all our Marshalls bibs for this season, Jeff. And they're a company out there that specialise in bookings for extreme sports and motocross tracks and all sorts of things. So they are a series partner of ours. So thank you very much for them for stepping up. And if you want to visit www.dirty.com, they will enable you to book all sorts of extreme sports across all of the UK.
Yeah, Ryan does a great job. Obviously also runs Moto 101, which is a great facility. So, yep, go and get behind the guys at Dirty. Just want to make, although we've now moved on MX2, a public apology to Ryan Waggett. Ryan, my severe apologies. Calling you Hayden Stat throughout your winner's circle interview. We get a lot of names going through our head throughout the day, and it just kind of stuck in there. So apologies. Ryan Waggett, third overall today, and as far as we know, still championship leader. Anyway, let's get to MX2. Here we go.
Yeah, so here we go. Reverse grid. It's not reverse grid. So Billy Askew would have come to the line first as our fastest qualifier, as that's how it's sorted out for race 2. As we wait for the 15-second board to go up, everybody champing at the bit. 4 gate of 40 riders, then 15-second board is up. Away they go, and he's going to get the break as they come up. It looks like it might be Oriel Oliver. No, it's the 479, Josh Vale. So Vale it is on the Phoenix Tools Fantic that takes the whole shot.
I'll tell you who else got a flyer.
The 51 of all.
Yeah, he did as well, but Rafe Broadley on that two-stroke Fantic, 723 Fantic, got an absolute ripper as well. He's somewhere in about the top 5 or 6. There he is, number 72 there. So local lad certainly knows.
Oh, everybody coming through then through this first section of the track. We'll follow them up there, and it looks like Oliver has already taken the lead. He's swept past big carnage in the corner at the bottom there. That's the 32.
Callum Mitchell again.
That's Callum Mitchell.
Not getting a good day for him so far, and it's a bit of a yard sale down there.
Looks like Liam Garland's in there as well.
Yeah,
that's quite a few. The 199. That's Jaden Jones. Everybody underway. Who's it that started that? I'm not quite sure. There's our race leader then. It is. It looks like it was the Spaniard, Oriol Oliver, that came now. He was all over the place in the first race and went down 3 times in the corner behind the finish by all accounts, and ended up a very, very distant 17th. But he will have started a lot further up because his lap times were good. But it looks like it was Billy Askew that was the man giving chase. He looks like he's put himself into second. There's Vale in third. Then it's Tommy Searle. Then it looks like it's the 163 AC United Gas of Ben Musto. But Oriel Oliver, the man brought in to replace Maxi Werner, who was injured in our first round at Hawkston Park, as Tommy tries to run it down the outside of Ben Musto. And Musto's going to find his way past Vale as they go up the bell step up. No, he's not. The youngster then, first season on a 250 for Josh Vale. He moved up from 125 last year, Jeff.
Yeah, and it's going to say he didn't quite get started how he wanted to in his obviously pro MX2 career. I think he picked up an injury at the Hawkstone International, Josh Vale, but he's coming back to speed.
He's doing everything he can. Tommy Searle trying to court the inside. Vale has a bit of a look and gives the place then to the number 100. But Oriel Oliver then on the SS24 Gabriel KTM, the man running in MX2 in GPs. There's Bobby Bruce. He was across the line. It's quite a long way down. There's Colmer, there's Nichols, there's Bruce. There, Bruce is in. Oh, lovely line up the bank there, Jeff. That was he rode the edge of the circuit there, right on the right-hand side. The number 60 of Brad Anderson's in there as well.
Yeah, Ando in the mix on that. What model's that YZ he's on?
Oh, it's a 95 through 2022. They're all the same.
Yeah.
But there's Oliver then, our race leader. And then it is a really, really good start to the second moto for Billy Askew. Let's not forget, he was the man who went to the gate first with the fastest lap from Moto 1. And they have already started to gap out now. Ben Musto and Tommy Searle. Looks like Vale has gone back a few more places. Well, we saw Tommy put the pass as they went past pit lane. But here is our race leader then, the Spaniard Oriel Oliver, the man who raced in Spain yesterday and flew in last night to this track, which is quite nicely situated, not very far at all from Gatwick and Heathrow Airport, so an easy job for him.
I like the way he rides. It kind of reminds me a little bit of Tom Vial, like his upper body.
He is a very body Englishy kind of rider, isn't he? And I get exactly what you mean. Is that something that the RFME kind of try and instill, the KTM team trying to instill into their riders to be like that? There's obviously Vial and maybe Adamo a little bit as well, just seems to be as a brick for us to coming through the wall.
Yeah, we're getting pebble dashed here.
Yeah. This is a bounce back then for Oriol Oliveira after a nightmare in race 1 that saw him on the floor with Jake Nichols. And also ended up on the floor after contact with Ben Musto. So Tommy then, he's there in 4th, but here's our race leader. 3.8 seconds the gap at the front. But Askew having a great ride again. Good second moto for the second round running, Jeff.
Yeah, it is looking good for him out there in particular. Tommy Searle, I'm just looking at that 4th. Ooh, this is borderline for getting the overall done. I was just thinking, so what did Askew have in the first one?
Billy, that's a good question. Billy came home 4th, I think.
Yeah, so, yeah, there you go. Oriol obviously didn't have the greatest opening moto, really, but, you know, it's coming in off the back of racing in the Spanish Championship yesterday. I don't think he's ever been to Canada Heights before, not by my recollection anyway. So he's really having to learn on the spot regard to the track. Searle, has he made a move past Musto? It looked like he might have done. Is that Musto behind him? Yeah, so ignore the K-Tech timing column. That shows Musto for 3rd, but Tommy's now
that's
made
what
the move.
That came over the line, wasn't it?
Yeah, so Searle now up to 3rd, and that will probably give him the overall win. A 1-3.
He'll be happy with that, won't he?
Still work to do, of course. He's now got to chase down his young upstart teammate, which, of course, brilliant banter between those two. Tommy, as the wily old veteran, taking Billy under his wing a little bit, but they've still got the banter between them. Where possible, Tommy would love to stick one over on his teammate Billy Askew. Yeah, Guillaume Dustin as well. They got the 2nd in the opening moto.
He's 16th, Jeff. He's down in 16th.
He's pretty much out of the equation for the overall. Bobby Bruce on the bike at DRT Kawasaki. He's currently now moved his way up to 5th. It says on the timing board there, B Way. That's because Bobby's middle name is Wayne, Bobby Wayne Bruce, but they put him up as not his surname there. So that's actually Bobby Bruce in 5th. Yeah. Not a Mr. B Way.
Yeah, that's why I struggled to see him on the opening lap, because I'm not looking for. That's not what I'm looking for.
We need to amend that for future races.
So Tommy with a 3-1 at the moment, and then Dunson nowhere, so he's not going to feature on the podium. Neither is Oliver, and I'm pretty sure that Billy Askew is there with a 4-2 at the moment, and it's going to be a 3-5 for Bobby Bruce. So I think that will put Askew on the podium.
Yeah,
again.
Quite possibly. Yep.
But there's still a long way to go in this one as the riders are battling further down the field. There's the 592 of Freddie Bartlett going up the hill, but coming down the hill. There's Musto, and is he holding the gap with Tommy? Is he just?
Yeah, about the same. Bobby Bruce is now getting a march on.
Yeah, there's Musto on the AC United Gasgasser rider. I've been very impressed with. I think he's a Gloucestershire boy from Cheltenham, and he's definitely what I call he's a bruiser of a rider. He looks aggressive on the bike all the time, but really wrings everything he can out of that bike. There's Jake Nichols. Let's give him a shout out as well, because the number 45, he was on the floor in the first race in the first turn, and he's managed to put a pass on Ollie Colmer, so he's found his way past the Chambers KTM man, and the Honda True 7 250 rider, the veteran. He's there inside the top 6 now and closing in on Bobby Bruce.
Yeah, it looks like exactly that. He's closing in and he's sort of going with him and he's pushing him along. Jake has obviously his own, not obviously, just to highlight, he's got his own practice facility at his home. Arguably one of the best tracks in Europe, really. But it's very similar dirt to here at Canada Heights, so he will feel completely at home here.
Yeah, obviously His family heavily involved in the sport. The True 7 group have sponsored lots of races and teams and that over the years. And Jake, very much in the twilight of his career, but no longer a professional rider, but as you said, a businessman in his own right, helping to run the family business and riding for the enjoyment of it. And I wasn't sure how I felt about the likes of Tommy and Jake being in this championship at the beginning, or certainly last year. But what it does, it gives you an established level, because we know how good these guys are, and we can see what they can do. And when you see the youngsters coming through, giving Tommy a run for his money and giving Jake, Jake's now kind of like a 5-ish, 5th, 7th, 8th kind of place guy in this. It gives credibility to the youngsters coming through.
I think we're a nice blend, a nice mix of young and older experienced riders.
That was a lovely, lovely move there by Nichols. Just popped it off that over that step down. Bruce is going to have to get a bit of a move on if he doesn't want to have that Honda demoting him another place. Bruce needs to pass Musto. He needs the points.
Yeah, definitely applying pressure to Ben now on that Acer gas. But I said, Ben is a young man full of grit and determination. Kind of clocked that early on in his career. He's a real trooper. He just keeps grinding out the laps. I've said it before, I'm going to say it again. Reminded me very much of a young Todd Kellett. And Todd obviously gone on to be world beach cross champion and the 2K winner. And you've got to have some grit and determination to win those kind of races. And I think Ben's kind of cut from the same cloth, really.
Yes. And I don't think it's unkind to say of Todd Kellett, he wasn't cream of the crop coming through his age group in racing, but he's ground out a pro career that it just comes from hard work.
Literally like a machine. I'd say I've seen him just churn out laps at the practice track. You're like, surely he's going to come in a minute.
Yeah. So Bobby Bruce then on the back of Musto, Nichols in the background. As the K-Tech tower will tell you, Auriel Oliver now almost 10 seconds away at the front of this one. There's another nice line from Bobby up the other side of the track this time. So he's at 9 seconds to the good on Billy Askew on the number 441 Dirt Store Triumph, who leads his teammate by another 3.5 seconds, and then it's 3.5 seconds back to this battle here between the AC United Gas of Ben Musto and the DRT Kawasaki of Bobby Bruce. Nichols on the True 7 Honda, still close enough to pick up the pieces should there be any, Jeff.
Absolutely. I think Bobby's, he can't be overly patient. He's got to, if he's going to get a roll on and like I say, try and pick up those championship points and better his overall position, he can't stay behind Ben Musto for too long. Oh, good save.
He nearly went down in instalments there, Jeff. That was a proper moment. But again, just trying something different, opening the track up a little bit. The hat tip as well to Josh Vale, still there in 7th on that Phoenix Tools Fantic. That's a good ride from him, just in front of the 422 of Charlie Heyman on the SC Sport Homes Husky, with Colmer in 9th on the Chambers KTM, and Brad Anderson on the Steve Clitheroe Yamaha.
So awesome. See Ando out there on a 2-stroke, 40 years plus, doing his thing. Right, let's have a look at this. So Bobby just starts to tuck the front end, just comes out of the rut there, and I'll tell you, that is a good save.
Yeah, I'm going to say that was perfect control, but he will probably say he knew nothing about that. That was, but he just happened, the front gripped and pulled itself back into the rut, and that saved him. He was so close to being off that, and he's still coming under pressure because Jake Nichols has not let go. The number 45, there he is.
Jake will be loving this. That's why he's still at it. He doesn't need to do this. We all know it. I said he's a full-time businessman now, and he rides for fun. But he loves the challenge. That's been Jake's career all over. The amount of adversity that man has been through with injuries and stuff, and he's still coming out.
I mean, I think, did he finish 4th in the world one year in 250? I think he was.
I certainly remember the year, obviously, he was on track to win the MX1 British title. And just such cruel luck and fate stopped that happening for him. He picked up, obviously, a leg injury at just a club event, and that put pay to that. But literally stepping out from behind the desk putting his race kit on and coming out racing. Brilliant effort.
Yeah, on the outside of it, you know, there's a lot. It doesn't look like hard work being Jake Nichols with all the stuff that he's got, but all of that has come from graft.
Yeah.
And those boys up there, it'll be his home track at Blacksall. Is that our next round? It is, isn't it?
He'll be
looking forward to that in the same way that Tommy Searle and Bobby Bruce are having a home event here. That will be his home track. So Bruce then on the Kawasaki. He said he was riding his way into the race, Jeff, in the interview in the first one, which was obviously curtailed after 13 minutes as we look at the drone shot from above. That's down the bottom end of the circuit. That looks like the battle for... that looks like that might be Stevie Clark. But here is Nichols. And Nichols has made the pass on Bruce. We went to the drone shot. I was looking at the wrong bit of the track. So Jake Nichols then moves Bobby Bruce aside.
Just looking at other battles on the track, Heyman, Colmer and Bell are starting to sort of all Constantine up together. That's looking like that's become an interesting battle, so maybe we'll come back to that in a while.
This one's still good for me, Jeff.
Yeah.
Like I say, if Jake can carry the speed, he's going to be on the back of Ben Musto, closing in on the Ace of Gas. Although, having said that, the gap is, it looks like it's about a second and a half as they came through the wooded section there at the top end of the circuit. I've seen, like I say, the fans in the campsite there. I mean, a lot of people here this weekend. And I say, so many people out of sight in the trees watching this. But there's Musto on the gas. Pops down that lovely step down. And Nichols then. And like I say, this is the time of old where maybe Bobby Bruce had tried too hard. He just, how are we doing for time in this one?
We have 15:40 a lap, so we still got about 9:20 plus 2 laps to go. Obviously, we're hoping we had, if you missed the race earlier on, that was red flag, but we did just go past the halfway point, so the result stood. It was a race victory for Tommy Searle. Just want to highlight Stephen Clark making a return to British Motocross. He's currently in 13th position.
He was on the floor early doors in the first one, and but he was at Hawkston and did okay. He was actually battling with Brad Anderson earlier on in the race. Ando now looks like he's past Glenn McCormick. Durnson now up to 10th, so he's going to suddenly start featuring in the top 6 overall. But I didn't see whether it was a fall or just a bad start for the Dutchman. But the second of the SS24 Gabriel KTM riders then. He was the team leader, but obviously I think it's fair to say now that with Aurel Oliver stepping in for Max Werner, which through injury, and I have no idea if and when Max will be back and on the bike. Oh, that was a...
I guess they run. Well, if that is the case, I guess they run all 3 because, you know, Aurel's agreed to sign up for the entire...
I don't think it's a case of when Max comes back that Aurel's done, because that's definitely not the case. We've seen the kind of the comms that said that Oliver is in for the season. We've got yellow flag at the top of the hill.
That's Mira. Which Mira is it though?
That's the 71.
So that's Jack Mira.
Yes.
We got a couple of them lads. Caleb, I think, made it in through the LCQ.
He's managed to get going. It just looks like he's got caught out on the braking moves. So that was the 422 of Charlie Heyman we just saw disappearing there. Like I say, he is now in 7th behind Bobby Bruce, who was dropped back to 6th. And there's Musto and Nichols right on the back of him as they come round the layout loop. Oh, Musto clips the bail on the inside.
That's a tough corner. You've got to be so patient. Because, like I said, if you just lean in too much, you've got to almost go around there upright.
It's there. The temptation to try too hard. Nice line there by Musto. Triple, double. And then starting to get some knuckles on the top. But here comes Jake then. Right to the middling line round there. Doesn't bury the bike. Keeps the momentum going.
He'll be loving it. I said it earlier on, but he really will be loving this challenge. He'll be grinning under that crash helmet. I'll be looking forward to seeing his vlog if he keeps rolling in this one. Remember, you can follow Jake on YouTube, as you can a lot of riders these days. And don't forget to like and subscribe to Dirt Store TV. More of you that do that, the more chance we've got of getting people invested into British Motocross.
Yeah.
It's a simple thing. Go on it now. Click it now.
Yeah, MXGB-TV on YouTube. You're obviously on there at the minute watching it as we... Oh, Jake just trying to get down the inside. Musto will know he's there. Trying to see where Ben finished in the first one.
Meanwhile, Auriel Olivier is just on a march here. He's got the gap out to nearly 17 seconds. Askew is holding out just shy of just over a 2.5 second lead over his teammate Tommy Searle. Tommy's got a nice buffer here to work with.
He's not going to be pushing so hard, is he?
No, he's not. He'll have the bigger picture for the overall. He doesn't need to overtake his teammate. We don't think by our maths to win the overall. So
stationary yellow still in that corner, so maybe Mira not able to get that bike going, and he's just off to the inside of the circuit. Bobby Bruce is coming back at these guys. There he is, look.
Oh, he is, isn't he? Come from seemingly nowhere. He's had a complete regroup, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Settled down a bit. Maybe had arm part. I don't know. But
let's have a look and see.
Here comes Nichols making a move.
Oh, what a pass.
Yeah, diving it down that inside. Hard on the brakes. Holding his line. Yeah, Bobby's suddenly got a real march on now.
It'll be interesting to see who's got the fastest lap of the race, Jeff, for the Phoenix Tools fastest lap.
Well, look at this. Ben Musto is the young puppy meat in an old duffer set. Well, no, because Bobby's quite young. I shouldn't say that.
Still,
Feels like Bobby's been around for ages, though. That's the trouble.
Yeah. But the pressure of expectation, because he has been around for so long.
Yeah.
And in this part of the world, very similar to Tommy Searle, who was a guy that suddenly on an 85 popped to prominence, and now he has the kind of the pressure of being the next man in the queue kind of thing. But he's now back on the back of Ben Musto. He's going to try and get up the inside. Not quite enough room. But with Nichols then coming across the line and moving up to fourth, I've got a feeling this is going to be Jake's certainly one of his best performances of late. Obviously, we've seen him win these rounds numerous times, but in his what we'll call his refound tour, certainly as good as we've seen him ride.
What I will say at this stage of the race, and we're only in like the fourth moto of the year, but I have to say, this MX2 class is shaping up. If we get these kind of topsy-turvy results all year,
yeah, it's the pass down the inside, Jeff. Just made the pass, just levelled him on the brakes, and just dropped it down the inside. No need for contact. Musto knew he was there, didn't fight it. So now he's got to try and fend off the 73 of Bobby Bruce. Like I say, this will only move Bruce up to fifth, which means that he will not be on the podium as it stands at the moment.
Yeah, Jake is. He looks really nice and smooth and on the case with it all. You can see, again, he's had another rider that's had lots like injuries down the years, but obviously still kept himself in charge. Oh, Bobby, talk about.
So he's
right. Patience wore thin there. He was. Where is Musto?
Musto's gone down.
I'm not sure if he's going to stall. I think he might have made him stall it.
He might have stalled it. I still think that Musto has got enough on Charlie Hayman for it not to be an issue. But we saw that that's the pass that Jake Nichols made a lap before, and all of a sudden they've both blown by him.
Yeah, Bobby just felt clearly he's like, look, I can't sit behind. I've got to roll the dice here. I'm running out of time, and he ran it in the hot. Here we go. Look at that. Same as Jake Nichols' move. Ben tries to protect his line. Yeah, look, just tags his front wheel.
Yeah.
Ben then goes over the top of the rut, and then I don't think he crashed, but I think he just maybe hit a force neutral, stalled it, and of course he's got the electric start on that gas, so he'll be straight back up. I don't think he would have lost. No, he's crossing the line. Let's see, he should be over the line. I don't think Musto lost a position. No, he's safely over the line, so he's still in sixth.
Askew and Searle then gaps down to a second then to try and find that battle.
Wow, look at that.
Bruce is chasing down Nichols. It's too many things to watch.
Yeah. Fair play to Tommy Searle again.
They've got 11 seconds of gap.
There it is there.
There they are. So there we go through.
By.
So there's Searle. And there's Askew just in front of him. So this is the battle then for second in the race. And whilst it won't affect the overall, because that's going to Tommy Searle anyway, is he going to want to try and find his way past Billy Askew?
Well, I'm just going to try and see if that's a case of Tommy gaining on him over the last few laps, or if Billy made a mistake. No, I don't think Billy made much of a mistake. I think that is just Tommy just grinding him down.
Yeah. So nice line through, rounds past the tree, then for the 441 Dirt Store Triumph. But Tommy all over the back of him. And of course, these guys are racing for a championship, so Tommy's not going to hold his hand. There'll be a time in the end of the season where ACU's a bit faster and Tommy's a bit slower.
Yeah.
And you can't give this stuff up. And we're going to see Tommy dig out a wily old fox pass. Drops to the inside.
Be good for Tommy's vlog as well. Some good banter, I should imagine. If he does make the move on Billy.
Nice over there for ACU. That pops up that belt, step up, and then he's got to close the inside line off. This is where Searle is going to try and square off down the inside here and get a run down into this Prox turn at the bottom.
I have to
not
say,
close enough.
But he is riding a lot more shorter lines. Billy's taking a lot of wide lines. Tommy's taking the shorter route round the track.
There we go.
Maybe rougher, but that's what's pulled him up to the rear of his teammate.
These guys 10 seconds now in front of Jake Nichols and Bobby Bruce. Auriel Oliver, no apologies for... we'll see him over the line, but he's 20 seconds to the good of this field at the moment. But this is the battle that on track between the two Dirt Store Triumph teammates. On MXGB-TV, brought to you by Dirt Store. Nice lines for both of them. There's a stationary yellow there, so we've got another rider maybe at the side of the track just there.
Somewhere down in this corner, isn't it?
Yeah.
I can't really see. Hopefully they're off the racing line.
Yeah, they're behind that digger, I think. So here's Tommy up the inside. And he moves. He moves the youngster over.
I'm laughing because he could have held. He didn't have to do that. Listen, that wasn't naughty or anything like that. But it was just like, I'll just make sure you don't come back at me here and take you out to the far edge. But Billy knew what was coming there. Yields, and this is looking good for Searle. He'll be happy. Obviously, Oliver is gone. Nearly 20 seconds up the track, but Tommy is very much in the driving seat for the overall with a 1-2 scorecard as it stands. The race leader just missed Auriel Olivier. They just missed the 2 lap to go board there. It's actually 2 laps now, so he has crossed the line. 2 to go. I'm going to start making my way down there.
Okay, Jess, you get down there for the podium interviews, and I'll bring these boys out. Oh, big foot off whip for Tommy Searle there. That was absolute style. Laid it flat over that tabletop. I've not seen anybody do that all day. So he's obviously feeling the love. So this will give Tommy Searle the overall if he can bring it home. And by my rudimentary mathematics, I think that Billy ACU is going to finish second. Bobby Bruce third. Just for the simple reason that the two guys that were running at the front, or Dernson was still buried back in 8th. Although he hasn't, he's just past Charlie Heyman for 7th, so that's a 1-7. ACU goes down over the into the downhill. There's waiting for our race leader. There he is, the race leader, Auriel Oliver. Then on the SS24 Gabriel KTM, the man drafted into this squad when his MXGP ride went away. And obviously, I think with Sean's team being the KTM Factory Junior team, the place was made available to Auriel Oliver to carry on with his World Championship aspirations. And with Maxi Werner out injured for a length of time that we're not quite sure of. But Oliver then picks his way through. That's the 410 of James Barker. Barker getting almost coming back at Oliver, looks across at him. Oliver did not get across that tabletop cleanly. Tommy Searle's put 3 seconds into one lap board then. Finisher trying to get across. To put the board out, but well into the tail end of the top 20 now is Auriel Oliver. Just having a look and seeing where Barker is. Barker's 23rd, so He's not into the point scorers yet, but he is going to make his way into those on this final lap. So Oliver from Searle, from Askew. Then it's Nichols in 4th, Bobby Bruce 5th, Musto 6th, Doonson 7th. A good ride from Charlie Heyman in 8th, Brad Anderson 9th. Stevie Clark has found his way past Josh Vale and Ollie Colmer to get into 10th. Vale 11th, Colmer 12th, McCormack 13th. Tyler Hooley, a good ride in 14th for him after crashing in race 1, and 15th is the 72 Fantic of Rafe Broadley. Like I say, Oliver didn't see this track until this morning. Flew in from Spain after winning in Spain yesterday, and a good weekend's work for the young Spaniard. And I think he's not sure if he's aged out of MX2 this year. But finding a nice home for himself in the British Championship paddock, and slated to carry on and ride the rest of the round. So if he can continue to do this across the rest of the year and plug away at the points gap, with him already being at a deficit of about 44 points to our championship leader Bobby Bruce. If you follow us on our Instagram channels and all of our other social media, you'll get all the full updates of all of the championship positions. Also the Jude Morris under 21 as our leader takes the checkered flag. Then I think Billy Askew will be our under 21 victor for the day. If that is the case, thinking that he's also going to be on the podium for the day, which will be the second time in as many rounds for the youngster finding his feet in this 250 class. There's Tommy, comes across the line. We've got a bit of a battle here. Is this Doonson? This is the Doonson battle. Looks like he's got himself onto the back of Musto and Charlie Heyman. Nichols across the line in 4th. There's Bobby Bruce in 5th. So that's going to keep him off the podium by my mathematics. Musto 6th. Heyman 7th, and Doonson across the line in 8th. And then it should be Stevie Clark on the 511 getting the better of Brad Anderson. So a great result for Stevie Clark. And there comes Ando. That is your top 10. We will take a quick ad break and we will join Jeff down in the winner's circle.
This is Dirt Store, your online one-stop shop for off-road essentials. All the latest products from the top motorsports brands. Gear, bike parts, protection and accessories. Whether it's an upgrade for you or your bike, Dirt Store has it all.
Right, we're in the winner's circle. MX2 Moto 2 winner Oriol Olivier. First time racing British Championship. What a weekend. You raced a Spanish Championship, flew here, never been here before in your life, got used to the track. First race didn't kind of go your way, but you proved your worth, potential in this championship in that second moto. Talk us through it.
At the end, we could save some points in the second moto. Really happy to come here and compete in the British. Never did it before. Only in Motul I came here for racing. So it's good track. Really like it. And first moto carnage in the first laps was a shame because was not my mistake at all. Some riders were crossing. It's racing incidents. So second moto I wanted that revenge, and we did. We did a good start finally, and managed first all the laps, and really happy with the suspension, the moto. And that's for the team also. Really happy to be with them, with Sean Simpson and Simon, with all the crew. So really happy to be with them. And at the end we win the last moto. So happy.
It's been a crazy couple of weeks, month really for you, isn't it? I mean, like here you are, all of a sudden you're racing the British Championship. Do you know much about the British Championship and the history? Because obviously, we have some strong riders over here. Do you think that's also going to be a good thing for you with preparation for obviously MXGPs and the Grand Prix?
I think if we make the starts good, for sure. If we make it bad, then there is a lot of risks. But for sure, really good training. I like these tracks. I mean, it gets bumpy, it gets like in the GPS track. So for sure, will be a good training. And also try to be calm because we have race weeks every weekend, a lot. So, it's a new goal for me to be here and try to get more in the championship, get more in the fight at the end of the championship. That's the goal.
Well, that's good. You signed up for the series, so it's great to have you with us for the British. Well done. There you go. Move on out, Oriel. We're taking the race win for the Gabriel SS24 team. Great stuff. We'll no doubt see him again. Move on out. We're going to bring Tommy in if you can. Tommy? Oh, he's right in the middle of a vlog. I don't know if you can see this. Look, this is where TV, like live TV, we come second to his vlog. Come on in, Tom. That'll do us. The old boy still got it when he, hometown track. This farewell tour. It's not really a farewell tour. You're going to keep riding, aren't you?
I don't know.
Come on.
Honestly, I've had a rough couple of weeks leading up to this. I haven't felt very good at all. So how I've managed to pull it out the back, I surprise myself sometimes. But I really enjoyed that out there. I was following little Bill. And I still had to show him that I'm the boss. He needs to still listen a little bit. But he was riding well. And then I knew I had the overall regardless whether I passed Little Bill, but I wanted to overtake him. Had some really good lines. I was really, really enjoying it. Did get a bit tired, but I was like, come on, let's get a win in the bag. So it was nice. Obviously, Oriel was out front. He had, I think he whole shot had a clean race. I think he was obviously a little bit faster than us all. But I'm well happy. So home race, Alfie's here with me watching. I come down. Or he come down with me, so to take a trophy home with him, he's at that age now and he sort of understands. So this win means a lot just because he's here.
Looking forward to seeing the vlog on Monday, mate. Don't forget you got to edit that when you get home.
Yeah, I'll be busy Monday, 6 o'clock. Well, not even, about 24 hours from now. So look out for it. Give it a like, subscribe, makes a big difference. I put a big effort into that.
You did indeed. There you go, your race winner here at round 2 at Cannon Heights in the MX2. Tommy Searle. Move on out, Tom. Let's get Billy in. Obviously for the Dirt Store Triumph team, they're going second and third in this one. Come on in, Billy. Rocking the gangster. He's got the chain on. He's got all thing. Now listen, I'm going to cut straight to the chase on this one. When it comes to the VOG, he's got ammo on you on that one. He picked you off on the last few laps of that one.
Yeah, he's good. He says he's got a little reserve tank, which is his dad bod. But definitely come into play then. But no, it was a good race. It was nice for him to ride behind me and see what he can tell me to do and coach me a bit more, really.
Yeah, that whole thing. Talk us through your day then. First moto, just because we didn't see you up here in the first moto. Talk us through that one.
Yeah, first moto. I was struggling with the start in the first moto, and I got off to a top 10 start, and then I just made a few good moves and got into fourth, and then the race got cut shortly, which was a bit of a shame because I was putting in good lap times, and I felt really strong through that first race.
Well, this must be, again, you're looking at the EMX coming up. This is a nice little feeder into next week.
Yeah, it's nice coming back here. It's a bit more chilled out. I can sort of relax and enjoy it with all the team. So I do enjoy being here, and
Look on point, mate. I've got to say the kit looks nice.
Yeah, it's nice. So O'Neill's hooked us up with 2 really nice smart kits for this weekend, so looked good, and
Good stuff. Well done. Billy Askew there coming third in that one. We're going to see him obviously next round. Looking forward to that. Well done, Bill. So he's going to go back. Loads of banter, obviously, between the Dirt Store Triumph team. There always will be between those two. Mentor, apprentice and mentor and all that kind of stuff. We're going to go to some quick adverts. We've got one more race to go. That is the Apico MX1. Don't go too far away. we're going to wrap this thing up here at Canada Heights. It's been great. As we said, quick advert break. We'll be back shortly with the final race of the day here at round 2 for the MXGB, Motul MXGB at Canada Heights.
Everything I try to make it look like it's going 200 miles an hour. That's my whole goal here. I'm Troy Lee, and this is our new signature goggle collection. We've been doing collection probably for about 15 years with Oakley, doing a couple goggles every year, a couple pairs of glasses every year. My love is my motocross team, and so first off, we probably have more red in line, but then I always like to throw something weird in. You gotta freak them out a little bit, you know? American flag, stars and stripes always work good, so we add a little bit of metal flake to the oval here and add a little bit of chrome to it. Really, I'm always more excited about the next one I'm working on. It's like I can't wait to get to work and start sketching some new ideas. My name's Troy Lee. I'm the owner of Troy Lee Designs, and super proud to be working with Oakley. They make the most beautiful product on the planet.
You're in control. Create something unique or choose from our wide range of base designs. Stand out with eye-popping colours and bring your kit to life with personalised details and logos. With our advanced materials and proven durability, our kits are built to perform. Head to our website and start designing today. Look good, feel good, ride good.
Welcome back, everybody. There you go, Adam Sterry getting ready to see if he can turn over Conrad Muse in the politest possible manner.
He's going to need to pull something special out of the bag if Muse's first race performance is anything to go by.
Absolutely, yeah. And there's Josh Gilbert there. He came in third in that opening moto. Much improved start. He was happy with that. By all accounts, he had a big moment. We didn't see it. Adam Sterry got a bird's eye view.
We switched to the Chris Mills battle because on paper that was the one that was looking interesting, and then all of a sudden it sounds like he threw it at the scenery and was very lucky to stay on.
You know it's big when another rider actually comments on it. That's when you know, okay. Yeah, and that's exactly what Adam Sterry did. So I think he was happy. I mean, he made his job easy. He didn't have to pass him, but I think for a moment there, Adam thought, oh God. So it sounds like a good save from the Lexa rider, number 326, Lexa Honda rider. But basically, as you're looking at them, that's how they finished in the opening moto. Taylor Hamill had an inspired ride. He kind of came through from just inside the top 10 to work his way up to fourth on the Bike It DRT Kawasaki. Tristan Purdon on the SC Sports Home Husqvarna came in fifth. Then Jamie Carpenter on the Crendon True 7 Honda came in sixth. He was running a good pace. He looked to just seem to lose his way a little bit mid-moto, or three quarters. Something I'm sure he wants to rectify this one. Chris Mills was right in the mix early on in fourth, but he...
that Chris Mills had a really good ride, and he held that fourth place pretty much till almost like 2/3 distance, and didn't look like he'd come under much pressure. And it was only when Hamill forced his way by that he just started to tire a little bit at the end of that race, but still a good performance then for Mills.
Yeah, and then it was Jason Mira, always good. Jason is a real charger, another rider, we say, the Mira dynasty, if you want to call it that. There's a bunch of them that ride. Jason, again, coming over from Northern Ireland and competing, so that's great. Joe Rizzi, who was running, I think, fourth early doors, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was having a good ride. He got a good start, and he hung on in there. And as we said, he's just developing that 450 Triumph, and every moto that he gets under his belt is going to be good for him and good for the brand. So good to see him nailing a top 10 in race one.
Yeah, and rounding out the top 10 in Moto 1 was Carlton Husband on the Phoenix Tools Fantic. Easy to still say Kawasaki because they were Kawasaki for so long, but of course they're now on Fantic, and Carlton always gives 100%, one of the most hard charging riders out on the circuit.
There's Greg Hansen in the background, the mechanic for Adam Sterry.
There's Greg thinking, yeah, I'd like to be out there. That very much. That is a joke, tongue in cheek.
He does not want. He's like, he said he did say he'd rather be riding the mechanicking because it's less stressful, and I totally get where he's coming from. That, but again, Sterry, another good ride for Adam Sterry on the Chambers KTM. Like I say, Mills. There's Jamie Carpenter, another guy that's. Like I say, he had a win here. They had a meeting a few weeks ago that Jamie came down and rode, and he took the win. But on the True 7 Honda. But not quite on getting to podium pace, but still a good ride for the 184.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good to see cab screens there. Look, still get involved. Obviously, they don't run a team anymore, but they are supporting Chris Mills. Yeah. So,
and they were
the Webber family obviously still heavily involved, even though, like I said, they're no longer running a team. Maybe they'll come back.
You never know, but the fact that they're still involved in some way in the paddock is certainly a good thing to see. And like I say, if Taylor Hamill gets a start, is he going to be? Do you think he can take it to Josh Gilbert?
I think so. I mean, going on the first race performance, the way that he methodically worked his way up to fourth with some nice moves, that has to be said. Nice calculated moves, not just throwing it in there. It was a nice race from Taylor, but obviously he gave up a little bit at the start. He had to work for it. So if he can get a better start, you'd like to think he would be able to hang on to the coattails of certainly maybe Sterry and Gilbert. And I'm only going on the first race performance because when somebody wins by 30 seconds, as in Conrad Muse did in the first moto, you've got to say they're just riding at a bit better level.
And let's not forget that Conrad Muse started just next to the doghouse. He conceded all of that inside of the gate to everybody else and backed himself to get there first, drop it over the front of everybody else. And he certainly did that and found his way past George Gilbert on the opening lap with that really nice pass around the Apico bowl turn that had us spinning in our seats slightly. And it would just be nice. You'd like to see Adam Sterry get a gate you'd like to see anybody get a gate and just see what they can do at the front. Like Josh said, he just didn't have the pace for the rest of the race after he scared himself a little bit, and he took a sensible third. We'll see what his teammate John Adamson can do, because he was right at the back. There's Stephen Sword.
There's Will there, the mechanic, obviously talking to his rider, Jamie Carpenter, but also Taylor Hamill, because he's obviously worked with them as well. Taylor used to ride for that team. There's Tristan Burden there. Deep in thought is Mira. That's Carlton Husband. Don't forget, as you're watching this, please like and subscribe. Remember to keep following us on social media. That's where you also see stuff. We got the Prox Pit Pass coming midweek. While all the racing's been going on, the team have been going around. They're getting all the scoop from the paddock.
Yes.
So don't remember to watch that. That will drop sometime midweek. It'll be all over our social media. Motul British Championship, ACU British Championship, and you'll find us on YouTube as well. So the guys doing a lot of good behind the scenes media. And don't forget, we've got championships within championships. We've always got the Planet Moto Fastest Lap Awards. We've also got, First Lap Leader.
Yeah.
We've also got the Phoenix Tools Fastest Lap Award. So we're trying to, get a little bit more incentive, put a bit of money in the riders' pockets for these extra incentives as well. Just trying to raise the bar with it all, really.
The rest of the riders, that's the 401 Jack Benniston. Sorry, Ash Benniston. His brothers are up from up my neck of the woods. I should really know, shouldn't I? But everybody waiting patiently then to go to the gate for the final race of the day.
Harry Bradley. The results get just dropped in. Big shout out to Apico, of course. We got so many series partners, but this one is brought to you by Apico. Go and check them out, doing good things. I mean, a brand that's been synonymous with motocross for so long. And the guys doing a great job up there.
Well, we've just got a quick second. We've just been handed the official results then of the MX2 class, and it was a win for the number 100 of Tommy Searle. Then he's going to take overall victory from Billy Askew in second. So a good day for the Dirt Store Triumph team, taking first and second. Bobby Roos then, he came home in third overall, with Gian Doonson recovering to take fourth overall and on 35 points. So 47 for Tommy, 38 for Billy Askew, 36 for Bobby Bruce, and then Gian Doonson then the 574. He's there in fourth, with Ben Musto in fifth. In the under-21 championship, Billy Askew then taking victory in that on 45 from 44 from Bobby Bruce, and then Gian Doonson in third.
Well, there they are, all out on track on their sighting lap. We're going to go to a final quick run of adverts for all the beautiful people that get behind British Motocross, and the live stream brought to you by Dirt Store TV. So sit back, maybe quickly go and do what you got to do and get settled in for this final race of the day here at round 2 of the Motul MXGB British Championship from Canada Heights.
Fly dope swaggy, that's how I roll. On another level, on another level, on another one above me. Never to the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so supreme. Feeling so supreme. On another level, on another one above me. Never to the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so supreme. On another level, on another level, on another one above me.
Me and Phil were just admiring the Apico workshop there, watching that advert, thinking,
it's very much like mine at home without the kitchen table.
Without the kitchen table. Yeah, immaculate. Just like we keep an immaculate ship here in the commentary booth.
Hey, I swept the commentary booth out all yesterday. But talking of immaculate, just look how good this track still is at the end of a pretty brutal day's racing, Jeff. We've still got some nice lines in the turns. And like I say, this is where we saw the lead change in our first of our Apico factory racing MX1 races. where Conrad Muse just swept past Josh Gilbert and took the lead, so she was not giving up. But the track prep was late on last night when they started getting the majority of the water on it, and they went round, they ripped it really deep and soaked it to as much as they dared. And then this morning, not even first light, it was still the dark when they were in the tractor going round with the power harrow, levelling it all out, and it's been absolutely top draw racing all day on this circuit. And we've seen some good battles. The 125 races have been great. Both MX2 races have been great. Fair to say that obviously Conrad Muse clearing off in the first one. In this one, not so great, but we still had some good battles all the way down the field to enjoy, and obviously the crowd still here on hand to watch the final race of the day before everybody makes their way home.
A little bit behind schedule on all our weather apps. It said the sun was going to burst through the clouds at around lunchtime, midday. Well, it didn't really happen, but it looks like it's now starting to. That's okay, though, because that's done us a favour, certainly with the track conditions. If the sun had come out a bit earlier on, I think the guys would have been working a bit harder to keep the track in tip-top condition. The moisture has stayed in the ground because of the cloud cover. And now we've got some sun shining down on Canada Heights for this final race of the day here at round 2. Like I said, long way to go yet in this championship. We're just really only getting started.
There's not a lot that they're going to be able to do other than a few hoses here and there for watering during the day. The schedule here at Canada Heights is pretty tight on a British Championship day, as it is for most of the races that we're going to be organising this season in the Motul British Championship.
Exactly.
It's a nice tight schedule. But,
well, now we're rolling. There was a bit of a gap between round 1 and 2. If you'd actually like to know, we are, which hopefully you will, we are at Blacksall for this round 3 of this championship on the 15th of June. That's not too far away. Tickets will be available soon. Brilliant track up there. And it's in East Anglia, isn't it? No, I always get confused. It's not. That's not in Norfolk, is it?
No, it's Suffolk, I think.
Suffolk, sorry.
Blacksall,
Suffolk, of course. Just another fabulous venue. A bit more, if you've never been and you're up that part of the world, go, because it's one of the most well-presented circuits in British motocross.
And it's a nice part of the world as well.
Lovely little venue. You can get around the venue easy. Good viewing.
Yeah.
Get yourself there. So get on MXGB website, buy your tickets. You can also, I believe, camp on site and all that the night before.
We've had a lot of people camping here this weekend at Canada Heights. They were rolling in all day yesterday.
It really has. I'm thinking about it. It's really got a nice vibe to it. It's kind of got like a bit one of those, like when you go, for all of us that race motocross, when you go to Belgium and Holland and you stay at those campsites. It's got that kind of vibe to it.
Yeah.
I really like going to Blacksall, and the club up there do a great job.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, again, another one of the clubs that up in that neck of the woods that run those meetings, same as the Sidcup Club down here, been around an awful long time, and have taken good care of the track over the years and modified it and done all sorts of stuff with it to keep it up to what modern motocross requires. But we were saying about getting around easy, for how tortuous it looks on paper, this Canada Heights circuit. We've got so many tunnels and cut-throughs and all the rest of it. You can walk round and kind of never see the same place twice. I walked round on Friday when I got here, Friday afternoon, and it took me, I was like, well, where does it go now? And it's just the track in the woods and everything.
Rabbit warren, isn't it?
But like you say, lots of people in the trees in the shade there, and this downhill section.
I was just looking at the what you're watching at home. I'm just thinking of the talent and the names etched in history that have been up and down these hills at Canada Heights.
I've been up and down them.
And I know you have. Yeah, there you go. But we're going way back to like proper motocross scrambling, what it was called back then. The likes of John Banks, Jeff Smith, Bickers, Badger Goss. I mean, they even had, like, it was on BBC One Grandstand, the number of races they used to have up on
here.
There's
a drone shot there looking down on the start straight.
So much history for this venue. And as I said earlier on, not just with motocross, actual genuine history. If you missed it earlier, it's called Canada Heights because the Canadian troops in World War One were based up on this ridge here, overlooking the estuary, the Thames estuary. And that's where it got its name. So much history in this place.
So, as we can see, Conrad Muse then right next to the doghouse. This is a great shot, Jeff. There he is, next to the doghouse, giving everybody... He's given 19 riders the chance to get up the inside of him into the first turn. that shows me the level of confidence that Conrad Muse has. There's Jason Meara on the motorcycle Honda, and alongside him is going to be the number 50, the Apico Honda of our event sponsor then, the Apico Honda of Martin Barr, and then another veteran. There's the 714 Scottish Champion Brad Todd on the DK Off-Road
Bike Sport. Yeah, Apico, lots of sponsors for him. Yep.
Had a good chat with him yesterday. He's enjoying his seasons. There's the 180 Triumph of Josh Spinks, the Triumph West London entry. And obviously a lot of the Triumph dealers now, they're not normal off-road dealers. It's been sold through the Triumph dealer network, and I know Brian Harris and a couple of the guys down there at Triumph West London used to deal with them for when we were in they were racing Supermoto, and they're very much ensconced into that motocross effort and helping out Josh Spinks, who's a rider that he's the kind of guy we need to see on this gate.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's in there next to the 711 of James Cottrell, and you can see now everybody has had the chance to go inside of
Conrad. Yeah. Taylor Hamill taking up the very inside spot. It's quite easy to spot out there because he is, I think, one of only maybe 2 Kawasaki's out there. Might be another one out there in a different colourway, but he's certainly, obviously, Kawasaki's main entry or effort, as it were,
but
in
a good
MX1.
point this year, that Kawasaki, by all accounts. So here they go then, they're getting ready. Everybody's revved up for this final race action of the day, the Apico Factory Racing MX1 Race 2. As we wait for the 15-second board to go up. Here we go then. Everybody is there. Here we go. Oh, look at that. We can see, has Conrad got the start? Does he run a bit wide? Yes. And it looks like it's the 2 guys from Lexa Honda that went through second and third, Gilbert and Adamson, or certainly that kit. Let's have a look as they come into sight.
It's Gilbert in second, I'm sure. Adamson made a much better start.
Yeah, Gilbert there, then Adamson in fourth. 5th place looks like it might, next rider on looks like it might be Adam Sterry on the 811, and he's already put Adamson there. Carpenter's in there. Another good start then from Putnam. He's there well up as they come through. Oh, Mills is buried, so Chris Mills is great first lap.
The shenanigans at the back. There's Ben Putnam, this time actually getting off the start on that. That KTM 500.
I think he got to the gate and realised he'd never done a practice start on it, but he's got it across the line. But it is Conrad Muse then that leads them away. Sterry then already up to third.
Charlie Cole watching on there in the foreground, the Phoenix rider, currently not racing, injured.
Yes, I did. He was one of the riders that I missed, and I also, who is Martin Barr's teammate, Tom Grimshaw.
Yep.
Saw his bike in the paddock, but obviously Tom's still out, so we wish those guys a speedy recovery and hope to see them back on the grid for round 3 or whenever they are realistically fit. But here we go then, race 2 as Adamson makes his way through the waves, and he'll be pleased to have made a start. Got yellow flags in the background then.
Very much so. I tell you what, John, I wouldn't say he desperately needs one, but he's due one. I mean, because we know his speed's there and all that kind of stuff. The Lexa rider could do with a solid result here. Just a little pick-me-up.
Yeah, look, he's what I call a journeyman rider. He's a guy that grafts, he puts in the hard yards. It's great that he's got a chance on the team with Josh Gilbert that's enabling him to go and spread his wings at GP level. And he just needs to bring the speed that he's finding out there into his British Championship results. And he's still there, just at the back of Adam Sterry.
The classic breathe on the board there from Rob Boatley.
It's the most obvious thing in the world, but there's sometimes you can be in a race and you're like 4 laps in and you realise that you're literally dying because you're not breathing properly. And again, one of the things that even the most skilled riders like Conrad needs that reminder. Here's Sterry round the outside, not quite. Adamson then still there in 4th. 5th place then, a good start for Brad Todd. Then it's Purdon, then it's Hamill on the DRT Kawasaki. So Purdon having a better start and a much better race for the 714 Brad Todd Honda, the DK Bike Sport rider, up there inside the top 6. But Sterry doing everything that he can to try and look for a way past. And last time, obviously, he was gifted that a little bit by the mistake. We'll stay with this battle because last time we walked away, it all went pear-shaped and we missed it. So while this is as tight as it is, this is what we're going to look at.
It's a tough one for Sterry. We've got Wave yellow. No, medic flag there. So
Okay.
I don't think that's Conrad. I think that's somebody maybe hit the dirt from. Yeah, there he is on the side of the track. That's okay. It's the wave yellow. He's off track. That won't be any kind of red flag incident or anything like that. So the medics can attend to that rider safely. And again, while we're on that subject, big shout out to all our medical crew, track crew, all our marshals, everybody that makes these events happen.
Yeah, a big thing of these events is the people behind the scene, the people from the Sid Club who have been here all week getting prepped. The MXGB crew. I mean, we rock up on a Saturday, and 90% of the work's done, Jeff. And we swan around like we own the place, and then do this on a Sunday afternoon. So those are the guys that are going to be here into the early part of next week, clearing up after it, and then to see such a great crowd here enjoying the labours of their work. That's great. And I'm looking at the timing screens, and it looks like the only rider that has come round on that lap is Joel Rizzi. So that may be the rider that's down at the far side of the circuit.
Well, that is a real shame if that's the case. We're trying to get a bit of momentum going on that dirt store. Yeah, it looks like it's down in 30th, and he's not showing any recorded time. So that's who we think is down there at the bottom of the circuit.
So Gilbert then still got a decent advantage over Adam Sterry. Sterry not able to close the gap. And let's not forget, this is for second overall, so bragging rights here, and there'll be team bonuses and whatever for podium positions. These guys aren't riding for free. And Gilbert will want to... He'll want a bit of redemption for giving it up, I think, in that first race. Look how choppy it is in that corner, Jeff.
Yeah, I saw that earlier. I was thinking, God, I don't want to be going through there. Just reading Adam Sterry's body language here, I think he's just kind of backed it down a little bit, which you would think is bizarre at this stage of the race, but maybe just getting filled in a little bit. And maybe, just maybe, I'll find out if he makes it into the winner's circle, that he's just conceded that maybe today he hasn't got enough for Conrad, and he's just going to focus on Gilbert and get that second spot.
Yeah, so track clear there, so whatever issue, whatever rider it was, like I say, we did seem to think that it might have been Joel Rizzi. We don't 100% know that, just the fact that he hasn't come round. And that looks like that's cleared. One of the first aid flags have gone in, but here's Purden then putting pressure on Brad Todd, who is in turn also trying to put pressure on the 212 Lexa Honda of John Adamson as they come up over this Fox table. It's a long way, that tabletop, Jeff. When you stand next to it, it's massive.
It is. There's a big old hucker up there. They've really got to apply to it. The 450s get up there a bit easier. Whoa! That was close. That was nearly front wheel hitting the rear wheel, and that doesn't end well. Just got to say, quickest lap of the race goes to Conrad Muse, so he gets the Phoenix Tools quickest lap of this race with a 1:59.086. Wouldn't be surprised if he beats it himself as the race goes on.
And also, let's not forget, he led across the line, so he'll be the Planet Moto first lap leader as well. We were embroiled in what was going on behind him, but yeah, he came round at in the lead on lap 1 and currently holds a 6-second advantage over Josh Gilbert, not checking out at the rate of knots that he was earlier on. And we've got to pass up the hill, go to the wood shot, and I think we might have had a change for a second. I think Sterry was alongside Gilbert as they went into the woods. He could spin back round and catch these guys coming the other way.
That was a good lap for John Adamson there. He managed to just break away a little bit from the guys behind him that we got in shot. Yeah, he did. You're right. There you go. Adam Sterry is indeed in second place on that Chambers KTM. So we are where we are at when the flag dropped in the opening of Pico MX1 Moto. Top 3 as you were. But Conrad was 30 seconds ahead when the flag dropped in the first Moto.
It looked like to me that Gilbert just made a little bit of a mistake coming out of that hairpin, and Adam got the run up the hill on him, and by the time they flat landed at the top, he'd got the momentum to draft past the man on the Lexa MX Honda. And so Gilbert back to third, and this will give him third overall should he stay where he is.
Even with our terrible mathematics, Phil, I'm pretty confident if it stays like this, even you and I could work out the top 3 in this one.
Definitely. As the rest is the battle then that we go back, and it's still a good one. So there's Adamson. He's in a good fourth, and it's Todd Purden, Taylor Hamill, Jamie Carpenter, Mira, Luke Benstead in 10th. Let's have a big shout out to Luke Benstead. He is your archetypal privateer doing his own thing. and he's there in a great 10th place in front of Carlton husband Ben Edwards. Chris Mills then fighting his way through to 13th. Matthew Mio 14th on the SAS KTM. He's had not a great start to his British Championship career, and it's Martin Barr, Spinks Thornhill, Tom Murphy, Jack Beniston and Charlie Putnam rounding out the point scorers.
Oh, John Addison getting a little bit jiggy with it. Again, any of the top three, I know they obviously want the TV exposure and all that kind of stuff, but I think we're going to stick with this battle because look at it. Literally, it is Addison.
Mira's closing in on these guys as well, so it's all starting to come together.
Yeah, absolutely that. And then they're all starting to, Carpenter and Mira, all of them are starting to tighten up behind John Allison. Here is Hamill making a move on Purdon. Again, giving him the squeeze like we've seen many do, but Purdon trying to rail back. Does he get the inside line? I don't think he does, because it pinches up on him now. I still expect... did they come through there? I think they did. I don't think mistake.
Yeah, it's Jason Mira on the 10. So Mira is he's got a decent gap behind him, and he's kind of the guy that's thinking, well, I can have a bit of these if these guys start holding them up. The man on the number 10 will pick up what he can.
Be interesting to see for those that follow motocross, and particularly on social media, you would have seen about the Motocross of Nations and the Irish team and all that going on. We'll watch that one with interest. If they do obviously put a team in, you would like to think that Jason Mira is going to be part of it.
Well, they've got to put a team in just because Martin Barr needs to ride again.
Yeah.
So there is always
absolutely
that. And then obviously all the rest of them will. I think Mira will definitely be a contender, and it will be interesting to see who the third rider will be. We're still a long way away from that at this point in the season, but it's nice to think that that's the carrot at the end of the year. But Brad Todd then doing his level best to try and put the 2-1-2 of John Adamson under pressure. The Scotsman then having a good ride after being almost dead last through turn 1 in the first moto of this Apico Factory Racing MX1 class, and showing his speed.
Yeah,
currently lying fourth.
He keeps doing that, but he's obviously comfortable with it. I would have thought John would have changed his line, but
that's the part of the track where this Canada Heights circuit goes from the sand in this area up onto the top, where around here it suddenly goes to be hard pack, and I think that it's really shiny through that area of the track, and they're trying to miss all the holes. But a good ride from Todd. He's got a little bit of a gap on Jamie Carpenter, so he can concentrate forwards, not backwards.
You can actually tell how much they're trying to feather it through there. Yeah, it's definitely not showing the real challenge to the riders up there. It looks like they can just keep it full tap through there, but no way. It's way more demanding and choppy than that.
Have we lost Taylor Hamill somewhere?
Yes, we have. He's not showing on the...
He's down in 21st, so Taylor Hamill has gone down. I'm just going to say, we kind of looked at it and, well, hang on a minute. So he suddenly looked spread out. We couldn't see why, and it is the DRT Kawasaki of Taylor Hamill that has fallen down to 21st. So after a promising ride in race 1, where he got a proper move on and fought his way through the field, Taylor Hamill not going to figure in the overall top 10 with a DNF in race 2. As we look at the Phoenix Tools Fantic of Carlton husband, he's currently lying in 10th position.
As I predicted earlier on, actually, Conrad Muse, not that last lap around, the lap before that, he did improve his fastest lap time, his Phoenix Tools fastest lap time. Got it down by a few more tenths. So Conrad still marching on. You can see the gap out in front is 9.1 seconds.
Benstead doing everything that he could there to try and hold back Carlton husband, but the man on the Phoenix Tools KTM, again, Benstead took the inside line, which he needed to do to defend the corner, and the number 6 of Carlton husband on the Phoenix Tools Fantic round the outside of him, nice and neat, over the tabletop and up the step. He now moves into 9th position, pushing Benstead back to 10th. Although Benstead's not given up on this. They've obviously been elevated by the fact that we lost Taylor Hamill, so they moved up 1 anyway. So Benstead's still in 10th despite losing a position.
Yeah, then you've got Ben Edwards, the Scottish rider there, trying to just break into the top 10, which should be good to him. Ben looking good. He took a bit of time off, an injury that I think it was last year or whatever, but he's coming back strong and a very likeable rider from all the way up there in Scotland.
The Frenchman Mathieu Mio then all over the back of Edwards as they came up that step that time. And he's going to have to be very careful around this bit of the shaded area of the circuit, because the Frenchman was certainly looking like he wanted to make a move. He's expected to be in the top 10 in this championship, I think, and as it didn't have a great weekend at Hawkston Park. But let's not, new tracks to these to him and his brother is running MX2.
Yeah,
so
they did a bit of British Championship a couple of years ago, didn't they? Not much. I don't think they did the whole tour.
No, they didn't.
Maybe they did. I can't remember, but they definitely raced some of these tracks before. But Matteo there is, he's not where I'm sure where he feels like he wants to be.
No.
But you know, they got to keep grinding, try and break that top 10 and get a bit of confidence going into their racing program. Benstead is doing solid here. I'm impressed.
Yeah, good rider, like I say. And this is what we want to see, your good centre level, top level expert riders coming and having a go at this Motul ACU MXGB British Championship, and putting themselves against the best guys in the country on a national level, and which is how it always was always designed to be. And you come and have a go at your local race, and if you do well, you maybe come and do a couple of the others. But husband then just starting to make a little bit of progress away from Benstead. Benstead coming under pressure from Edwards. Mio. Martin Barr in there. In fact, I think Martin Barr might have passed Mio on the run down that hill. We'll have to have a look. They went across the line. It was very close. There's Jason Meara on the number 10. He's having a lonely ride now in 7th. You can't see Jamie Carpenter. Carpenter just there in the trees away. But the Irishman on the number 10 motorcycle is Meara on a gas or a Honda. I'm not quite sure.
Gas.
It is a gas, yeah. Okay. So Meara on the motorcycle, gas. There's Todd, and there is the 184 of Jamie Carpenter. So that's the battle. Meara has dropped off the back of that. This was where the 23 of Taylor Hamill was in the battle. But Meara needs to get on the back of that battle, and I don't think he's going to do that. I don't think there's anything else inside the top 10.
No, I'm just looking at the lap times. Basically, that's about the best battles, and that one we were looking at earlier between Benstead, Edwards and Mio. They're about the closest battles on track right now. Obviously, as you can see on your K-Tech suspension timing column, it's Muse is more. He's not getting away as much as he did in the opening moto, but in the grand scheme of things, 12 seconds is still a healthy lead to work with, isn't it?
I'm looking at that. Tristan Purdon I think he was in front of Meara, and I'm wondering if he tangled with Hamill, and that's the reason why there was a bit of a gap there, because all of a sudden we'd lost a couple of riders, and that's what's moved Meara up to 7th. Purdon's still showing in 8th. But Todd having a good run here, still not succumbing to the pressure from the 184 of Jamie Carpenter. Obviously the privateer Honda of the 714 of Brad Todd. And
here it comes. He's going to force it. Oh, it pinches up there.
Say Scottish champion. So not the sole tyre on the front mudguard of that 714 to denote that.
What I will
he's
say,
taking the Scottish series.
Brad Todd won't take any nonsense.
No, he won't.
And I think Jamie probably knows that.
Yes.
I thought he had a chance to run it in there, but he probably thought maybe I'll reserve that one.
Yeah, there's a man that you got a man doing his own thing, being chased by a man that is on the official Honda team for Honda UK. The bike there of the 184 of Jamie Carpenter. We'll go back to our drone shot. Miles and miles of tents and stuff for the
there it is,
the vegetables.
Yep. In the distance there, they said we're not too far from the Dartford Tunnel crossing. She just a couple of junctions down the road, and like I said,
with traffic how it is, we're probably about 4 hours away, Jeff.
No,
but the Crendon True 7 Honda of Jamie Carpenter, then again, he will not want to let Brad Todd take a scalp, but not a lot that he can do about it at the minute. And Meara is there in the background, coming through the RFX waves.
I say Jamie Carpenter's riding very tidy there. He was pretty immaculate through the roller section. I love the way he landed off that step down and then just picked the front wheel up over those bumps that were forming into the bowl turn. All very nice stuff, not just slamming stuff, trying to time his roll control.
But I think this is where the maturity of your MX1 rider comes in. They know how much energy they've got, they know how long they can keep it for, and they ride accordingly. Where I think in the lower classes, it's very easy for guys to get carried away. I mean, sometimes if you're at the front, you're just going to go as fast as you can for as long as you can. But by the time you've got to the level that these guys are MX1, they know what they're capable of, and they don't get giddy with it. They know with the start they're all capable of running a certain pace for at least 20 minutes. And then it's just a case of getting the hard yards done early in the race and giving themselves a shot.
Yeah, particularly on a 415.
Yes.
I mean, when you start to get fatigued on a 415, it can really get away from you quickly. So, you know, keeping it in check and bringing it home. I mean, the fitness levels to ride a 450 flat out for 30 minutes is right up there.
And Todd always gets a bit of a kick there, but he's inching back towards John Adamson. And I know Adamson's obviously been away doing GPs, and he'll have a level of fitness from racing at that level that often, because he's had like 4 GPs in 5 weeks or something that Todd has not had. But I think that Todd's fancying a bit of this.
Yep, he is. He's really looking like he's starting to dig deep, and maybe Anderson's starting to feel the heat. This will be a clash, because these two are no strangers to it. They don't mind a bit of confrontation.
Yeah, I know they obviously they both do the Scottish Championship, and that's gaining traction as well up there. It's a nice championship to go and take victories at, and obviously the confidence that gets as Todd goes triple, double through the RFX waves, right up the far left of the circuit there, and it's just picking. You can't see how severe the bumps are from this angle, but you can see. What we've got going down the hill there is what we've got coming up the hill the other way, Jeff.
Yeah, those ruts all just starting to churn out a little bit more. Those braking bumps getting a few inches higher. Doesn't sound a lot, but at speed they suddenly look bigger. They obviously affect the handling of the bike differently. And yeah, you got to start thinking about that, particularly this stage of the race. You know, like you might want to even start looking for those, like, I'd say smoother lines, not necessarily direct lines, energy efficient, and ultimately that might bring your lap times down at this stage. Talking of lap times, Conrad Muse, last lap around, he's rolled off a little bit by the looks of it. He's got his lap times down now, back to like 2 minutes exactly, or just over, but he's still pulling 2 seconds a lap on Sterry, who's doing lap times of 2:02.
It looks like Tristan Purdon is slowly closing the gap on Jason Meara in the background there, as Todd comes up that flatlands that step, and still not able. In fact, Adamson may be just a couple of bike lengths to the good from where he was on the last lap. This is the bit when you're racing here in a club meeting, it's in the trees, you can have a rest and nobody can tell.
Not now. Not on our live stream.
Not on our live stream. Yeah. No hiding place for these guys. And as Adamson then comes down the hill, and again, that is a lot steeper than it looks. For those of you who have not been to Canada Heights, the hill's not Hawkston level by any stretch of the imagination, but these downhills certainly get your attention with the fact that you're jumping down them and the chopping the bumps and all the rest of it. Even look, the braking bumps into that wall down there, the motor wall, it's really taking it out of Adamson.
He is so gritty though, so fit. He is a bit like the Terminator. It takes a lot to slow him down or derail him. He just keeps going. I mean, John Adamson is the kind of, if he was like a boxer, you just think, mate, just stay down.
Well, when we saw him at Hawkston, he looked like a boxer because he had 2 black eyes from I believe it was a training crash midweek that he did, and he looked very second-hand, but he gritted out some great results.
He will just keep getting up and just keep coming at you. I mean, they got kind of like, you've got to knock him out to finish him, basically. Yeah, he's that kind of just...
He's riding his own race here. He is not looking over his shoulder. He's not giving Brad Todd any kind of indication, as we see... Josh Gilbert dropping down now. He's a decent amount off the back of Adam Sterry, as Sterry disappeared off into the distance in the lappers. That's a nice line up there, using those little kicks to get you over the top.
Going back to the very start of this the opening lap, we were right, I think, with our call with Rizzy. Yeah. He's now classed as a DNF along with Ben Putnam on that old 500 KTM. They are the only two currently shown as a DNF, and the rest of the runners are still circulating out there.
Yeah. And the late afternoon sun, we've got some nice shadows over the coming onto the track, and the sun finally breaking through. But as we've said numerous times today, we've been blessed with perfect racing weather. As we look back, so there is your third place rider, and then the battle for fourth comes down through the trees. There we are. So that's the gap between third and fourth, and Todd still doing his best. There's Carpenter and Mira, so this is fourth, fifth, sixth and seventh place. And whilst none of this is going to affect the podium, which is obviously going to be Muse, Sterry and Josh Gilbert, racing for fourth place, I think off the top of my head we're going to see Jamie Carpenter with a 6.5 fourth place overall. We'll go back and have a look at our he was sixth, but Taylor Hamill, DNF. Tristan Purden is on a 5.8, so I think that Carpenter Carpenter followed him home in the first one, and he's a couple of places in front of him in the second one with a bigger points gap, so I think that that's going to be enough for Carpenter to take fourth. So I think Adamson was quite a long way down in the first one after that not so great start.
Well, we've got 15 minutes, I hope, for their point of view, I hope not, 15 seconds till the two-lap board comes out. But as you can see, Conrad is probably halfway round this lap. So next time around, Conrad Muse and the rest of the field here will have 2 laps to go in the Apico MX1 class. Big shout-out to the guys at Apico. Dylan, the team, everybody there, Scott, everybody, thank you for getting behind this series and being the title sponsor of the MX1. As we said, go and check them out online. Basically, they cover everything you need for your motocross needs, bottom line.
Definitely, yeah. So there we have Conrad Muse then in the bottom turn, just putting a lap on Jack Penniston there. And it's quite a lot, there is a lot of Hondas in this field. That after a couple of years of being a bike that people everybody seems to be either Yamaha or KTM. The Honda this year seems to be the bike of choice for the privateer team riders, and obviously the Honda UK team of Conrad Muse comes across the line.
He looks absolutely, I mean, not just the speed, but the style and technique and everything. So we were right, Phil, about the wrist braces. He's never not worn them before. Basically, he had a wrist injury, which he kept kind of under wraps, kept a bit quiet. And as you can see, he used them for the first race with this. I can't see, has he got them on for this one?
It doesn't
look like it. No, he's got a left one on.
Right.
That's the wrist that he injured. So he ran them both, because I guess he just wanted the feel of both arms being the same. But if you look, he's dropped the right wrist brace for this one. But Conrad didn't make a song and dance about that. They kept it under wraps, and we didn't know that. He'd been off the bike. You know, he had to step up for the Scottish Championship. He'd actually been off the bike for like 2 weeks, no riding at all.
The wonderful world of motocross where nobody knows what's going on.
Yeah.
But it is what it is, and obviously they've got to keep their rider protected. But with 1.5 laps to go, then it is going to be Conrad Muse that is going to take our overall victory. And let's not forget that Muse is slated to do a couple of rounds, or at least one round of the AMA this year. He's going to be over there with the help of obviously the Brendan True 7 team and Honda in the US. So we will look forward to that with bated breath to see what the man who can give Jeffrey Hurlings a run for his money in his home country can go and do on the US tracks. And I think that will definitely suit the riding style of the 426 of Conrad Muse on the Crendon True 7 Honda. And again, just nicely into that berm. The track, I mean, fantastic all day, and we've said already, a credit to everybody at the Sidcup and District Motorcycle Club. That looks like that is Taylor Hamill that is circulating as we look down with the drone. around the end of the start straight for the final time. Oh, bit of a bobble there. Amazing on the pit board. And the guys then actually standing down in the corner, because where the pit lane is, it's really difficult for those guys to look across. There's a step down jump there, so they need to be looking where they're going. One of our marshals there in his dirty sponsored apparel on the top of the hill. You can see the different sorts of soil starting to dig out there as we come to the end of this final one of our 7 races of the day. Our 2 RFX 125 races, our 2 MX2 races, and this the Pico factory race in MX1. And we also have an MX2 quali race to throw in there as well. Great value for money for anybody that's been here. There's been a good crowd in here today. We're queuing to get in from 8:30 this morning. It's always good to see a nice crowd down this around this Canada Heights circuit. Lots of places to watch. Always a nice get on the fence. Lots of people there in the trees. A few people there escaping early to try and beat the traffic, which obviously we won't manage to do. But for the final time then through this RFX wave section, triple, double up the hill, and that's one of the nicest jumps, but it does not get choppy on the landing. And again, it'll square off again down the outside, missing all the bumps on the way down. And this is why you can pull out a 20-second gap on a rider of the calibre of the 811 Chambers KTM of Adam Sterry. A couple of tenths in every corner, and it soon mounts up. And it is going to be a win for the 426, the Crendon True 7 Honda of Conrad Mewes. He takes a double victory here at round 2 of the championship and remains the only unbeaten rider so far in all 3 classes. I'm going to wait then for Adam Sterry to come across the line and take 3rd position. Jeff be winging his way down to victory lane to talk to all of these riders at the end of what has been a busy day. It's a 1-day format now, and we've got a battle going on here. Is there any Carpenter coming under pressure from Mira as they come round here? So there's Carpenter coming up the hill. We'll wait and see who it is. Gilbert's gone across the line. I'm waiting for Adamson. So there's Adamson. Adamson comes across the line. Todd. Carpenter. Oh, that was close at the end. Mira. So it got pretty tasty at the end for the top 7. We're still waiting for Tristan Purdon to come across the line. I think they lapped up to about 20, about 18th. So Mira across the line, no sign of Purdon. So it will be Purdon from Martin Barr, and Carlton Husband should be the man coming across the line in 10th. There's the 180 of Josh Spinks. So yeah, Purdon across the line in 8th. Spinks currently lying in 13th. So 2 top 15s, I think, for him on his return to British Championship. He'll be fairly happy with that, no doubt. And everybody else just fighting over the last few points. So that's the top 10 over the line. And like I said, it was Purdon from Martin Barr with Carlton Husband. We're going to take a short ad break, and then we'll be handing over to Jeff down in Victory Circle.
This is Dirt Store, your online one-stop shop for off-road essentials. All the latest products from the top motorsports brands. Gear, bike parts, protection and accessories. Whether it's an upgrade for you or your bike, Dirt Store has it all.
Final winner's circle here, round 2 of the Moto MXGB British Championship, Canada Heights, MX1, an immaculate Conrad Muse in every sense of the word, barely got even dirt on your kit. Another solid performance, as we said, you kept it kind of quiet, quite understandably so with your wrist injury, but you've got to be happy going out of here. 1-1, extending championship lead. So far, perfect score.
Yeah, I'm so happy with today. I really didn't know what to expect coming into here. I've been stressing, man, for 4 weeks, not being able to ride, like, it just does a lot to you mentally, you know, like these boys are racing GPs week in, week out, and I'm watching it thinking, God damn, they're getting the practice in. But no, I'm just happy, you know, we absolutely dialed the starts the last few weeks on Crendon 27 Honda racing bikes, absolutely fantastic. So massive thanks to my mechanic, Rob, all the team who worked behind the scenes. The bike was a weapon all weekend, so I'm so happy to get 1-1 today.
I can understand why you're amped, because not only have you extended your championship lead, now that they know that, and the fact that you've been off a bike for like 3 weeks and you've come out and still won, it's a bit of a psychological like statement, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, for sure, you know, like obviously, I mean, I don't know how much not riding for 4 weeks does to you, but I presume it's a lot, but I'm just happy, you know. These two are good friends of mine, you know, they rode great. Not got a bad word to say about them, but yeah, absolutely fantastic weekend. Even lost the wrist brace in that race.
Oh, you lost it? We thought you started without it. No, that's what I was saying. Well, so somebody out there on track, I don't know what you know. Oh, they found it. I hope so. I'll tell you why, because last year when he lost his his nose thing, he was snaky about that. Hopefully he hadn't lost his brace. Well, listen, well done. Good luck for the rest of the season. But so far, an immaculate Conrad Muse winning every race of the championship. Well done, mate. Good stuff. There you go. So there's Conrad. He takes the race overall victory here at Canada Heights. He's going to move out of the way. We're going to bring in Adam. Sterry coming on him. So, as you were, obviously second again, couldn't quite get Conrad down in that one. Again, you had to work a bit hard there. It looked like at the beginning of that moto that you kind of had to give it a little rethink to get past Josh. You were kind of like, you held back a little bit and then went again. Am I right in thinking that?
Yeah, I mean, you can put relentless pressure, but then you just risk yourself. Yeah. You need to try and find a spot on the track where you could potentially make a pass. But I honestly think between me, Josh, and Conrad, it would be so difficult to pass around there. Yeah. You just have to wait for that mistake. And yeah, fortunately for me, Josh made a small mistake again. That allowed me to get past. But same as the first moto, Conrad was a bit far gone. I was pushing that moto really quite hard, and the gap was there or thereabouts. He was just pulling a little bit, so he had me a little bit today. But yeah, I can't be disappointed. Same as the first round, really. Second, you know. Yeah, still right there for the championship. Can always be worse, but we need to just get. I don't know. My starts have been good in the GPs, but I don't know what happened today. I felt like the mesh was extra grippy, or I had extra power, or something. I don't know. Right. So I just struggled there, but yeah, no excuses. Go work hard again, work on the bike, and yeah, some more GPs before Blackswell.
How's it working out? Obviously, being back, it's great to have you back racing the British Championship, by the way. Obviously, we're enough into the season now. The whole thing set up with the Chambers team, is it nice to be back racing in the British Championship?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, being British, the ADAC's a good series and the Dutch Masters and stuff, but being British, as a kid, it was always something that you want to win and take part in front of the British fans, you know. So that for me is great to be back, great to be here trying to promote British motocross, and so far they're doing a great job, and it's nice to see here so many people, and hopefully we can keep progressing the sport between us, get some more top riders here, and yeah, just grow the sport. That's what we want, more spectators, more people buying bikes, and yeah, ultimately more people watching the sport.
What he said, it's great to have you back, mate. Good stuff. Congratulations on your second. There goes Adam Sterry on the Chambers KTM. We're bringing Josh Gilbert, taking not only third in the race, but third overall as well today in the Apico MX1 class. Here we are again. I thought you might be back. Not such a scary moment in that one, though, or at least we didn't see it.
No, that one was a bit more plain sailing in that race. Yeah, I just I didn't really have the pace of Conrad or Adam today, which was a little bit frustrating. I've been struggling with a thumb injury for the last, well, it feels like forever, the last 6 weeks or so. I tore a ligament in my thumb in Switzerland, and you're just riding each week, it just doesn't repair like you want it to, and it did start to creep in there, just like where you step down in those like holes, you just, it doesn't take that very well. But yeah, two still on the box. It's a long season. I think I need to just take a little bit of a rest and then regroup and then hopefully come back for Blacksall.
Don't get many chances to rest though. You got GP coming up next weekend.
Yeah, that's it. But it's also in the week as well. It's just about trying to not do too much. I think maybe I did do a little bit too much this week, just because I knew that I just wanted to just keep chipping away and just keep doing as much as I can. But maybe I overdid it a little bit too much. I just felt a little bit fatigued in that race. So yeah. Look forward to Blacksall. It is Blacksall now.
It's Blacksall up next. Nice segue to the next round. Yeah, what he said. You need to get to Blacksall. That's the 15th of June, if I remember rightly. Obviously, see you guys there. And I am going to, not that you need to make excuses or defend him. I'm going to defend him totally on the FUM industry. It's amazing how much you rely on that sucker. When it actually started. Yeah, so I know what you're feeling with that one. Congratulations, mate, on a solid day. There you go. So he's all done. That's great stuff from Josh Gilbert. He's going to go on back, get showered up, get on home. And that's exactly what we're going to do. And again, thanks to everybody for tuning in on MXTV. But we obviously brought to you by Dirt Store and all these amazing people behind us. That was round 2 at Canada Heights for the Motul MXGB Championship. It's been another cracking day. Massive shout out to the Sig Cup Club and everybody for doing such a fantastic job with the track. We've seen some great racing there across all classes, but that's British Motocross. That's where we're at the minute. Like, some real positive stuff going on. We've got some genuine talent. We've got amazing racers. We want you to keep following and liking it. I know I'm preaching here, but get behind it, get behind what we're doing with the Dirt Store MXTV, and we'll be back on the 15th of June at Blacksall. If you can't make it out, then obviously watch the live stream, but do try to get there, buy your tickets. We're looking forward to it, as you heard Josh Gilbert say there. So thanks for watching. We'll see you again in a few weeks' time. Take care, everybody. We'll see you then.
Bye.